make it interesting.
Makes it 6.
It's a 4? It's a 7-bet jam. The win here in Barcelona.
Jason Mercier, he went with his instinct, he made the call.
There's the professional level, and there's the Ivy League.
Sebastian Paoli coming to terms with what he has just achieved.
Nicky Corrin has done it! 2 main event titles! Sebastian Mallets has gone from poker fanboy to poker champion. This is why people love the EPT.
To London and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Yes, we are back in the UK capital for the first time since 2014 and we're at a brand new venue, the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
Also in the house, Griffin Bencher.
London, baby.
And we are here for the full week, following the main event through from day 2 to its conclusion on Friday. Live every day at 12:30 local time, apart from final table day, when we're live at 1 p.m. Of course, it's an hour later in Central Europe. Of course, we appreciate your contributions, and we want to hear from you over the course of the next 5 days. You can use the live chat on Twitch, you can use the live chat on YouTube. Follow us on Twitter at PokerStars and use the hashtag PokerStarsTV along with the event hashtag EPT London if you want to ask a question or make a comment. So inside the poker room, play about to start on day 2. A field of around 750 players with around 275 returning for day 2, and leading the field is Ole Schemion. He is the biggest stack right now, playing 280 bigs. Although the blinds are going up actually. Blinds will actually be 1,100 when we get the action started. Players arriving include Adrian Mateos, a former main event champion Monte Carlo, also won the Super High Roller in Monaco earlier this year. We are going to follow Ramon, one of 2 PokerStars pros remaining in the main event here in London. Dmitry Danchev is a former EPT champion, took down the PCA in 2013. There's the winner of the UK EPT Main Event, Martin Jakobsen, and there is a verified UK poker legend, Barney Boatman.
Oi, oi.
Eric Seidel looking for his seat assignment at the start of the day.
Seidel.
And there is the other team pro who is going to be on the main stage today, Benjamin Spraggy Spragg.
Is Spraggy still in?
I can confirm he is, because he is sat in his seat and we are almost ready to go. Also at this feature table, Dario Sammartino, a World Series of Poker main event runner-up.
Everyone loves Dario.
Well, let's take a look at all the players on the main stage. Looks like Sammartino is in the 1 seat. Dario playing a stack of 23.5k. He's a shorty. He's only got 15 big blinds. Blimey, Spraggy had a rough night last night.
Oh, no.
That is Bo Alm from Sweden. He's got close to 100k.
You say Bo, I say Alm.
Where were you last night? Oh, you were here, right? Yeah.
In seat 4 is Jonathan Barista. Works in a Starbucks, is known as Jonathan the Barista.
I like him a latte.
Nah, like, one of the Cambridge boys showed up, and there was like...
There's Spraggy. Relatively short, Griffin. Fewer than 25 bigs.
Yeah, not quite in the danger zone yet, but creeping towards it.
Smelling it.
All right.
Khalees Sadu has arrived on the main stage, but he is not at this table. He's confused. He's in the wrong place.
Khalees Sadu or Kalidou So? Neither one of them at the feature table. Bye!
I think Khalees Sadu is actually sharing a table today with Ludovic Geilich, and of course those two were at the final table of this event back in 2013.
How do you do it? How do you remember 2013?
That was a really fun final table.
Any final with Ludovic is...
Who's this guy?
Guy Taylor. What a jacket. What a coat.
And what a name.
I got 2 cups if you want to use. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Who's your tailor guy?
And a late arrival. That is Ian Hamilton, who will be the table chip leader. Has a 90 big blind stack to start the day.
So many Brits have come out for this one.
Shocking. And we are waiting for David Petkovic to arrive, one of 2 Swedish players at the feature table. But obviously we're not going to hold up the deal for one player. I think we're almost ready to get the action started. So yes, we will be kicking things off at level 11 of the EPT main event. Blinds will be 1,000, 1,500 with a 1,500 big blind ante. Blind levels 90 minutes long with a break at the end of every level. The plan today is to play 5 full levels. There is a very good chance that we burst the bubble before that. But if we end that 5th level, we are still on the bubble. We may play into level 6 until we are down into the money. And of course, we don't know when that'll be yet, guys, because registration is only just closed at the start of day 2. So we don't know how many runners for sure. We don't know the payouts. We don't know when the bubble will hit yet.
Do you know why?
What
Alan,
do you know?
Do you know why Alan Kessler doesn't play EPT events?
Why?
Structures are too good. He would implode. He would have nothing to complain about. He would melt down. He would just fold up into a cube.
Can't have that.
So here we go, guys. Action is underway. First time we've streamed EPT London. The first time this tournament's taken place since 2014. Been away for 8 years, and now we see a button limp from Jonathan, the barista Barusta. Queen 3 of hearts. Spraggy completes with 8 deuce. The big blind not at the table, so heads up to the flop.
Very disciplined start.
Yeah, you know, you don't often want to find yourself completing with 8 deuce once there's action on the table, but because of that bigger small blind and the big blind sitting out, you know, Spraggy has to take that price and hope to flop something.
However, he does not. And I guess, Griffin, a lot of dead money in there with the big blind being away, and that player posting not just the big blind, but the ante as well.
Yeah, good for Barusta to get involved there. You know, only playing 30 big blinds. Could have maybe raised the Queen 3 suited, but finding a way to win the pot early.
That's so unlucky if you're like just a couple minutes late and you end up in the big blind.
Yeah. So, a few people asking about Vicky Corrin. Interestingly, when I first came to the venue on Saturday, it was the UK IPT High Roller, and Vicky was at the same table as Barney Boatman. Vicky did play the EPT main, but did not make it to day 2.
It's so crazy. She's such a big celebrity here that they named a sandwich after her.
The Corrin?
Coronation chicken.
Oh.
Not my favorite, but I'll eat it in a pinch. Oh, another hand. Another hand we have to play on the button. I'm so sick of this.
So Barista is opened with ace-8 offsuit. Spraggy calling in position with king-9 of spades. And for the second hand in a row, we are going to see Barista and Spraggy go heads up to the flop.
Yeah, I kind of like this call from Spraggy. Probably the bottom of what his range would want to be flatting in a situation like this. We've talked about the player in the small blind sitting out. So, you know, this is effectively a button open, but you have the position because you're on the button. So I think it plays nice as a call and getting the right flop here.
Contempt 007 watching on Twitch asks, any news on the Shabanimal? Nice to see some live Spraggy action. I've no idea if Ali is even in London. He is?
Yeah, saw him at the players' party. I mean, he was out celebrating his 5 on-coup wins.
Yeah, as I referenced at the start of today's broadcast, only 2 PokerStars Team Pros have made it to day 2 of the main event. We've got Spraggy on the main stage, we've got Ramon Kulias out in the field, and this is David Petkovic from Sweden, who's finally arrived, taken his seat assignment at the feature table.
And learning we will start without you. You guys said you would wait.
Now, Joe, you and I talked on the most recent episode of the Poker in the Ears podcast about our streaming schedule from London, which is very straightforward. 5 days of main event coverage, day 2 to the final table. But the thing we also talked about, which is a little bit more detailed, is mini EPT London. So, guys, if you're watching the stream today, we have got 3 low buy-in tournaments that you can play. This online series running on PokerStars. These events starting, and I'll do it in Central European time.
Low buy-in is underselling it.
Okay, well, today's events, for example, we've got $11, a $25, and a $1.10.
Yeah.
Those events starting at 3:15, 6:15, and 8:15 Central European summertime. It's got its own tab in the lobby, so you can't miss it if you open the PokerStars client. And the idea is these are fun games for you to play, an EPT experience, if you like, while watching the EPT. But, and I've saved the most important detail till last, thousands of dollars in added value across this series. WCOOP tickets added to every single prize pool. And when we get to Friday, when we run the mini main event, which is a $5.50 fine, there's an EPT Prague package for the winner.
Wow. That means you get to meet Griffin Benger in person.
Yeah. So as we referenced on the podcast, instead of doing free rolls, we have decided to offer, as far as I'm concerned, more value by contributing more prize money by virtue of tickets.
Cheap rolls? Value rolls?
I mean, that sounds like something you'd buy at Aldi. No, they're just low buy-in tournaments with added value.
Yeah.
We've seen an under-the-gun raise from Ian Hamilton with jacks. He's made it 3,000. And we've got action here from Petkovic. Petkovic with ace-king just calls Griffin.
Who says he wasn't here on time? This feels pretty on time to me. Well, actually, let's see what the rundown is first.
Yeah, definitely not, what the standard play would be here, but just getting to the table, maybe wanting to stay a little under-repped, maybe also not wanting to have to get in these 60 big blinds the first hand you sit down. So pretty interesting here, but not the flop you're looking for, and one that you can actually pretty comfortably get away from, even if you think sometimes this ace high is good. Going to be very difficult to navigate three-handed, so pretty easy to just let it go.
When you're like, I can hit an ace or a king, and a third of those are flush. Okay. So anyway, let's try to justify this now. How about so you just embarrass this guy?
So Petkovic calls the continuation bet. 9 of clubs on the turn. Jack's now an 86% favourite. I guess Hamilton would feel a bit more comfortable on this board if one of those jacks was the jack of spades.
Yeah, but also, as far as jacks are concerned, this is maybe like the 5th or 6th best board you could have.
Check, check on the turn, and the 9 of spades pairs the board. Does put...
Is Petkovic going to...
a flush out there, yeah.
Is Petkovic...
I get the feeling that Petkovic's intentions in this hand aren't to turn that hand into a bluff, which is too bad because you're not going to win here.
You got a showdown, though, huh? You got to win a showdown with it. Something. Man, everyone hates jacks, huh?
I mean, I think there was a couple of ways that Petkovic actually made a mistake there. Showing your hand there is not really necessary. You kind of just advertise to the table that you're flatting ace-king suited. So once you 3-bet, it's going to look
pretty strong.
Pretty strong.
My guess is
pretty weak, right? Because,
my guess is that he's going to be a bit of an unknown quantity.
Yeah.
Based on that, based on whatever he did to not show up on time to day 2 of EPT London, he's probably a bit of a character.
Mm-hmm.
So a slow and steady start to day 2. Tournament clock showing 269 players remaining. field of around 750. A reminder once again that we'll get the confirmed number of entries and the payouts probably during the second session of the day. In fact, the staff have confirmed 749 total entries, one shy of 750. That means the payouts will take too long. Also, I appreciate this isn't quite at the same level of an EPT.
Hey, where do we get our phones back?
But this is officially the second biggest EPT London main event of all
We're
time.
just giving our phones here.
What, did you give your phone to anyone?
Yeah, to a woman. She put some in her bag. But she said we could use them away from the table whenever we need to. I need to because,
Which woman did you give it to?
don't know, one of the TV crew, I guess.
Boo Arm winning that hand.
I was saying Bo
Do you know the name of the person who took our phone?
Bo
Gabby. Do you know where she went to?
In the back pocket.
How do we request our phones then?
I think it's just leave a phone, take a phone policy, right? You just stick your hand in the bag and whatever you get.
Yeah.
I mean, I appreciate the mild inconvenience that players get put through, but I would like to think they would understand why phones are not allowed at the
Seems
big
like they
table.
understand. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be particularly irritable, but like any addiction, you take it away from me for a couple minutes and I start jonesing.
Well, I was going to say, maybe it's a nice little way for all of them to get a break from their phone. Don't we all spend a little too much time on our phone?
No.
Also, focus on the pokers.
Better or
No, when I get that screen report at the end of the week that says like you average 7 hours and 58 minutes of screen time per day, I'm like, we can get that to 8.
Yeah. You like playing the line? People watch it.
I don't.
But if some people do care, then it's good for you, right? Because some people play differently.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll say.
I just become a huge egomaniac.
Yeah, we know.
you can't do it about an audience anymore.
Exactly.
You're not watching, you can't go.
How many people go to their barber and say, give me the Luke Skywalker from Empire Strikes Back?
2, Spraggy and Boo Arm.
You straight tripping, Boo. Chad McVean watching from home. Mentioning our Global Poker Award.
Bless you, Chad. Looking forward to meeting Chad when he comes to the Bahamas next year to play the PSPC.
Oh, I've known Chad a long time.
I don't like much. So that's the question. Oh, no, I don't mind the light. I quite enjoy it.
I think Chad was in the audience for every Cube match that I commentated on the GPL.
I still resent the GPL awards for not winning Moment of the Year for the Kasu fan. I mean, come on!
What did you lose to?
It was Mercier winning something. I know, right?
What's more memorable? Come on.
Tell me about it.
It's like James says, sometimes you got to do these awards years later. See what actually stands the test of time.
Correct.
That Mercier wins like the Shakespeare in Love of...
Or the Crash.
Oh, man.
So we've got Spraggy going to the turn here with 5-3.
And, Spraggy is the only one with a draw here. He finds a nice bet. Maybe ace high would be called here from Borussia sometimes, but the king 10 high, facing that 60+% pot bet could potentially force a fold.
Yeah,
And
what are you supposed to do there? Yeah.
It's supposed to be a Boston call with king high.
Really?
Yeah.
And then
Call again on the river and
station
say,
river.
should have stayed on YouTube, Sprags. That's how I do it, at least.
1/3.
Do you think if you're a poker player and you just don't have that gear at all to call with king high there and then call river, do you think you can min cash?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm mostly teasing. I probably would just check fold there as well.
Twice.
Also, because I know you hate to hear this, but you're not wearing the blockers aren't real shirt today, so I'm going to say it anyway. You do have a 10, which blocks a bunch of those straight draws you might be betting on the turn, like a Spraggy had something like 10-9, 10-7.
Very talented young man.
Less likely he has that. Bit less likely when you have a 10 in your hand, so.
Action has been folded to Ian Hamilton. Table chip leader has ace-king and opens. Makes it 3,000. Jacks on the button for Barusta.
Another ace-king jacks matchup.
Yeah, and 30 big ones effective. You have to imagine that these chips are going to find their way in.
There is the re-raise from Barusta on the button. Makes it 8,000. Spraggy folds the small. Petkovic in the big. King 5 of clubs. That goes in the muck. It's action back on Hamilton.
Is he going to say all in or just put the chips in? What do you think, Joe? Say it. Is he going to do the triangle? Is he going to do the triangle?
He's got too many chips.
Oh, he didn't say it.
He didn't say it.
The trophy. No, not.
So here we go. Classic race underway at the feature table. And right now it is Jonathan the Barista Barusta, who is the statistical favorite, but is the at-risk player.
Like a cappuccino versus a flat white. One of these two things has a slight mathematical advantage.
I'm not ready to go back.
Needs jacks to hold to survive. 5 cards to come.
It's just building some suspense.
Yeah, exactly.
First time, Joe. First time, yeah.
It must be correct.
And it is a king high flop, but there's a jack in the middle. And now Barusta is a 93% favorite to double up.
Couple of diamonds out there.
What's the sweatiest turn card? A 10 of diamonds?
Queen of diamonds.
Ooh, a
Don't
queen
go
is
anywhere.
a little sweaty.
Okay, so 4 cards that Barusta has to fade.
Any 10s about?
It's the 6 of diamonds pairing the board, and that will see Barusta double up through Hamilton. And that means Jonathan Barusta is up to 97k, pretty much tied
Yeah, yes, exactly.
with Hamilton, who's got 100k, and Guy Taylor becomes the table chip leader with his 78 big blind stack. We're only 15 minutes into the day, only 15 minutes into the first blind level of day 2 of this EPT London main event.
I remember having a good time. Remember that? Having a good time?
Oh, come on, smile.
It's been a while, yeah.
No, I like it.
Before COVID,
When I was a younger man. Fun that those typos with the binding.
yeah,
And there's another binding.
yeah, exactly. It's great.
Yeah.
And also, I don't know, this tournament that is today, the 3,000.
So 260 odd players
Yeah.
remaining from the 749 who started.
Yeah.
Confirmed prize pool and payouts still to come. World famous bubble coverage expected this evening. As we see Ian Hamilton in action here with ace-9 of clubs. Opens from the hijack, 3,000 to play.
Spraggy's interested.
Yeah, Spraggy calling on the button with king-queen offsuit. And ace-5 suited, artisanal sourdough for Guy Taylor.
Yeah, probably expect Taylor to just complete here, but it's kind of a nice spot to just pop it up.
It does just call, and we're going 3-way to the flop.
We just hate to find Spraggy was in fact trapping there, so don't mind just the call.
10-5-4, pair of 5s for Taylor. I guess this classifies as domination rotation in Taylor's favor.
This feels like such an insult when you have king queen and don't hit a pair.
This was not the deal.
Yeah, this is no. At least it's not ace high, so your pair might still be good if you can somehow get to a turn or whatever.
Spraggy gets out of the way as Hamilton C-bet is called by Taylor, and we go to the turn.
Hamilton really hoping for club or some sort of high card that you can continue repping. Not the 5, which completes a lot of the range Taylor would be calling with on the flop, and does in fact have.
Yeah, Taylor now with trips and 100% on this pot.
When you say does complete a lot of Taylor's range, what other hands besides 5s? What, like you're saying, like 10s and 5s
like
now?
10x, you know, some 6, 7s are the kind of hands that you might have. Something like ace 3 or ace 2 with backdoor flush draw might call the flop here. So, but the range is often split between sort of having a 5 and a 10 a lot of the time. So with that 5 coming, it's like, oh, well, shoot, he's never going to fold a 10 or a 5 here, obviously, so it's going to be hard for me to barrel. Whereas if the turn was you know, an 8 or a queen, you might just bet again and fold out a 5.
Oh.
So a fair few eliminations already, and that means tables are breaking, and that means we've got a new player coming to the main stage. Taking the empty seat at our feature table is Alexios Zervos from Greece. Zervos playing 73.5k. Guy Taylor still table chip leader. Spraggy hovering around the 30 big blind mark. Sammartino still the shorty. Sammartino down to just over 10 big blinds. I'm calling it, guys. Darius Sammartino's in the danger zone.
Danger zone! Danger zone!
Yeah. I don't know, the early hours are good.
Boo arm opening under the gun.
Is that really how you say it? B-O is boo?
Yeah, in Swedish.
I was saying boo alm. Every time, I can't.
Wait, are you saying boo alm or boo earns?
I was saying boo alm.
So Zervos is the razor here because Arm decided to limp under the gun, a move commonly known as the Gibbons. Action back on Arm, and if he calls this raise with a dominated hand, we will see a double Gibbons executed.
No, this,
love a double Gibbons. Later, I'm going to go over to the London Zoo just to check out the double Gibbons.
Arm does call. He's out of position, doesn't have the betting lead, is dominated.
Boo. Oh.
Checks to Zervos. And Arm calls the 4,000. I guess he has a gut shot.
Oh, that's a raise. Little cheeky. Play it as the aggressor.
Well, the raise gets called, and now he's down to 7%. Granted, there is nearly a 20% chance of a split pot here, with the 4 cards straight on board.
You got to get to showdown, though, my dude.
Zervos makes it 12.5k.
Nice hand.
And Arm folds.
You're gonna feel good about winning that hand, right?
Oh yeah.
But then also you're also gonna. I probably didn't call out anything much better.
An ace high? For sure. I mean, let's just say Boam there, or Boam. Might have been check raising like a 9 to see where he's at there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to bet that out when the
oh,
of
course. I just don't think that a 9's going to fold.
I don't know. The 10 is now a straight. It's like that's representing 15% of his stack. It's scary out there when you
totally
have a top pair on a 4-card liner.
I think you know more about this than I do. So my
wake up on the train.
Obstinance is not
I
arrogant.
don't like it.
Yeah, I just think, there are some spots like that where I know what you mean. You bet and then the guys quickly fold. You just think, oh, well. Maybe they just have,
Third
but there's
time's
so
a
few
charm.
hands, right? Queen Jack, King Jack are
The
really
Alexa
the only
didn't wake me
ones.
up.
That's fair.
Yeah.
The phone didn't wake me up, but the Alexa downstairs woke me up somehow.
San Martino going for it from the small blind, getting it in. That's the interesting thing too, is when you're in these hands where players take unconventional lines against you. There's a lot of, it's like a puzzle that you're trying to fill that's often difficult. Like, might have just been check raising ace 7 there because saw the small bet and has, like, you know, bottom pair on the flop. You know, you still want to fold out these kind of hands. San Martino looks like he doesn't want to be short stacked.
Depends on the person or not, because many that joins a lot of EPTs never comes to sit on the field anyway.
Only 30 minutes into the day, 255 players remaining, and pocket threes under the gun for Brewster. Fasto asks, is Maria playing or casting in London? Maria is going for a role in the new Steven Spielberg movie, which he's shooting at Elstree. Maria is not here in London, but thanks to the miracles of modern technology, will be joining us on the stream a bit later on this evening.
No, in Sweden. Can we get one?
But, you know, it is like,
why not?
what, 4 a.m. there for now? We're going to let her have some
gamblers.
sleep first.
Yeah, Maria's
I mean, some of them are good,
not
obviously.
getting up at 5 a.m. for this.
No.
I don't think so. Maybe it's a license issue.
Barista with the
It'd be a
aggression
nice
lead.
place to have one, right?
There's one in Copenhagen, Denmark. Right?
The barista.
Berlin.
It's only like 40 minutes with our train to our part of Sweden. So it's really close to Copenhagen. We have like 45 minutes from our town.
Everyone who speaks about Copenhagen says it's one of the nicest, best cities in the world. Like, incredible to visit. It's like really good time.
Copenhagen is an amazing city.
I've heard the hot dogs are amazing there.
Like Scandinavia,
Yeah,
but
now-
that depends what you like.
The hot dogs from the service station across the road from where the EPT used to be held
Quite
were
there is restrictions called
legendary, but there are some much nicer places to go, including one of the world's best restaurants if you actually go across the bridge into the centre of Copenhagen. Queens for Zervos.
The Golden Arches.
He has raised under the gun. It's round to the blinds. Hamilton with Queen 7 of hearts in the small.
So unlucky for Zervos. Hamilton's got one of his outs.
Folds.
Helsingborg. Så det
And now Barusta
Malmö lite mer grötigt kan jag tycka, lite mer.
with 9-3 of hearts.
Any suited cards, or can we fold this?
Du själv är från...
With the big blind ante, it's tough to let it go, but
Oh, I hate this.
Yella asking on YouTube, how much was the starting stack? 30k, 30,000 starting stack in EPT main events. As we see a 9 high flop dealt here, and that is not going to be a booster for Barusta.
Yes, it's upgraded version of English.
Zervis.
Somehow both a bad board and a good board at the same time for 9-3. Oh, jeepers.
Gosh.
That
Come on.
is a booster for Barusta. 2 pair now, and nothing for Zervos to really think too hard on here.
Yeah, expect to see a bet on the bigger side here to get value from those weaker hands, protect against all those hands that have those draws. Going to be some river cards that he reserves the right to check back. But
No. Cut his mic. Cut his mic, please.
It's
I will say that you at least waited for it to be somewhat appropriate and contextualized this time. You're learning, Griffin.
So, yeah, no reason really for Barista to... Oh, my goodness!
Yeah, but, like, who wins, though?
And how does this work?
Like, I know who's going to win if there's a showdown,
Yeah,
but, I mean...
this is a
should
very
go check, right?
flushy board, and
I have top set.
I mean, Zerg
It's unreal, that
like,
run out.
Zerg was like, I have top set, and I can't bloody bet it.
Yeah.
You can hear it in his voice.
Yeah. But he feels fortunate. No, got away with one there.
I feel like, 9-3 now feels like it got bad beat.
Yeah. This guy cracked my 2 pair.
Only online, am I right, guys?
Preemptive. Get a little excited sometimes.
So I was real dumb last night, guys. It was late. I should have gone to bed, and I decided to watch episode 9 of House of the Dragon. You know what happens when you watch good TV? Then you want to watch more good TV. So then I went and watched Andor, and that was so good. So I was kind of buzzing from it, and I went to sleep for a while, woke up, and then there was a message on my iPad that said, House of the Dragon, episode 10 is now available. So I watched that from like 2 to 3 in the morning.
Nice.
All of it's so good. Not a single, like, bang, bang, bang. 3 hours of great
good
TV.
content. It's like it's the 2 best, sort of high-budget nerd shows out right now.
We've got 3-way action here. Petkovic just limped pre. The blinds getting cheap. Spraggy's had enough.
Weren't the Petkovic shop boys from around here?
King 4-4. No, they're from the northeast of England.
England.
1,500.
I like that Petkovic is betting this. You don't get boards that much really better than the way it's kind of paired here against weak ranges. And, there's always going to be a turn card that gets people interested, whether it's a club or a card that gives them a straight draw they can bet, or one that just pairs them up. So nice little takedown. If you're going to play it as a limp, I like the bet.
Joe on YouTube asked how many players left. 250 players remain. So that means 2/3 of the starting field is gone. 749 total entries in this EPT London main event, making it the second biggest EPT ever held in London. 250 remaining. And again, just to reiterate, with registration closing at the start of day 2, the tournament team clearly just crossing the T's, dotting the I's, and we will get the payouts published pretty soon. Learn how many are going to make the money and when we are going to hit the bubble, which is likely to be later today.
All right, Griffin, here you go. When was the first biggest EPT London?
Wow, that's a really good question. I'm not sure I can answer it.
I was kind of counting.
2012.
Change to know the answer because I don't know either.
Oh, Griffin, you picked the 1 year when there wasn't an EPT London.
Oh.
There were 2 in 2013, but none in 2012, just because of where it got moved in this calendar year.
Let's give him early 2013 for that answer.
Yeah.
Then.
Okay.
That's fair. Bump me up.
No, I don't think that would have been the biggest. I want to say it's going to be around the kind of...
I would say like 09.
09, that kind of time.
That would be my guess.
So we do have that limp strategy again from Petkovic. Not the kind of hand you want to be limping out of the gun for a variety of reasons. Because the kind of hands that are going to be behind you are going to be better. And this is a great example. You look at Ace-Jack, Queen-Jack.
So actually, it was 2010. It was the second year that it was held at the Hilton Metropole on Edgware Road. It was the year that David Van Plu won. Interestingly, that was the year when the EPT London main event doubled as the UK IPT Grand Final. Had a field of 848.
Hamilton getting too good a price here to let go. I mean, it's the kind of hand you want to see 3 with anyway.
Yeah, I know.
But 4,500 to 11,000 is a great price.
Interesting. Even out of position.
Yeah, think about the sizing there. To 9,000 would just be double. I mean, we're talking about, not even a 2.5x 3-bet. This is a hand that flops really well. You're not always going to be dominated in this fashion. Sometimes you're going to be up against, ace-king. Sometimes it's going to be ace-10. So,
well, check on the flop. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Ace high, 4-1 favorite. Hamilton with the open-ended straight draw.
now Hamilton with the situation. Very difficult to rep this board. You're going to have draws so often. You're hoping to just get another free card. You also don't want to be trapped by some checkbacks. Like sometimes aces and kings will mix in some checks to induce some bluffs on the turn. And now the very strange small bet from Barusta, giving such a good price for Hamilton.
And Hamilton calls this hand going to the river. And we have got a pot of 43,500.
Jack. Ooh.
It's a queen on the river. So it is a rotation situation. Not the straight for Hamilton, but a pair of queens to go with the nines on board. Checks again to Barusta.
Now you're sitting there thinking, okay, I'm definitely not winning with my ace high. If I want a hand like sevens or eights to fold, I'm going to have to bet this and rep something.
Feels quite small though, Griffin. 14 into more than 40?
Yeah, the sizing here is not going to do the trick. You're getting such a nice price, even if you did have something like a pair.
You don't think Hamilton's going to miss his shot?
I also feel that Barusta went tall here where he needed to go venti.
Nice.
Got them both.
Yeah.
That's it for everybody. It's been a great week here in London. Good night. Shappy asks, shot clock at any point of the tournament? Yes, thank you for your question.
From the start of day 3.
With Ambassador Poker. With the complaint. Here. We can show them that they can support me also.
Very surprised Hamilton's taking this long.
Yeah.
Makes the call.
You win.
He bazookas that Barusta. And Hamilton is back up over 125k, playing more than 80 bigs as Barusta drops down below the 40 big blind mark. And we're going to take a look around the room. I mentioned that the start of day chip leader was a player by the name of Ole Schemion. Another event, another new look.
Really does reinvent himself constantly.
Sonic the Hedgehog gonna look.
Also out in the fields, Mustafa Kanit.
Consistent.
As is Sam Greenwood. And while we're doing our roundup of Canadian high rollers, how about Timothy Adams? Another consistent player and a former EPT champion. A Triple Crown winner, Davide Katai. And as you referenced earlier, Griffin, plenty of locals in this event, plenty of UK players. And one of the biggest pros in the UK is Charlie Carroll. And he's giving us a wave. Oh, Charlie, you cheeky chappy.
Said something so nice about me on Twitter this week.
Oh, yeah.
He also says some other stuff on Twitter that's a little bit off, so maybe...
Oh, because we'll say it outside the box. Here.
So maybe his analysis of your commentary...
Oh,
whoa,
hey, not everyone has to be right about everything all the time.
Come on, it's day 1, James.
It's a good point, though. I didn't really think of that.
I didn't make that connection.
Oh,
They have given to play also that one.
So Dario Sammartino folding king 4 under the gun. He's hovering around the 10 big blind mark right now.
Above the 10 big blind mark, though. Let's be specific, because that is key.
Button raise from the Spragster. 3,000. Finds a customer in Petkovic who has the dominating ace. Not much for Spraggy to be excited about on that board.
You just auto c-bet here, or is this going to hit the small blind's calling range enough that maybe you try to get a free turn card and get a club or something?
Yeah, it doesn't smash the small blind flatting range so much because there are a lot of like sort of king jack, king 10 suiteds as well that technically haven't, you know, reached base. But when you think about some of the hands, there are going to be some 9-10 suited, jack 10 suited, some jack 10 offs, and then all of those queen combos. So
yeah,
you know, I don't mind the check back here from Spraggy.
Is it close? Check back or c-bet?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I think probably be more inclined to bet maybe a queen 6-7. Just the way that 8 interacts with that queen can make it a bit difficult to navigate.
Because of the 9-10s and jack 10s.
Yeah. Now, I think Spraggy probably needs to bet this king just because you're going to be losing to some better ace highs like exactly what Petkovic has, ace-9 or an ace-10. You want 6s to be folded out here sometimes, 3s, 4s, but doesn't go for it and loses that pot. And you can see the, you know, a bit of regret there, expecting Petkovic to probably fold to a bet, but didn't fire.
Right, because I guess even though there's going to be king jacks in the small blind, there's not going to be, and maybe king 10s, there's not going to be a ton of like random kings, right? It's not going to be like a lot of king 5s and
and
king
you would have heard,
suited.
probably would have heard from a queen on the turn, and probably would have heard from a king on the river. So, but it's hard when you're navigating this short stack. You don't want to just bet into it there and get called.
Right.
So there is an hour to go, or just under an hour rather, until the first of the mini EPT London event
Hiding
starts.
the pain well.
It is an $11 PKO with added WCOOP tickets. The prize pool is guaranteed at $30,000, plus the top 16 finishers are all going to get WCOOP tickets. The winner is going to get a 1K ticket. That was going to get you into the medium buy-in main event.
What I like about these low buy-ins, but with like free roll money added to it, is that remember when we used to do the free rolls, it would be like 1,500 added or whatever it is.
Yes.
And it'd be 30,000 players or 20,000, whatever it is, and then you finish like 80th place for like $1. This is going to have the prize pool attached to it, plus the added money. So you're going to get regular payouts commensurate with the buy-in, plus all the added stuff. I don't know. I kind of like it. I know there's some folks out there that don't have $1, right, that want to play a pure free roll, but I feel like that price point's pretty cool. Monotone.
Yeah, this is not good news for Dario Sammartino. We've referenced a few times Dario is super short. He has flop top pair here, but it is the heart flush for Spraggy.
Yeah, you kind of need to play this as a check shove, I think, if you're Sammartino. You know, there's 8,500 in there. You have less than 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio. You're super under-repped because a lot of your aces would have just shoved pre-flop. You're going to expect Spraggy to continue here with a lot of the range and, you know, with like one heart, or you don't want to lose to pocket sevens with the 7 of hearts here. But just as plays it as a call, which is interesting. I mean, maybe just wants that
Miraculous?
preservation and finding a way out of the hand. I mean, look at that.
Royal flush draw.
I guess you have to take into consideration the principle of, you know, you're only going to get called here when you're dominated if you do check shove on the flop. So may as well just keep those bluffs in and call down, or find a way to fold, as Sammartino is going to be able to get here on this turn. So nice survival instincts here from Dario. And this bet representing about 40% of Sammartino's stack.
No.
So So
we found all that justification for why he'd play it that way on the flop. I find it hard to believe that he does any more damage.
Well, the thing
on this turn.
Yeah, the thing that's difficult.
He does. Wow.
You see the call, and the reason why we see this call is because, Spraggy is representing incredibly thin by betting this turn, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like if you had the 9 of hearts or the 7 of hearts here, you wouldn't really be betting for value. You'd be checking. So that's why Spraggy is betting the queen, because it's such a thin range of representation that San Marino.
But Spraggy does have the 7 of hearts.
I know. He has both. Yeah.
Obviously, Spraggy betting enough here to put Sammartino all in. Made that call on the turn, Griffin, which was what, 5,500, leaving himself 8k behind, and now facing this river shove.
Is this the wrong question to ask? But like, is Spraggy ever bluffing here? Is this ever a bluff when Dario's?
I don't think Spraggy or in general a lot of people have this particular bluff in their range.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like maybe this is something at the super high roller level you'll see where it's like the really thin sort of representation on the turn, and then let's just follow through on the river when there's little to no fold equity. But when you're playing in the main event, players aren't usually doing these really, really audacious bluffs, and that's the smile of a man who had the nuts.
Yeah.
And got more chips than he probably should have.
Well, Sammartino now down to 8k, so fewer than 5 big blinds. Spraggy up over 30 bigs. We are 45 minutes into the level, so halfway through the first level of the day. Around 240 players remaining in the main event. I'm hearing 2 important pieces of information. We should get the prize pool information before the first break of the day. That is now being finalized. Secondly, and I guess a less good piece of news, because players are busting quite quickly, this table is likely to break during the next session of play. So when we do hit the first break, we are going to have to change feature table.
Yeah.
New blood.
It's probably 15 or 20.
It's something that I just want to say there about the last hand is that Dario's sitting there, what we would assume is thinking, right? He's just taking a minute, and I'm like, well, this is never a bluff. Dario might not have ever been close to calling at all there, but just taking his time and thinking everything through.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dario is in the small blind this hand. It has been folded to him.
Well, good luck.
All in with King 3, 10-4 for Boo Om.
Man, might get this through here. 5 big blinds. There's
any stream team spots open?
No bounty here or anything, so that is a bad hand.
Yes, no.
Yeah. Used to.
Roger that, right? 10-4 joke.
Oh, yeah. Over and out, good buddy.
Him like 5 times.
That's true?
Yeah.
What's your name on Twitch?
I can't tell you now.
He did it.
A call.
I don't know.
Okay, so Sammartino at risk with the best hand. Arm does have live cards.
Getting big time.
Arm really wants to bust the guy from the World Series.
If I double you up, you owe me like 5 raids. Is that good? Over the course of the year. Oh, no.
Flop is Jack 8-8. So far, so good for Sammartino. King High still the best hand.
But amazingly, look at that percentage.
Okay.
So many great turn cards here for Om. With that 10 of hearts.
The food.
In play.
Oh, wow.
And coats.
Oh, no.
One of them.
That 9 on the turn does give Arm the straight draw. Now he's got 12 outs. Queens, 10s, 7s and 4s. Is it too many outs, Dario?
Arrivederci.
It's the 3. Sammartino survives.
Back up to 11 big blinds.
I can't tell you that. It'll spoil it. I know soon. I had pocket fours, no heart. King 10 8. 8 10 8. King king.
Yeah, he's lying. Why are you looking at me like that, Joe?
I either had that or I had queen 7 1/2.
Oh, there he is.
One of the two. Oh, come on.
Or none.
Pocket fours, no heart. This is cruel.
So glad we got a close-up there of Boo's intimate grooming session.
Well, that's the game, isn't it?
He's a sick bluff if you don't.
It seemed more like he was so into Spraggy's story that he was like stroking his face while he did it. Oh, yeah.
Barista the barista.
Pocket fours.
Yeah, Jack 10 suited under the gun.
Yay or nay with this under the gun?
Oh, yeah.
Yay.
Yay.
Offsuit, nay.
Offsuit, nay.
On-suit, yay.
On-suit, yay.
Okay. Where? I wish I had my Post-it notes.
I mean, we all have to factor in that you're performing to your audience, right? So
Showing off.
His audience.
The percentage of bluffs just goes below.
This is not Twitch.tv. What is it? Twitch.tv/Spraggy.
And said you knew you were behind anyway.
Never good hand. Good down.
Is Spraggy still in though?
I just love the idea that Spraggy would care enough for his audience to do anything differently.
Got a bluff for no bluff.
Quite annoyingly, Om is going to lead out.
Who?
Pretty stiff bet if I'm reading the amounts correctly. That looks like 8,000 to 9.
as well.
Oh, no, it's 2,500. And quite
man
easy
usually
call
wanna
there.
bluff.
Barista sipping a latte.
So the lead out unorthodox there happens to lead out into like one of the best hands he could be leading out into though. Which is kind of cool.
Now it's 7,500. Starting to understand what all the chips are worth.
Expensive thought.
We're here, baby. EPT.
Lifetime. You keep on paying people.
I keep believing people. I gotta check every time. No?
Yeah, you would hate to fold here and be, you know, your opponent ended up having ace 6 of spades or a queen jack. River changes nothing, and gonna check.
Huh.
And the barista is running out of coffee beans.
He's down to 25 bigs. Up to 60 bigs.
So you go back to a normal table at the next level, right?
About 40 minutes left on the level. 40 minutes till the first break of the day.
Especially with that coat on it.
Yeah, sorry. All right.
Let's set the table up and then you show up with that and they're like,
Oh, yeah.
rotate him out. Can't be dealing with it.
I feel ill, so I kind of need it.
All those innovations before her and so.
Oh, shit, yeah. I need someone to go on there and just state that it's not real fur. Yeah. Fucking hell.
The animal rights.
Almond milk in this coffee, okay? All right, come on, guys.
Call.
Petkovic carrying on with the limping strategy,
Give me a
Griffin.
He's bottled it.
Give me a complex. You know.
Yeah,
Oh,
you know,
less offensive
pocket
one.
twos. May as well just like
Jacket was in the jacket.
I mean, I think you're
Sometimes
supposed
go
to
the
like
hotel. Come straight here, you know?
fold
For
at this
everything.
sort of stacked up a lot of the time in early position with small pocket pairs.
This is the one.
Real snakeskin as well.
But
Real sick man.
as far as the kind of hands we have seen Petkovic
Yeah.
limp, I would prefer to limp this one than
a lot of
something like Queen
taxidermy
10
in my
off.
house.
You know, at least this one has some potential to do some damage.
Yeah.
And ducks do fly together, James.
God.
Well, deuces are still good on this board. And it's Barista who decides to bet after Hamilton checks.
It's on tilt.
Are you saying that Barista is steaming?
Oh. Never heard a joke that's so good and so bad at the same time.
Really?
Frothy.
You of all people.
I'm kidding.
Frothy.
It's my whole thing.
Okay, so now we've got a couple of flush draws out there. The 10 high flush draw, the deuce high flush draw.
Too high flush draw. I like it.
Such a vibe.
Otherwise known as flush draw.
So, check, check. 3 of diamonds on the river. Deuce is somehow the best hand.
How many Starbucks are you going to bet?
Barusta's millions.
10K into a pot of 10K.
And a very difficult spot for Pekovic because none of this hand really makes sense as a bluff. You'd have to put hands like this in Barusta's range here, which is difficult to do. Why would Barusta just lead this flop with something like Jack 10 high?
Yeah. Fewer than 230 people remaining now. That means an average stack of around 100K. Spraggy first to act. Fold 7-5 offsuit. Round to Dario Sammartino, who's still short. 8-7 offsuit in the hijack. Folds. Round to the button. Ian Hamilton. Queen 4. And now it's Jonathan the Barusta in the small blind. Starts the hand with a 30 big blind stack, has ace 10.
Conor McGregor over that fur.
Is that just a limp in? A complete?
Yeah. Okay.
I think it is.
Yeah.
Done with it.
The raise
Oh!
Nice.
from Zervos and the fold from Barusta.
No,
the other way around.
limp shove.
Oh.
Yeah. The old
Limp,
shove.
raise, shove,
I mean,
fold.
that happened so quickly, it was very hard to keep track.
Anything good?
Better than mine. Better than
Not much for a tournament playing.
See that?
2 pumps, no whip.
No, same. Not much performance there. I mean, I play a lot of them.
More online.
I played a lot this year, a lot of EPT. Covered a little bit. All the world.
Spraggy talking about how much live poker he's played this year. This is Spraggy's 3rd EPT main event. The first he played was in Monte Carlo, he cashed. The second, Barcelona, he cashed. He's trying to go 3 for 3, Griff.
The answer is always yes. Spraggy is still in.
Until he goes out just after we make the money.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in Cash Wizard.
And then, I want to say he's got previous for doing, like, cashing with like 8 or 9 big blinds, laddering, and then going out shortly thereafter. Which, by the way, obviously it's not your like ultimate fantasy, but to consistently be doing that is impressive.
Yeah.
How many people just brick
That's
20 tournaments in a row?
It's exactly what he did in the PSPC and
Yeah.
exactly what he did in Monte Carlo as well. So we've only caught one of Brewster's cards here, the 10 of diamonds. He raised the button, Spraggy's defended his big blind, and we have Jack 3-3 on the flop.
I won't know if he's truly a Barusta or not until he starts getting people's names wrong.
I would love to see a check raise here from Spraggy. I know it's difficult to find on such a short stack, but you know, you have that Queen of Spades in your hand, so you have some playability if your opponent does decide to just call your raise.
5,000 bet for Sproggy.
You know, you only really have to make it about 13,000, but it's tough to do. I mean, you know, in the moment, I don't even know if I'd be willing to do it. You know, because we can see Barusta did have that 10 of diamonds. Unlikely that, you know, he had something that could defend against a check raise. Like the Spraggy thought about it.
Okay, so it seems that we're now in a position to talk facts and figures and, crucially, numbers with pound signs in front of them. Tournament director Toby Stone is on the floor to reveal the all-important prize pool information. Go, Toby.
Okay, attention main event players, we have a confirmed prize pool for you. We had 749 total entries, generating a prize pool of £3,632,650. 111 places are paid. 111th will receive £8,500, and the winner of EPT London will take home £664,400. They're up on the screen now for you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Toby Stone. So 111 is the magic number. That's when we're going to start paying players. Bubble will be at 112. That's when we'll go hand for hand.
The Stone Bubble.
Min cash of 8.5k. Up top, £664,400. Granted, the pound is not worth as much as it once was, but that's still more, I think, when you convert it into euros or dollars.
It's still impossible to fold in your pocket.
Yeah, and it's about 4.5 million Canadian, so I'm just, wow.
Right now we are at 223 from the 749 who started.
I'm just glad I have it in my contract. I get paid in cougar ends.
Yeah, I live here, so I play everything.
Oh, we thought it too.
Yeah, I play everything that's here.
Come on, Griffin.
Oh, there's another one. There's a show. What was the show on Netflix with the redhead girl?
Vegas.
She's great.
Well, we've got tens against jacks here.
Ooh.
How many hours a week is your contract?
Russian doll.
So
thing.
Hamilton opened from the hijack. Petkovic defended his big blind, and it went check bet call on the flop. Hamilton raised a 3k pre. He bet 3k on the flop. And now, still a low board with both players thinking they probably have the best hand.
Great card, actually, for Petkovic to lose less money. I think Hamilton's going to be, inclined to check back this turn some of the time, being worried about that big blind 6 that Petkovic so often is going to have. Petkovic really under-repped with these 10s, would have had to call down on a lot of different runouts. Hamilton is going to go for a bet, and I like that too because, if your opponent does check raise you, they probably almost always have it, but you're going to get some value from, maybe something like 7-8 called you on the flop with that gut shot that might call here with that pair and a gut shot, or if your opponent has 10-8 of spades is going to want to continue and pay this bet off. Maybe a 5 doesn't believe you, thinking you're repping so thin betting this board and would call you again. So it's going to get that action. I really like this bet from Hamilton. And now you can probably comfortably just check back now that something like Ace-5 is filled in. But you're about to win a 31,500 chip pot.
I'd like to do more Hamilton references, but I didn't really care for the show, and I don't really remember any of the lyrics.
Well, that hand went to Showdown and sees Hamilton add 17,000 to his stack, retakes the chip lead at this feature table, 138,500. A reminder that we will be going on break inside of 30 minutes, and we will be changing the feature table during that break. There will be a new lineup on the main stage. That lineup to be revealed.
I don't think we could do better than Hamilton and Barusta and Boo Al. As far as name jokes are concerned.
Yeah.
Unless there's a guy out there named Larry Vagina or
then everyone
something
covers
the table.
you're the mark.
The first 2 levels, no bounty.
He busted day one.
That makes sense.
Yeah. And the jacks all the time.
I'm not sure.
Hamilton trying to reestablish
very
table
split
captaincy
thing.
after losing that big flip early on to
So
the
it's
Barusta.
10 bigs if you bind day 2.
Gotten all the way back up to 135,000 after being under 100K.
That would
Barusta,
make
a very
I might be
callable
wrong, but
hand
make-
here. King Queen suited. Fair fight going to the flop.
Well, let's see if anyone else comes along for the ride.
Yeah.
Nope, blinds folding.
Yeah, no. It's okay.
Ooh.
Wow,
What a board for Barusta. Top pair plus street flash poker has the straight flush draw. Hamilton,
to the money today,
second pair top kicker and a straight draw of his own.
Yeah.
And Hamilton is going to continue this flop.
Must have changed.
Joe, check out this badass flop, man.
It was a long time since I played one of these, but I think money was day free.
Royal Street Flash.
Royal Street Flash. Hamilton, you know, does have the mid pair on the Broadway draw. You are technically drawing to the nuts, but when you think about the kind of range that Barusta has here flatting under the gun 1 and electing to raise this board, you're really not doing that well against the range. There is going to be some ace queens that flat pre, you know, something like a set of 10s. Even just king queen off, you're not doing particularly good against. Certainly not against king queen of diamonds, but there it is!
Oh, no!
Oh,
Street Flash! It finally happened.
Someone get the fire extinguisher. Oh my goodness. And unfortunately, I don't imagine that this will go to Showdown, so we have to hope that the barista has some bravado and would be prepared to show the world. I mean, we can see, the world knows. We want to see the player reaction.
Oh, he'll show it.
I don't
when
know.
Hamilton folds this bet of 7,500 on the turn, Barista will show.
I'm going to say he doesn't show. Joe, you're the tiebreaker.
He's going to show.
Okay.
He is exactly the type of player who will show.
Everyone votes.
Everyone is the type of player
Everyone
who will
vote
show.
on Twitch and YouTube.
Nobody mucks a straight flush. You'd be a psychopath.
Yeah. How many baristas do you know?
Even Eric Seidel would show a straight flush.
He might even smile.
Well, let's not push it, James.
There's the fold.
Come on.
Show it.
Prove me right.
Come on.
Oh, gosh.
Oh!
Round of drinks for Griffin.
Boring Barista.
A round of drinks being a cappuccino, a macchiato,
I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional.
and a frappuccino. Come on.
No, I love myself too much, so that's why.
Yeah, good comment from Holton. He doesn't even seem that excited about having that hand. Is it possible he thought he just had a flush?
No.
Is it possible he didn't quite realize how rare that hand is?
People misread their hands all the time. Happens all the time.
I'll tell you what I would have loved to have happened. He got up from the table with his card and said, Street Flash! And then thrown them down.
Did the little dance?
Yeah, did the little Street Flash dance.
That did not happen.
No, it didn't.
So just over 20 minutes left on this level, 218 players remaining. And action has been folded at the feature table to Spraggy, King, Queen of clubs, the crunchiest of the King Queens. And that is a raise from the cutoff. Spraggy makes it 3K.
A little eye work there from...
Ooh. Now, interestingly, Sammartino has a hand commonly known as the Spraggy, Ace-7 offsuit.
And what's also interesting to point out is that the last time we were at this cutoff big blind situation with this exact chip stack, you know, Spraggy had opened the Queen 7 suited, so Sammartino now with a better ace is going to elect to just put it in there and getting Snap not happy, but seeing that it's actually ahead.
Just
barely.
Yeah, Spraggy describes it as a fair fight, practically a flip. The Spraggy for Sammartino, King Queen for Spraggy. I know it's confusing. Bear with me.
Yeah. Isn't it weird how statistically Dario is ahead by 5%, but every single time I would take the King Queen suited? Like, even though the math tells me
it's just way more fun.
I would lose.
Ace-7's so boring.
I would lose in the long run.
Well, Ace High is holding right now, plus that is a wheel draw for Sammartino.
The Queen is always on the turn.
Boring, isn't it?
Always.
Not for
I've
you.
never seen it not hit the turn here.
Turn card is the ace of clubs. Top pair for San Martino. The flush draw for Spraggy.
Just put the 4 out there.
It's very generous.
I can take 4.
4.
Dario gets the double up unless there is a club on the river. He's got to fade that flush. He's fine.
You do.
So it seems that the Spraggy is not actually that bad a hand after all, assuming it's not Spraggy playing it.
It turns out it's Spraggy that's bad, and not the Spraggy.
And Sammartino doubles up to 22 bigs, meaning Spraggy now becomes the shortest stack at the feature table with just 17 bigs.
Plenty of chips, especially for a net like Spraggy.
Sreiberg, 1989. Is this the same Sammartino who finished second at the World Series of Poker Main Event in 2019? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Same Martino. I did want to read a little comment here from the audience. From someone named WV. Who said, I've listened to Joe Stapleton so much in my life, but this is the first time hearing him live. Should I give WV a shout out?
If WV asked for a shout out?
No. But wouldn't it be cool if, like, the first time they're ever... You know, I'm not going to do it. The moment's passed. So close.
Zervos.
Wait till they find out we're on a delay. It's not actually live.
It's raised with 9-8 of spades.
Oh, and Petkovic going against his grain, folding the ace-6 suited. Seen a lot of speculative hands played by Petkovic, but for some reason, suited ace in position is worse than the queen-10 under the gun.
So this is what Spraggy's going to look like in 5 years.
Yeah.
Boot arm calling at the raise with king-3. And that's a pretty solid board for the 9-8.
Also would have been a solid board for the ace-6 of diamonds.
So raising with 9-8 suited, yay or nay? I'm going to ask these questions a lot. I'm very interested in opening ranges in tournament poker at this point.
9-8 suited is an excellent raise at the, I guess, effectively the hijack here. It's good. Very nice.
Okay, good.
You want to be balanced with all those other kinds of hands you're raising with. You know, obviously all the strong ones and then the Broadway combinations. You want to mix in some 9-8 suited, especially when you have some chips to work with.
Zervos is home and hosed here. He checked back the flop, made a delayed c-bet on the turn of 5,000.
Flops a pair, turns a straight, rivers trips. I mean, that's like a whole year's worth of hands for me.
Yeah, Boham not playing this hand particularly well here. Calling on the turn with just that open-ended straight draw on a 3-diamond board. And Zervos going to have to go for some value here. Won't get a customer in the king-3 off, but, you know, you want to get called here by a queen or a jack.
Not going to get called by king high.
Not today.
Maybe Wednesday.
Maybe Wednesday.
It's 2 double up. Nice, go right.
Tom Zervos.
Why?
Row.
I'll bluff chip, right? So you need to put a bit more, you know.
One raid? Damn. Can it be like during WQ Sunday or something? Jesus. No, has to be.
You right? No deal?
So now
No
less
deal.
than
No,
half an hour to go until the first mini EPT London event starts online. It's an $11 PKO with added WCOOP tickets. If that's not your bag, baby, there's a $25 event later on this afternoon. And this evening there is a $1.10 hyper. And I should highlight that there are WCOOP tickets added to the prize pool of all of these events. And by the way, if you're sat there thinking, hold on a second,
Yes.
why are you giving away WCOOP tickets in October? WCOOP was in September. WCOOP Take 2. We're rerunning the final weekend of WCOOP. Obviously, the main events didn't run in September, so they now have boosted guarantees. There are now additional satellites and tickets being added to those satellites. And we're going to run those main events on Sunday, the 6th of November. And Griffin, you're going to join us for our live coverage on the 7th, 8th, and 9th.
Absolutely. Can't wait.
I mean, it makes sense, right? It is the winter championship of online poker.
Yeah,
taking place in October, September never made sense to me.
I haven't. I don't know that yet, so don't tell them. I think I'm going home to stream, but
Oh, it's the world championship. It says there.
no, wouldn't
But
be
then
me.
why would it be in November
no.
during the winter?
Thanksgiving
I'm sure
is
it's just a
also
problem.
Thanksgiving.
Maybe it's
yeah.
both. It's one of those either-or things, like Netherlands, Holland,
If I happen to post
Caribbean.
Are you married? No, British.
From the flag, I guess.
British. Any
Hold on, I want to hear if Spraggy says he's still married or not.
How many costume changes are we going to get from Guy Taylor?
Hello.
I mean, it's right there in the name.
Taylor
James.
guy. Do you think Spraggy's jealous of that shiny tracksuit?
Just remember to stay calm when dealt a big hand. Boom.
Well, Hamilton folded the ace-jack. Brewster folded the queen-9. So the action's going to be back on Taylor, who opened with 9-7 of diamonds.
Yeah, and that sort of Bond villain smirk that Guy Taylor just gave, I think really tells me at least, okay, Boam has never 3-bet all day today. Probably only does it with the best of hands. Kind of want to see a flop and mess him up, but it's not a great price. Always going to have a big hand. Do I want to do it? I don't know if I want to do it, but it's okay. I'll just give him a little stare down and chew my bubble gum.
It's pretty tough for Taylor to fold something suited.
Joe, if you don't start doing comedy,
I saw the ace. The ace of diamonds?
King.
Huh?
King.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Ace king of diamonds. Oh, fuck. I was dead.
Not true. Could have hit a 9 or a 7. Just doing my job. Get also made a straight.
Less than 15 minutes till the first break of the day
No.
And a few more hands from these fellas. A reminder, there will be a new feature table, a new lineup on the main stage for the second session of the day. Playing 5 90-minute levels today and planning to burst that bubble. World famous bubble coverage will come later on today. Right now we're at 215. 111 will get paid.
Gotta love the ambition from Spraggy. Coloring a little outside the lines here with the suited Kevin. Under the gun. About 15 big blinds. We are, of course, playing only, actually, we're playing 8-handed now, are we?
Yes, we are.
Wow, so really wanting to sneak one through. You are going to fold out quite a few better hands in a spot like this, which is kind of nice and fun. Ace-9s, ace-10 off even might fold here when you're raising under the gun. So just tries to get away with one and does. Spraggy on a heater. One hand.
Just want to clarify something on behalf of Original MD on Twitch and anyone else who's wondering or thinking this. When we talk about a new lineup at the feature table, we're not going to construct a lineup. We're going to see if there's a good table out in the field and move that table to the main stage. That's how it works with feature tables and EPT. We don't custom fit the lineup for what we think will make a good screen. We can't mess with the table draw that's decided by the tournament staff.
I think it's always good to go over that. That's one misconception I don't like people to have out there. The table in seat draw is random.
As is the breaking order. Well, the breaking order is high to low, so this is a relatively high-numbered table. So, sadly, it will not survive the next session, and we don't want to break a table midway through a level.
I like that Petkovic is starting to raise the hands that we would have otherwise seen him limp earlier. Just so much easier to play, so much definition. Zervos is going to take aggressive action.
When they play?
Really kind of
When there are no cards, yeah.
saying to Petkovic, you know, all or nothing here, pal.
Taylor Made Poker has just joined us on Twitch. Hello, everyone. I'm in seat 8. Now, I'm going to assume that this is the offset of the delay. Remember, Guy, no spoilers. The audience doesn't know what's going to happen during the last 12 minutes of this level.
Yeah, don't be that guy. Think he's ever heard guy jokes before like that?
Probably.
No?
Well, he streams on Twitch, so I'm sure he's heard it all before. You put yourself out on the internet, you open yourself up to abuse, Griffin.
It's true.
Nipples. No. Naples. We are first. Yeah. Very good.
Oh, yeah. Let's see 3. Take it to the streets.
Oh, there's a 6. Little piece of the board for Barusta. Zervos probably not overly happy about the ace. Still continues, though.
Dude who called the 3-bet probably not loving the ace either.
Yeah, you want to bet here with your 10s to really, you know, protect against those king-queen suited type hands that still have a lot of equity against your hand. It's unlikely your opponent's going to really represent an ace. You know, you're really...
Wow.
Yeah, this is going to be quite interesting.
What a toin. What a toin card.
Very tough for Bruce to bet here, because if Zervos is playing this as a check shove with a big hand like ace-king, but does shove it in for just over pot, and that's going to put a hand even like pocket kings, and especially hands like jacks and 10s, into the ringer.
Good turn for you.
Into the muck.
And it looks like finally Barusta has shown the hand, saying, good turn for you, must see the 7-6 of hearts. And you can't call there with 10s, he knows it, just frustrating.
So Jonathan, the Barusta, up over 93K, playing 62 big blinds right now.
And that is a man that, face of a man that was maybe playing a little bit on tilt, but then got the chips back there.
Oh, you French?
Yeah.
Ah. It all makes sense.
It all makes sense.
They play like this?
Did Guy turn in just to hear that joke about him being French?
The stance on the grandest stage of them all. Level 11.
Blind v blind. Spraggy with something. Petkovic with 7-3 offsuit.
And after all that training, still doesn't know how to put the cards in the box properly. It's the first week of PokerStars camp. I'll never know what that other card was. If we asked Spraggy, he would just give 2 options, and one of them would be a lie.
Young Chubbs, you don't have to worry about anyone else streaming this. You get free coverage of the EPT main event every single day this week on both the PokerStars Twitch channel and the PokerStars YouTube channel.
If you want to pay, I'll just put my Venmo in the chat. We'll go thirds?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. The coverage is free. The price you pay is listening to Joe.
Thank you, Bag Puss. And Emily loved him.
Is that a Hamilton reference?
No, it's a Bag Puss reference.
Oh. Don't you sing that one song from Hamilton sometimes? How am I going to get away from this? How am I ever going to get away from this? What's that one song?
I don't know.
Where he's just, he's like literally singing what he's thinking.
I don't.
That's all the songs.
I don't think I have ever performed a song from Hamilton. Sorry.
Okay. That's when he's trying not to.
Alexander Hamilton. That's one of them.
Yeah, right.
Thanks, Griffin.
He just sings his name.
So glad you're here all week.
Fantastic.
Look, some of us saw Hamilton, some of us didn't, James.
I've seen Hamilton.
Did you see it live?
No, I watched it on Disney Plus.
I saw it live.
I enjoyed it very much. Spraggy has raised from the cutoff. Petkovic has called on the button. Sammartino, King 10 suited in the big blind. Still relatively short, playing 20 bigs, but Spraggy's the effective stack here with 17 bigs.
So this is actually really tricky for Sammartino. I know it's, as you see the hands, you think, well, boy, I hope Dario doesn't shove here. But the reason that Dario needs to consider it is because Spraggy has been opening relatively loose from the button, the cutoff, because of Petkovic on the button. So that's why we see Sammartino considering the shove, but the hand has a lot of playability. You'd hate to get called by a dominated hand like 2 10s. So instead, we're going to get to a flop and straight draws. You know, I'd love to get a song in before the break, you know. I want like one song per break.
You think this is going to be a chop pot?
I think that it's possible. You know, I think a lot of the time we're going to see a bet call between Spraggy and Dario. And look, there's a lot of jacks out there. There's a lot of sixes out there. There's a lot of voices in this booth, man. And look, as much as I love Maria, she's going to be on a little delay later, and it's going to be tough to, you know, sync it up. Right now, the three of us, we're all here together. You know, this is what we've been training for. Damn. Spraggy with a stack to pot ratio of just 1 now. 21,000 chips in that stack. 22,500 in the pot. Gonna want to just keep betting here simply because, you know, you're prepared to go broke here. If your opponent somehow has some flush, I mean, good for you, pal. Just takes it down.
So Spraggy back up to around 30 big blinds. So we are going to be sending this feature table back out into the field once we get to the break, which is just 3 minutes away. Griffin, Joseph, would you like to know who's going to be at our next feature table?
Would I ever?
Let's do it.
Okay, well, we are going to be following the start of day chip leader, Ole Schemion. His table mates include Martin Suso, a 2-time EPT runner-up.
Nice.
Jack Sinclair also at this table. Paul Newey at this table.
I think you buried the lead there.
I started on Schemion.
It's worth mentioning a second time, I think.
One thing I will mention very quickly, and I know we don't really do real-world stuff, and we certainly don't do politics on this stream, but as we are in London, the United Kingdom officially has a new Prime Minister.
Oh, yeah?
Optimus Prime Minister. They're going with a robot.
Who is it?
Rishi Sunak.
Okay. Hey, you were telling me about it last
Don't
night.
blame me. I voted for Kodos.
Don't blame me. I voted for the Coalition of Chaos in 2015.
Is that Buckethead?
So, three-way to the flop. 7-6-3 offsuit.
Hamilton getting a little cocky here with the undergun 10-9 offsuit, 8-handed open.
He doesn't know how to say no to this.
Nice. I don't really hate it that much. I mean, you know, when you have the chip lead and the table hasn't been particularly combative, you know, with that amount of chips, sometimes you would consider opening Jack 10, certainly Queen 10 off sometimes if you have the right table. So why not mix in some 10-9s? And we can see it actually does effectively flop best because of the straight draw and should be able to fold out these two technically better high card hands. Oh my gosh. Is not scared.
Board pairs on the turn. 7 of diamonds.
And not a terribly easy card to keep barreling on your Hamilton. I mean, you expect to have, when we talked about that 10-5 board earlier, Joe, and this is a little bit of the same principle. You're expecting your opponent to have a lot of 7s and 6s here. And, you know, you block some of the straight draws with your 10-9. So, and now might just turn this King-9 high into a bluff and slip out the back door with a win here. Nice hand.
And the question is, are we going to be able to squeeze in one more hand before the break?
5, 4, 3, 2. The wash has started.
Everyone loves a final hand.
No, it looks like we are going to go on break. So a reminder, Ole Schemion coming to the main stage after the first break of the day, plus Jack Sinclair, Paul Newey, Martin Tuchor. And this is how things ended after the first level of the day. Spraggy's still short, but it's Darius Sammartino who's very much in the danger zone.
Danger zone!
Decent session for both Ian Hamilton and Guy Taylor. They've got decent stacks. So during the break, you get to watch some highlights from our EPT Retro streams as we revisit seasons 1 and 3 of EPT London. Plus, we're going to hear from Sam Grafton, his recent interview for the Poker in the Ears podcast. And we'll be back inside of 20 minutes with more action from the London leg of the PokerStars European Poker Tour with a new feature table. We said that earlier on. If you wanted to know about poker, you had to find books, and there were only about 2 of them in existence, Super System 1 and Super System 2.
Yeah, we hadn't even had Harrington on Hold'em yet at this point, had we?
The revolutionary Harrington on Hold'em.
Falconer with pocket jacks. I believe
75,000.
75,000?
I believe Falconer had limped. And Shipley, he said 75,000. Doesn't really matter. Falconer was all in for around 300, it looks like. I guess this is what you did back then with jacks.
Danger hand. You don't want to see too many cards coming out.
A lot of tanking with jacks so far in this era.
Some tanking now with King Queen suited from Shipley.
There it is. And we are flipping this time potentially for the first ever EPT London title. Wow, what a flop again. 2 spades and a queen. That's the spade on the turn. Shipley takes it down, wins the flip, wins EPT London numero uno, 200,000 pounds.
Blind to 3,000, 6,000 with a 600 ante. So Samir Shakhtar is all in with Jack 9.
How much? 28,000. I call. I'll leave it to bluff. I'll put you on a bluff.
Oh, best moment so far.
I have 28 left. Nobody raised. What should I do? I need to take a stand, man. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there we go.
For the thought process.
Want to talk about it?
I think you're going to hit it. Do live card. Come on, put the 10 up there.
Sick bluff.
Queen, a king, or a 10. Last card. It's a king.
It's the king on the river. It was a bluff. And Samir Shakhtar is out in 29.
I guess he's never going to win the Academy Award for Best Shakhtar.
Oh, my.
Round to Vicky Karin. King Jack. Vicky raising, and Barney has ace-10 on the button.
Barney, don't do it. Something tells me she's going to run really good in this tournament.
Don't worry, it's not blasting off, just calls in position.
This should be fun.
Top pair versus second pair. And she does not continue, checks it to Barney.
Vicky check, and Barney bets 17,000. Call.
Well, this is playing like a modern hand of poker so far.
Check in the dark.
Except for the check in the dark. You ruined it. You ruined it.
You ruined it. Great turn for Barney. I'd like to check.
Top pair's good.
Vicky not going to give him the chance to check behind. Oh, geez.
Whoa.
Barney's certainly not playing nice against his friend.
Man, that's a really amazing bluff. I love that one.
I know it looks like he's got more, but I think Vicky has a decent stack of the 10K chips. There's two black chips, right? There's the black 100s and there's the black 10Ks.
Yeah.
And so I think she's got him covered here, and Barney is the at-risk player.
This is a really good bluff.
There are no friends at the poker table.
A 16 with 2 hearts in your hand. Which 2? Which 2 hearts?
Oh, there's plenty of hard combinations. I mean,
You've got a flush.
No, I haven't got a flush, but if you had...
It doesn't matter which two then.
Well, because if you had a straight or 2 pair or a set or something, you just call, wouldn't you? Call and turn your hand over. So go all in rather than just call. You've either got a flush or I'm winning. You can't, you wouldn't, why would you make that raise with...
Vicky thinking many levels ahead of most of the players we've seen thus far in EPT Retro.
Sorry, Dean, I just need a minute. Go on, Barney.
And Vicky Corrin eliminates her good friend.
Is bust out.
Wow, that's a really good call. That's a really good call.
Yeah, I'm gonna clap for that. Clap.
Easy clap.
And she feels really bad about it, you can see, but it was a good move by Boatman, great call by Vicky, and that's going to put her in a very strong position. Barney was the 22nd place finisher, by the way, cashing for £6,000.
It's lovely to have the chips. I wish they were someone else's.
Oh, time to sweat with Vicky Corrin.
Cool.
King Jack of Hearts.
Love it. Love me some Kojak.
A suited Kojak, like when Telly Savalas is going to his daughter's wedding.
I know one of you two's going to raise. I don't want to make it too expensive.
Yeah. Well, I got respect for you because you sank the boat. I believe you busted my jacks.
Well, the good news is you're in a hand against the 2 Swedes, so good luck.
We limped?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
2 overs and a flush draw. We gotta play this fast.
Yeah.
You want to make it 16?
Interesting.
Yeah, a big blind smashes that board most out of all the players, so he's gonna lead this very aggressively, even with hands like, 6, 7 could be very good to lead here back in those days, especially.
So heads up to the turn, ace of diamonds.
Lex, can we ever raise that flop bet, that flop lead?
Yeah, if you're deep enough, like you don't really want to be involved in calling a shove that's 40 big blinds deep or something. But
I just think if we raise on that flop, sometimes we get folds, and then sometimes we can rep this ace.
Mm-hmm. I think
Molyneux's firing a second time, so.
Yeah, I think that calling here is fine, because if you call here, you just look really strong.
I've decided you don't have anything. I've made my decision.
Here comes the river.
Vicky's going with her headland instincts. It's a bluff.
Ooh.
And she's paired a king on the river.
That's kind of nice. Now you don't have to bet anymore if he checks. Now you just win against all like random bluffs that have a deuce 3 or 4 in it.
And that is what happens. Check, check.
Vicky has a better king. She has king jack, kings with a jack kicker.
She was ahead the whole way.
We got three-handed, I took the chip lead, and then I just put them all in. I was just like, all right, guys, you find a hand now.
I don't know how much detail you're willing to go into, Sam, but we know on the super high roller circuit that players are often not paying the full buy-in themselves. Either they're backed or they're selling action. When you play a $200,000 buy-in, is that all your own money?
No, absolutely not. No, I mean, I've never played a buy-in above 25K with all of my own action. The good thing about this one is that, you know, it was obviously a spot to take a little bit more than you would. The most responsible way, by the way, there are players that take, I mean, people think that tournament pros are moving around. There are guys that are really gambling. There's professional players who have 100% of their action that tournament. I know that. But you know, for someone like me who's much more careful, doesn't have as much money, you know, I normally estimate things in taking a certain percentage of my net worth and putting that at risk each and every tournament. But this was obviously a spot to gamble a little bit more because half the field was going to be business people. There was a kind of sense this is going to be one of the best value tournaments for a poker pro. So I knew that I was going to gamble quite hard and you know, and it sort of paid up. So it was a very gratifying result financially. Obviously, I didn't win anything near 5.5 million.
Okay. So you mentioned that there are captains of industry in this game as well, business people. When you study and you're learning how to play against the Linuses and the Sam Greenwoods and you know, the best of the best, does the studying work as well against the business people, or is it less effective?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's a really good question, Joe, actually. Obviously, the one thing you can do, firstly, is you can watch tape of VIPs playing. There are some, like, VIPs that play regularly, and having a sense of their tendencies on final tables. Are they just gambling around? Are they some of them are very good poker players, right? And some of them are complete recreationals who are just playing for fun. And having a sense of that player before you arrive at the table is going to be useful. Then obviously there's a sense of, like, if someone's 3-betting you more, like, what would be the counter to that? Someone's putting in too much money, what's the counter to that? Like, again, just a good understanding of poker fundamentals, right? It's not, I don't, you know, you speak of memorization. I don't really do any memorization. It's more just understanding, you know, how things work out when people play different strategies. And then, of course, there's just a card playing element to the game.
Okay, so that's still there.
Oh, of course. And that's why Stevie's there, Fedor's there, Ben86. We actually don't see, we do see players break through, of course. But actually, a lot of the players that are at the top have been playing for a long time. And that's because, as happened on the final, on the left of me was a great guy, Carl, but he's a cryptocurrency trader. Amazing guy. He's drinking at the table. He's having fun. He's putting a lot of pressure on people. And there's, if you just memorize stuff, let's just say you looked at charts and you were like, this would leave you absolutely bereft, right? You have to play completely. When one player is playing every single hand at the table, you need to now completely readjust your strategy. And that's where, of course, 12 years of, not to be aggrandizing, but 12 years of experience is really, really useful, you know? Like, I've played against different types of player. I can adjust my strategies. I have a sense of what the other guy, how other players at the table will be adjusting. I mean, one thing I just had to do with him on my left was tighten up. And that's also just being in control of your own ego, right? Like, not saying, right, I'm gonna go to war with this guy and one of us is gonna, that's how I would have approached it, by the way, 8 years ago. I would have been like, right, you know me, buddy. One of us is getting 9.
You would have Robbie J. delude him.
Yeah, exactly. I'd call him down with Jack 4 off and hope it's good.
Obviously, Sam, there were some of us who were very busy streaming WCOOP while this event was taking place and didn't get a chance to watch the live stream. So I am asking this out of genuine interest. What kind of final table was it for you? Were you in control the whole way? Were you kind of playing ICM considerations? What was the dynamic?
Yeah, no, it was quite unique because Carl came as chip leader, so he's, you know, he was he was playing every hand and also just calling all ins very liberally. So, you know, he got shoved on first hand by someone. He just called with Queen 10 suited, and he knocked out Tom Bolton's hand. And then Seth shoved on him. He called with 7-6 diamonds and knocked Seth out. And so now he had even bigger. And so now some of the strategies, you know, we do this little like, oh, we shove ace deuce because they're only going to call, they're going to fold ace eight. Well, now if someone's not folding ace eight, or indeed they're not folding Queen 10, you now need a completely different type of hand class to be going all in with, right? So, you know, it really made things difficult for the pros who were used to having things their own way. And so I was a lower stack or a mid stack, et cetera, et cetera. And then, you know, it just reversed. We got 3 hand in. I took the chip lead, and then I just put them all in. I was just like, all right, guys, you find a hand now. And yeah, it was great. I mean, it was a lovely final table to be at. There were some really, really strong poker players there. Really nice people. Ebony was there. Carl was there. There was a few newer faces, which gave it a bit of glamour, a bit of excitement. Obviously, it was a kind of glamorous tournament as well. And then obviously to beat Linus heads up was a kind of, you know, not something I would have picked to be, you know, not the player I would have picked to be playing heads up. But I didn't think that added a little something, you know, to it. Not that I outplayed him or something. I had a 7-1 chip lead heads up. You know, it was very, very likely that I would win. Just eventually I'm going to win one of the all-ins against him. But that was, you know, it was a real, honestly, it was a dream to play. It was just a very, you know, I won my all-ins. I'm very proud of playing this tournament. It was a very enjoyable tournament to play and just a really nice thing to win.
Welcome back to London and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. Coverage of day 2 of the main event continues. We are at the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino for the first EPT London in 8 years. And we are 1 level into day 2. 205 players returning from the first break of the day. Shall we see how things stack up right now? It's James Hartigan alongside Griffin Bencher.
Hello, everyone.
And Griffin, let's look at the chip leaders coming into the second session of the day. Ole Schemion started the day as chip leader, but he's now 1,000 chips behind Jamie Flynn.
You're blowing it, Wizzo.
I think it's fair to say that Schemion's pretty much tied for the chip lead right now. In fact, not much separating 1 through 5 on the leaderboard.
Go Ireland.
Absolutely. 2 Irish players in the top 5, including Tony Boss, Jamie Flynn. So Ole Schemion is now taking a seat at the feature table. This is the new lineup on the main stage. A few players that UK poker fans are going to be very happy to see, like Jack Sinclair and Jamie Nixon, and Paul Newey, who was a reg on the super high roller circuit for many years. Martin Dutroux is a 2-time EPT main event runner-up. But yes, it is Schemion we are here to see. Schemion we are here to watch. Plus his table mates as the blinds go to 1,000, 2,000 with a 2K big blind ante. And worth highlighting that if you are looking to play some poker while watching some poker, the mini EPT London series is now live and the first event is underway, but late registration is open. It's an $11 PKO with WCOOP tickets added to the prize pool, and it's running now. Later on, there's a $25 event. There is a $1.10 hyper, 3 low buy-in MTTs every single day for you to play while watching the live stream from here at the Hilton.
We have to give our phones up. No phones.
Game integrity, Paul. Game integrity.
You know, maybe one of these players will discover they play better without their phone because they pay attention between the hands. You never know.
So information about that mini EPT London series on screen right now. On Friday, when we run the $5.50 mini main event, there is an EPT Prague package going to the winner.
10, Ray, 4,000.
Nixon going to want to find as many opportunities as possible to, you know, open the action when Ole folds his hand. Expect to see Ole Schemion playing a lot of hands quite aggressively. And a little smirk there from Ole.
Yeah.
Nixon takes down the first hand.
Jamie Nixon, an accomplished player, a pretty well-known player, very popular on the UK circuit.
It felt like it anyway.
Cloud, you asking about the mini EPT line tournaments on PokerStars. Now, bear in mind, they don't run in every single territory in the world, but if you open your PokerStars client, you should see a tab, mini EPT London, sandwiched between Tourney and WCOOP 2022. If it's there, mini EPT London is available to you. If it's not there, I'm sorry.
Aces here for White House. And Nui with the quite marginal ace-7 suited, given the stack size of White House raising under 20 big blinds. So good fold there from Paul. Now, forgive my ignorance, James, but has Ole Schemion ever won an EPT main event?
No, he has not.
Did quite famously have quite a rush there many years ago, an incredible streak of wins and success for Ole and the high rollers and such, but
yeah,
did not include a main event title.
He's made at least 2 final tables. Monte Carlo is the place where he's had his most success. Like, I want to say more than 5 million in cashes, 2 main event final tables, won a super high roller there in 2016.
$5 million. Could have lived there for a couple years off that.
More like a couple of weeks.
Jack Sinclair, very talented tournament player, World Series of Poker main event final tableist. Actually, big time to be on a swap once. Didn't know who I was. And the very short Brazilian Gouveia here, all in for just under 4 big blinds. Gonna be an easy snap call for Jackie Boy. And Sinclair had actually played this as a limp. Did I see that correctly? No.
Sinclair opened to 4.5K. Gouveia made it 7.5.
So it's another 3,000 to call.
Absolutely. Priced in to take this race. Does have the best hand, pocket threes against the King Jack, and Gouveia's going to need.
Which one do you want? Want the King Jack or the threes?
I'm holding on to the threes.
Okay, I'll take the King Jack. Oh gosh, doesn't even have a heart.
I mean, there aren't many great flops for threes. That's one of the better ones. Sinclair now better than a 4-1 favorite, and Gouveia needing a king or a jack, or now a 4. To counterfeit Sinclair's threes, so 7 outs for the Brazilian.
Coughing those outs into existence.
Nope. And that will see the elimination of Giovanni Gouveia, and that's going to take us down to 202 players. During the last level, it was confirmed that the field here at EPT London 2022 is 749, and 111 players will get paid. So we will have world-famous bubble coverage a bit later on today as we get close to 111, going hand for hand on the pure bubble at 112.
You know, I gotta say, starting your level at the feature table, getting mic'd up, all that stuff, just to lose in the first hand with 4 big blinds.
Yeah. You're right, Foxo. Spraggy is not on the feature table anymore. That table is going to break, which is to say that the players will be given new seating assignments during the session, and it's very, very awkward when that happens with the feature table, because you've got 8 guys, all got to be demiked, go away, take their chips to a new table assignments. Then we've got to find a new table, get those players up to the stage, get their chip counts. You don't want to do that during a level. You want to do that during a break.
Maruyama here with the ace-jack suited. Going to play this as just a call against White House. I like this, not just because I can see that White House has the ace-queen, but in a situation like this, against the range of a 20 big blind stack, this ace-jack suited much better to play as a call. Wouldn't want to have to 3-bet and call it off or 3-bet fold.
Well, Jack 5 deuce on the flop. Domination rotation in Maruyama's favor.
Yeah, White House recognizing that that Jack certainly interacts with a decent portion of Maruyama's flatting range here, as well as those kind of pocket pairs that wouldn't be folding on the flop, something like 7s or 8s. But with the ace of diamonds in his hand, you have to wonder whether White House is prepared to play this as a check call, or, you know, if he feels he's too short to get speculative, but does decide to call. You hate to be up against ace-jack in particular, but sometimes even when you're up against something like king-jack, jack-10, you know, you can certainly turn more equity with those backdoor diamonds. But the 3 is actually one of those backdoor outs, but one that Maruyama will probably make White House pay on, given that Maruyama has that ace-jack. Now you can see this bet represents, you know, over 30% of White House's remaining stack. And of course that wheel is actually, would effectively be a chop, which, let me tell you, us in the booth would love to see.
So Charles Whitehouse is the shortest stack at the table, playing fewer than 15 big blinds. Masaki Maruyama second in chips at the table with 110 bigs. Schemion, one of the top 5 stacks in the tournament right now, is table captain with 172 big blinds.
What's your name?
Jamie.
Jeremy?
Jamie.
Jeremy?
Jamie, sorry. Instead of James, Jamie. Jamie.
Okay.
You're Ollie, right?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Would be amazing if Jamie Nixon said, "What's your name?" Well, action has been folded as Nixon on the button with ace-8.
And an effective shove here against the two 16 big blind effective stacks. And that looks like a quick call from the two-time EPT main event runner-up. Happily putting them in with kings.
Martin Tutor at risk, but way ahead.
72% of the time, it works every time.
No ace on the flop. However, the gut shot straight draw for Jamie Nixon, as 6 working for him, as well as aces. 7 cards for Martin to fade.
72%, 72-28 to 70-29 with 2 cards to come. So Nixon actually getting a little help.
Oh, as if I don't have a club, right?
Same cards needed for Nixon.
No TV turn.
Same cards for Martin Tutor to fade.
Juice.
And King's hold.
36
Gets
seconds.
the double up through Jamie Nixon.
Yeah, one of those hands that just kind of plays themselves when we're talking about 15 big blind effective stacks. Good sized ace on the button. You just want to shove it in there, hope that the player doesn't wake up. But Martin certainly did.
Notvio watching on Twitch asks, only day 2, we've already lost more than 70% of the players? Yep, it's a standard, this is how it works. I know it seems ridiculous, like, hold on a second, if we've already lost 549 players, how can this go on until Friday? It slows down.
Mm-hmm.
That being said, obviously we recognise this is a smaller field than what we saw in Monte Carlo, Barcelona, or even Prague. So there might be a couple of days this week which are a little shorter to what we've been enduring at recent EPT stops.
Yeah, quite an easy shove here with the sourdough. And Sinclair might have a hand that he needs to call here. This is about 13 big blinds. You know, if you're assuming your opponent's going to shove quite a few worse queens, a couple worse tens, especially if they're suited. You know, you're flipping against a hand like Ace-5.
Yeah.
Definitely near the bottom of Sinclair's range of what he'd be willing to call the all-in with, but certainly too strong to fold. So let's gamble.
Yeah. So White House at risk with Ace-5. Sinclair with Queen 10. White House near enough a 60% favourite to double up here. Queen 10-9. That is two pair now for Sinclair. And White House down to 7%. Ugh.
Yes, and the misleadingly cute hippo, the most dangerous animal in the world. The card protector for Sinclair.
Jack.
There it is.
Game goes.
And White House drawing dead on the turn is KO'd. Originally qualified for £55 online, but didn't make it through day 1A. Bought in at the start of play today. An accomplished player with 10 years experience. Not advancing, though, in this EPT London main event. We're down to 196 now.
And that's the cruel nature of poker, too. You know, what we saw from White House today was getting unlucky, ace-queen to ace-jack, and then finding himself short and losing a 60-40. And sometimes that's all it takes. Doesn't matter how much experience or skill you have. Poker giveth, poker taketh away.
Seven fold. 2-8 fold. 10 fold. One fold.
Sweat with Sinclair. Only one card on the reader so far. The Ace of Hearts. Pretty good card. Okay.
The other one's pretty good as well.
Okay. I see what we're working with here. He has played a pretty tight style early on. A couple of nice early folds from Nui. That Ace-7 suited. Decided not to play the 10-9 suited in early position, just over 30 big blinds, and now making the disciplined fold with the pretty playable blind v blind hand, but against a very skilled opponent in Sinclair. Not the kind of spot that Paul is intending to battle for right now. For those of you who aren't familiar with Paul Nui, James can tell you all about him. High roller, regular.
Yeah, I mean, Paul is a businessman, first and foremost. I believe Ocean Finance was his company, which he sold. And Paul then traveled the world with his entourage on the super high roller circuit for a long time. We actually don't see him at that many events these days, but great to have him here in London. He made a few super high roller final tables.
Absolutely, yeah. No, definitely as far as business people went, certainly on the more successful side, you know, found some form of success against these really tough players. And takes aggressive action against the cutoff open from Martin. Loving this, especially with a tight reputation. This is going to be seen as super strong.
Yeah.
A near 4x raise. And look at that face.
Oh, good hashtag fun fact here from Elkanuts. Newey was at the final table of the Super High Roller that Ole Schemion won. Yeah, I imagine Schemion knows Newey's game pretty well.
He's got a great stern face.
We're down to 194 players now.
Four raise, 4,500. Keep 5 fold. Keep 7 fold.
Ole Schemion biding his time here with this massive stack.
That's what he does. We're going to step away from the feature table, Griffin. We're going to bring you some action from the outer table, specifically our former feature table, Spraggy in a hand against Alexios Zervos. And we join the action on the flop. King of Hearts, Deuce of Diamonds, 9 of Clubs. Looks like Zervos has checked to Spraggy on the button, and Spraggy's betting 6.5k. Zervos folds, and Spraggy has an air ball. 5-4.
Spraggy do.
That's the last time. No more bluffing. I promise.
No more bluffing, promises Spraggles. So that is our former feature table. That lineup is going to get broken up pretty soon. That table will break soon.
Finally, playable hand for the big stacked Wizzo, as he is known online.
Yeah, and Schemion has dominated many of the major online tournaments that we have covered in the last 2 years. Wizzo is a screen name we have seen a lot. So opens on the button to 6,000. Jamie Nixon 3 bets from the small blind with a smaller ace, ace-6 suited, makes it 21k. Action back on Schemion.
I started with 115.
Yeah, quite a tricky spot for both players here. You know, Nixon recognizes that he's certainly ahead of the opening button range of Ole, but it's always tough in these spots whether you want to, you know, go for this 3-bet, which Nixon has elected to do, or, you know, just call because you don't want to play an inflated pot. The only time you're out of position against the best and biggest stack player on the table. You're kind of just hoping to get this through and move on to the next hand. But the problem inherently for Ole is that he actually has pretty high up in his range with the ace-9. You know, I think ace-jack, ace-10, we would probably see a defend here from Ole, but might make this tight full with ace-9 and does.
Button moved.
Button moved and my patience altered. Yeah, and I think that's what's frustrating for Ole is that it was one notch below what he knows he should call.
Waiting for a while. Would have been silly.
Hmm?
Would it have been silly?
Maybe. Depends if my 3-bet was silly.
Yeah, of course.
Just a bit of banter. I mean, we're in London, isn't it?
As someone who's half British, that was an appalling attempt at an English accent. Oh, that was also equally not delightful.
Listen, Maruyama can do what he wants, okay? Any Japanese players, I'm so happy to see him. Love that place. Getting more and more. Stop. It's great.
Button raise here from Nixon. Blinds fold. Puckle Patrick asks, how deep is this table? Well, average stack right now is 117k. Got Schemion on 333k. He's among the chip leaders. Maruyama 220k. Sinclair 140k. Nixon 128k. So all those players are above average. Newey playing 68k, around 35 big blinds. And Tutor not far behind him on 66,500.
The short answer is pretty deep. About 60 big blinds average on the table.
Schemion opening an early position with King Jack. I say early position, we're playing six-handed right now.
Yeah, and that's going to open up the ranges, especially of the big stacks, and especially Ole.
8-5-5. King High still ahead.
Good.
Action goes check, check. We get the ace of diamonds on the turn. Schemion now nearly a 4-1 favourite. And double paired board now with the king kicker playing.
Yeah, and Ole
Queen.
might.
King.
Oh, just takes it down with the king high.
Huh?
You got to show. I said queen.
You're claiming a better hand than him, the other Joe.
He didn't show though.
Yeah, he's claiming a hand. He's claiming a better hand than him, Joe.
You sure?
Yeah, that's normal.
I win.
No, he won. He won.
He wins.
King,
Sorry,
yeah.
What's going on here?
Sorry.
The pot nearly gets shipped to Newey by mistake.
So a bit of confusion there because Newey announced queen but didn't show his hand, and then Ole felt that then he didn't have to show his because
Like an abusable system.
Newey had mucked his. But you know, you kind of have to show the winner when the player kind of announces the loser. And,
Me, you can mark his hand, and I can mark my hand, right?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
so yeah, well.
News from the floor, by the way. Dario Sammartino, who was at our feature table earlier on and was clinging onto a short stack for most of the first level, has now been KO'd. Dario Sammartino out.
Newey now with the sixes, depending on who it is in the big blind, and I believe it's Maruyama.
It is,
so not a lot of information on Maruyama. This can play sometimes as a limp shove for just over 30 big blinds. You know, try to induce a raise from, you know, a weak hand from a player who has a lot of chips. Maybe this would have worked with a hand like Queen 4 suited. Maybe Maruyama would work that in with some raises.
Yeah.
But instead, Newey is just going to play it as a 3.5x raise, and I think this hand is probably good enough to continue on average, but, you know, Masaki elects to just let it go. While Newey is a bit on the tight, strong side, so maybe you don't want to get too out of line with a hand like Queen 4. If you think that raise range is pretty tight and strong.
Well, the only information we've got on Maruyama is that he has $4,000 in live tournament earnings, cashed the UK IPT main event here in London last week.
One raise, 4,500. 4 fold. 5 fold. 6 fold. 7 fold.
$50 in blues? Is it 50 in blues?
Yeah, almost.
55.
45.
Schemion versus Susor.
One bet, 3,000.
We just saw confirmation of the prize pool there. Pretty decent first prize in the EPT London main event, 664k. 8.5k min cash.
As a new player arrives on the table.
Yeah, this is Mitchell Hynam from the UK. Only has 17 big blinds. And arrives at the table to be dealt King Jack suited in the cutoff.
And Ole looks a little interested. But is going to let go whatever that hand was. Nixon now in the big blind.
Start with 40. Not that much, mate. Can only lose.
Gollymath watching on Twitch says Mitch Hynam is a beast.
Yeah, I'm positive that you're only going to lose.
Yeah, 3-2 suited is an interesting case. You know, you already have that big ante out there. It's just one chip to call. Your implied odds aren't that great given Hynam's starting stack, but just try to flop something. And it's not going to be right there. We got a backdoor street flash, though.
Hynam continuing. Gets a fold from Nixon. Next hand.
Oh, it's easy. It's Jamie, right? Yeah, of course. How am I going to know what Jamie's got now? Oh, my God, you're keeping that. No wonder you won.
Don't you worry. Half an hour from now, you have your phone back probably.
Yeah. You buy into this? But yeah, they just got up to 65 and then dropped to 55.
How are things looking in the first
Good table.
of the mini EPT London online events?
Let's give a shout out to the chip leader. Maybe they're watching.
Lampa Morton.
Lampa Morton with already $6.25 in bounties and a stack of 160,382.
Yeah. Late registration still open for another 90 minutes, guys. An $11 PKO. W Coop tickets added. There's a $25 unlimited re-entry event later this afternoon and a $1.10 hyper this evening. Added value in all of those tournaments.
Vintage Nixon here on the 6 King Jack 2 spades. He's going to bet for some protection here. You'd hate to have a hand like, 8-9 off turn a pair against you here. So you just bet here for that protection. Sometimes you are going to run into a better hand, but it just plays easier to bet.
188 players remaining from the 749 who started 30 minutes into the second level of day 2, the day when we expect to make the money. That's right, we will be on the bubble later on today. We will be going hand for hand, and the final 111 will make the money.
Got a black draw.
And most of that 111 will get to come back to play on day 3.
Well, I think we're going to play at the VIP on Sunday.
Oh, okay.
Under the gun raised from Paul Newey, pocket tens, makes it 4,500. Ace Queen for Mitchell Hynum, who's playing around 20 bigs.
Yeah, 2 options here. You know, you can just shove these 21 big blinds and hope that Newey doesn't wake up with better, or you can just flat call. I definitely prefer this course of action here, not just because I know Newey has the 10s, but because Newey's going to have a pretty tight range. You stay under-repped. You don't just fold out better hands and then get called, or fold out worse hands, pardon me, and get called by better ones.
And now we have Jamie Nixon getting involved.
This is certainly on the loose side. Not thrilled by this flat.
And Jack Sinclair is in as well from the big blind, so 4 players going to the flop. Which is 9-8-3, open-ended straight draw for Sinclair. Second pair for Nixon. Newey still ahead with 10s right now. Hynum with a couple of overs and the backdoor flush draw. Backdoor straight draw as well.
Pretty surprised to see this check from Newey. You know, just wanting to take a cautious approach, maybe a bit worried about Hynum's flat range, that it could include some better sort of trappy pairs. But by giving a free card here, you give so much opportunity to the likes of Ace-Queen or the King-8 or especially even the 7-6 to make that straight. And Nixon's actually going to bet for some protection here. You know, this might be the only time during the hand that I could potentially be ahead. So I'm going to bet here and hope no one has better. Probably going to find a customer in Sinclair here.
And what does Newey then do?
I think this plays really nicely as, and maybe this is part of the plan here, you know. Maybe Newey's thinking, okay, Hynum could have a better hand here trapping me pre-flop, so I don't want to bet into that. But if I check and Hynum checks and then Nixon bets, I'm very confident that I have a stronger range than him on the button. So this is a great spot for Newey to check shove because those ranges are not nearly as strong as Hynum's was. So I would love to see Newey, maybe not a shove because he does have 64,000, but play this as a raise. There's already 38,000 out there though.
Yeah, and he's got 64 behind, 32 big blind stack.
Just a big guessing game here if you do decide to just call. And a lot of opportunities, as we spoke about, for your opponents to improve.
Well, Newey decides just to call. Hynum folds the ace-queen. We're going to go 3-way to the turn.
See now, look at that pot size of 46,500. Newey just has 55 behind. It would have been so nice to just take this all down, but does dodge the turn.
And Newey, a 72% favorite.
And a pause from Paul Newey. Maybe this was part of the plan. See a brick turn and then just front shove it for pot. And it's going to be a big bet of 21,000. Betting tricky.
21 into 46.5. Sinclair still open-ended.
Nixon trying to make sense of this. certainly needs to come to the conclusion that gotta let that one go.
Sinclair folds the straight draw, and the pot goes to Paul Newey, who now has more than 100k, more than a 50 big blind stack. Ole Schemion still table chip leader. Ole Schemion still among the tournament chip leaders with 185 remaining. Mitchell Heinem, who recently joined the table, first to act here, under the gun. 10-8 off. Folds. Masaki Maruyama raises to 4,000 with King-Queen. Ace-5 for Nixon. That gets mucked. Queen-10 for Martin Tutor on the button. Now round to the blinds. Sinclair in the small with deuces.
You don't really want to make a habit of, you know, calling pocket pairs from the small blind, especially as low as this, unless you're really, really deep stack. 60 big blinds, though, against sort of an unknown entity in Maruyama and a sort of snugger player from the big blind that probably won't be squeezing light.
Yeah.
Sinclair has elected to peel one off.
No,
hello to Psychofish, who asked, was there a stream yesterday? No, you haven't missed anything.
Yep.
Cards Up coverage starts today. Mini EPT London starts today.
I had tickets for me and my daughter in
Watch,
the weekend.
play,
and then
enjoy.
Somebody had 2 tickets, so I bought them.
Today and
Ellie
the
and
next 4 days.
I thought they were hospitality tickets. Obviously, we're all like Newcastle season ticket holders. So I thought they were hospitality tickets. I think Charlie got
25% pot bet here,
behind the goal in the
Maruyama, and I'm curious to see.
So you can see, like,
I have to imagine Sinclair would be inclined to call here. You know, even if you're up against, let's just say Ace Jack of Diamonds, you have the price here with this lone rogue Deuce of Spades to get there, and sometimes you're even ahead. And actually, Sinclair is going to play it as a raise.
He enjoys it, but he's just
which
not as passionate.
Should have seen coming. It's tricky.
He does kickboxing and stuff like that.
Okay, I used to kickbox.
Oh,
That's how I started.
That is why when you're as talented as Jack Sinclair is, you're prepared to play some hands maybe a bit looser pre-flop.
Yeah.
If you got weapons like that.
Sorry? So that was scary shit. That was.
You get bullied and you sort one kid out, the whole school gets together.
Yeah.
Wait and see my hand.
Oh, you see that kid? He's fucking.
It's scary shit.
I think more for him, it's just like some kind of fitness type thing.
Yeah? I don't think so. You'll find out soon enough, won't you? You'll find out soon enough.
Newey and Sinclair jabbing back and forth about that. Very interesting hands.
So we've got Ole Schemion opening here from under the gun +1 with 10s. Raises to 5,500. Pocket 5s for Jack Sinclair on the button. Calls in position. Paul Newey in the small blind with 7 deuce offsuit. Folds. Now we've got Mitchell Heinem in the big blind with aces.
Yeah, and this is very big trouble for Ole. As Heinem puts on a little show for everyone at the table and everyone at home. There's really no avenue here other than shove. You're too short to ever, you know, squeeze. So unless you want to get real tricky with just an overcall here, you got to put it in.
Yeah, Heinem shoves all in for 35,500. The dealer just verifying the size of that stack, and then the action will be back on Schemion. Schemion calls, Sinclair folds, showdown. Heinem at risk, but way ahead, and a huge favorite here to double up through the table chip leader.
And if Ole Schemion does lose his hand, it only represents about 10% of his stack. Has done such a good job through 1.5 days here of building a massive stack here at EPT London. And
you haven't got your phone.
These are the kind of spots that, you know, you're going to lose chips in. You can't get there.
Yeah, Heinem now 88% favorite. Just has to fade a 10. And there it is on the turn. It's not over, though. Heinem can still spike an ace or a jack on the river to survive.
Devastating turn of events, though. Really flipping the odds here. 86% favorite now. And that's a full house.
And Ole Schemion eliminates Mitchell Heinem. And Schemion back up to nearly 400k, 378,000 chips.
Pick a phone, any phone.
It was right.
It was right, yeah.
It was right.
Yeah.
I believe him.
Just like that, we're down to 179 players in the EPT London main event. And this player could well be chip leader right now.
When you say it, it happens.
With close to 200 bigs.
That'll do.
Well, you say you've got to win the comp. It'll happen.
I didn't...
Say you win the tournament, it'll happen.
Not all the time, but
Yeah,
it's more
well,
likely if you say it.
Well, I got that wrong. We can't all say it.
So many Brits on the table. He's speaking Brit to him. Win the comp. Doesn't know what that means.
It's very true.
Power of thought.
Nixon has opened with sixes. And it's round to Paul Newey on the button, who's got Jack 4. He folds.
Jack 4.
9 deuce for Maruyama.
Well, he had 8 or 9.
And now Schemion folds the big blind. It's raise and take it for Nixon. Let's welcome Joe Stapleton as he returns to the proceedings.
Hello, my babies. Ole Schemion, huh? Pretty good.
Yeah.
Very good.
Plays good.
Plays
is
good.
running good.
Yeah.
And has a hell of a stack right now.
Looks good.
Oh, Martin Chuchor. Chuchor. Hungarians are never happy with how you pronounce their names.
Choo-choo.
Right.
Choo-choo-ba-dooby.
Well, round 2, Maruyama in the small blind raises with Jack 9. Queen 3 off for Ole Schemion in the big.
Okay. Put you on Jack 9, so I got a call here.
Oh, I mean, it just must be amazing to have this sort of confidence in yourself. You go, I got a bad hand. I'll either make a hand or just outplay my opponent. No problem. This pot's mine.
Well, Schemion was ahead pre with Queen High. He's ahead post with a pair of threes. Facing a bet of 3,000 from Maruyama. Makes a pretty quick call, taking us to the turn.
Oh, that's going to be a raise to 10,000.
Oh, of course it is. And Ole Schemion wins another pot, closing in on the 390k mark.
Yeah, just making it easier to play for yourself sometimes, you know.
390 Kmart? Okay, Kmart. Ole Schemion rocking the Joe Dirt haircut.
Hello. Hey.
That is a ridiculous number of big blinds. Are we getting to the point? No, probably not, right? Where's the money bubble? 110, 112, something like that? When can someone with 193 big blinds start bubble bossing it?
With 112 pay, was it?
Yeah, no, 100. I think the stone bubble is 112, I think.
Yeah, I would say in the 130s you can start really amping things up if you have the right kind of stacks and temperaments of players at your table.
Suits are under the gun. Queen Jack. Offsuit.
Sweet, thank you.
Does this get the Griffin seal thumbs up?
It's the bottom of your range.
They're six-handed at this
You're
table.
six-handed,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, all right.
I think at this particular table, you have 3 really strong players with a lot of chips in Jack Sinclair, Jamie Nixon, and of course Ole Schemion.
Mm-hmm.
But one sort of unknown in Maruyama who seems a bit on the tighter side. And then of course Paul Newey, who, as I've remarked, plays, a bit of a tight style. So maybe you're willing to raise something like Queen Jack off, but probably fold Queen 10 off under the gun, playing just over 30 big blinds. Going to have quite a range advantage on this King 7-4 and is going to bet. Ole does have a hand, probably the bottom range of what he'd consider continuing with.
Yeah.
Maybe some Ace Jacks and Ace 10 suited with backdoor flush draws would call on the flop here. Threes is going to be ahead of this continue range from the very talented double EPT main event finalist, but respecting and being out of position, gonna let him have it.
I mean, you gotta just respect Martin's C-bet there in general, because I'd be like, Ole Schemion's not gonna fold anything to me on that flop, or any flop.
Yeah, but at the same time, you kind of have to play within a set of, kind of have to play with a strategy, right? And Ole has already had a couple of situations on this feature table where, he recognizes that, this feels like the bottom, like really the top of what I'd be willing to fold. And I wish that I could just cheat a little bit and, continue with this ace-9 on the button when I've been 3-bet from the small blind.
Mm-hmm.
The hand you weren't here for earlier where the opponent had ace
I'm picturing
suited.
it.
Yeah.
You're painting
and in
a
that
word picture
situation, it's like pocket sixes, I think Ole would have probably called on the King 7-4. Certainly
Sure.
pocket eights and nines would be in there. Ace 7 suited would be in there. 7-8 suited. So threes is right there. He's like, I'm probably good a decent amount of the time here, but even when my opponent has, let's say, something like Queen Jack, he's going to win every time when the turn's a 9 or a 10 or an ace or any kind of card that he can barrel. So I don't have the right weaponry, the right armor to continue in later streets. I just have to hope this very talented, European poker player is willing to just give up. And that's usually not what these players do.
Welcome.
Thank you for your cogent remarks, Griffin. We got to head out to the field for Spraggy. We've got a board here. Ace, King, Trey, 2 diamonds. Spraggy getting shoved on by Barusta. And that is top pair and a flush draw for Barusta. Spraggy with a dominated hand, it looked like, to begin with.
Was dominating with the ace-10 and got sucked out by the Spraggy. Suited or unsuited, just not lucky, that hand for Benjamin Spragg. Really unfortunate finish.
Got it in good. Busta by Barusta. Time to update that command. Exclamation point still in. No. Spraggy First time ever not cashing in an EPT main event. Poor fella.
Bad card.
Yeah, the streak, a very small streak, has been cut down. Very unlucky there for Spraggy, getting it in good.
Two good cards when you're tilted.
Came running sevens also. The 7 is always coming.
Well, yes, it is always coming. When you play flip games, and
you at least want to lose to the diamond there. Timothy Chung, welcome.
Although technically, you're not even limping. I can't even.
Everybody, Timothy Chung tonight.
Get the aces and you haven't had them for 3 days. One time
Everybody, have fun tonight.
Yeah, you had them a few times. It's like what? You literally don't have this for like 3 days. You're like, oh, great.
some classic innocuous poker talk, talking about not getting held aces for a few days, then getting them a bunch of times, and one sees it. Just classic poker table talk.
Azzy Max says, Tim Chung is an absolute end boss of the UK scene. Gully agrees.
Wow, what is he doing all the way here at EPT London?
I know, all the way from the UK to London. Hey, it's a global world.
Yes.
Yeah. Suits are King Queen off, Jack Sinclair, Ace 4 off. Jack, speaking of UK legends, quite the pedigree. Have you guys gone over it since he sat down at the table?
We've never seen him before in our lives.
Top 2 here for Tsutsor.
No, we went over it.
Okay, good.
Tsutsor. Tsutsor, as we've mentioned, always the bridesmaid, never the bride. 2-time runner-up in the EPT main events. And Sinclair taking a little pause here at this 50% pot bet. You're still drawing to the nuts. Your ace might be good. Jack Sinclair doesn't like to fold.
Jack Sinclair always sounds like an adult film title to me. Tsutsor is going to take that one down after a bet on the flop.
You know, this is pretty irrelevant, but I just wanted to tell you.
I wouldn't have it any other way, Griffin.
Yeah. You called my comments cogent
Yes.
before. And my dad, his documentary production company was called Cogent Benger because his co-person was named Cogent.
Oh.
Yeah.
So not because he's particularly cogent.
No, but you called me Cogent, and I was just like, and then I was like, Cogent
That's
Benger.
a weird glitch in the Matrix. I'll give you that one.
Yeah.
Still reeling.
You know what? I think my dad might be watching, so I think he'll appreciate that. I brought
Oh,
it up.
Roger Benger. Hello. Thank you.
Robin Benger. Yeah.
Robin Benger. Jamie Nixon with Quack, Queen Jack.
Yeah. Well, it's called the Duck. Ooh. Because ducks quack, right?
You're obsessed with ducks.
Oh, I guess the deuce is the duck. Okay, what else quacks?
Griffin put down an entire half a duck by himself last night. 3-bet from Sinclair gets the fold from Nixon.
Anna Clara Marion says, Stapes, I'm Brazilian.
Okay.
We have a Brazilian transmission, but I like so much when you're presenting that I'd rather watch the English transmission. Kisses from Brazil. Come over.
That's very nice. I would love to go to Brazil.
Yeah. Great place.
There's a big F1 race happening in Sao Paulo.
Oh,
coming
yeah?
up. Yeah.
Nice.
I'm trying to angle my way into that somehow.
Maybe.
Red Bull Racing. Does anyone know who the driver is for Red Bull Racing? Nope. No Griffin. Nope. Incorrect.
No, what?
Incorrect.
Sorry, I don't know. No.
Incorrect. No, I see what you're writing to me, and I'm saying incorrect.
It's just a guess.
Sao Paulo F1 race is November 13th, says Pedro. Coming up. Boy, that's the day before my girlfriend's birthday, and I'm available that weekend. I just got freed up. If anybody's listening, needs me in Sao Paulo.
Are we going to Brazil?
We're going to Brazil. All right, Chung opening here with King, Queen off. Sinclair on the bouton. King 7 suited. Paul Newey with the Grafton 10-9 suited in the small blind. We're going 3 ways to the flop.
I knew he'd call here.
You knew it. Come up with some Newey material. Ace, Ace 7, 2 hearts. And does the King 7 jump out in front here? It sure does. Two drivers for Red Bull, says Great Scout. Yeah, well, who are they then? Yeah, you think you're a fan of Red Bull Racing? Name 7 of their drivers.
Yeah.
Let's hear it.
And 4 different flavors.
Sinclair betting in position with the best hand. And gets 2 folds. Pedro again. Chico and Max, that's correct. Max Verstappen and Chico Perez. Thank you, Great Scott. I'm going to be like, yo, just let me drive that car for a minute. I know how to drive. Max Verstappen is such a cool name.
I do like driving on the F1 road in Monte Carlo. It's great.
You've done that?
No, but I meant I'm renting a scooter. No, they're great.
You did it on a scooter.
Yeah.
The hairpin turn.
Oh yeah, it's
Okay.
wonderful. Yeah, it's great. Uh-oh. Ole dominated.
Who cares? This means nothing to Ole Schemion. Going to take this flop with Sinclair. All clubs flop, but guess who has a club?
Oh, guess who's always in the club?
Maria Ho in chat throwing Lewis Hamilton out there.
Wow.
This is a
How original.
Max Verstappen scream.
Give her a minute. She's just waking up. That's a Pacific time joke.
King on the turn. Sinclair solidifies his lead a bit more. Only 1 card to come now. And that card's going to make it pretty difficult for Schemion to force a Sinclair fold. Is it a hippo?
It's a hippo.
Like the hippodrome?
Yeah, I think that's why.
Sinclair betting 14,000 into 18,000. Really going for value. Going to charge that club to draw. And this is a club that you can maybe just get away from.
Oh, yeah, definitely. I think, if anything, Ole is thinking about what this bet is trying to say. And I think the reason it's so large is Sinclair wants to price out all of those combo draws and also just create doesn't want to create an opportunity for Ole to get creative. You know, you bet half pot there. Maybe Ole says, well, I have the 9 of clubs in my hand, but I think my opponent's just betting with top pair. Might be willing to fold to a check raise here. But when you bet pot, a little over the pot there, you're just saying, listen, this is my hand here. I know you're not going to make it 60,000 when I make it 24. If you really want to play, we're playing for 24,000.
Clearly knows what he's doing. Got the results to back that up.
And if there's one thing I've learned in all my years on this earth, Joe,
yeah,
it's that results often speak for themselves.
Mm-hmm. I thought we weren't supposed to play results.
Don't be results oriented.
Sorry,
yes, but they speak for themselves.
Woo, baby, check it out. Jack 8 suited for Chung.
They don't orient, but they speak for themselves.
Sinclair flats with 2 10s. Nui with ace 10 suited. Calls from the cutoff. Still plenty of action to go. Well, no, not anymore. It's just the big blind.
Yeah, 40 blinds. Let's see if flop. Let's see if
King 5. Woof. Only 2,000 to call, though. And 17,000 in the middle.
The knife.
How do you resist?
King 5.
You do resist, I think. Those cards are in the muck.
No, screw it. I'm not playing King 5.
If there's 2 5s on the flop here, though, you're going to be so mad.
I'm going to be mad the most.
Okay, no, that's good fold. Good fold.
Yeah.
Top pair for Chung. Not good enough to beat 2 10s, however. How nice is that when you just flat 2 10s and it comes 8 high?
You know, this exact hand happened, and it almost gave Paul Newey a heart attack about two rotations ago. Were you here for that hand?
I was not. I'm new to the Newey.
Yeah. And Sinclair's certainly going to get some action from Chung. I like the way that Chung is playing this, not wanting to just bet into ranges that could be sneaky better, like a pocket 10s. And you're going to be pretty disguised. Yeah, let's see.
I am a master of disguise.
I am a master of disguise.
Another diamond on the turn. 10's way good. 10 of diamonds, way good for the best draw.
Yeah, and if I've learned anything about Sinclair, I would expect another bet here. One for protection and giving yourself the option to just check back the river. You know, if you are up against sort of an ace-8, something like that, that will probably be inclined to call again. So maybe you don't want to make it, you know, necessarily as big as, say, Sinclair did last hand with that ace-king. But is going to go on the big side again with 22,000.
22,000 to 29,000.
Again, not giving.
Was this guy ever heard of a half pop bet before?
Yeah.
What? Was this guy never heard of a quarter pop bet?
Yes, Sinclair.
Is this again a similar situation where it's like, hey, my opponent could very well have a bigger diamond?
See, he gets the call from just the pair of eights.
And I guess sometimes that's going to happen too. You're going to get someone to call you drawing nearly dead, and that river is a brick.
But look at this value that Sinclair is able to achieve here with that massive bet on the turn. Oh, yeah. No, at that point, Sinclair is very happy with not... Because the thing is, you have to recognize that Chung is still the aggressor pre-flop, has technically the stronger range, could just be check calling with flush draws, probably won't call an all-in with just an 8.
Yeah, right, because to us, it looks funny because there's 3 diamonds out there, and we know that there's only... Someone could have 2 diamonds in their hand.
Exactly.
Right. Or they could have jacks.
They could have jacks. They could have a couple of ladies under the hood.
Yeah.
They could have a couple of kings.
Under the hood.
Under the hood. And then a couple of aces under the desk. Let me be clear.
I like under the hood because it brings us back to car racing.
Yes. And circa 2009 where everyone was wearing hoodies.
If Chung had ladies under the hood, Jack might have taken it in the tailpipe.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Jack 4.
The flat tire.
Jack 4 off.
Oh, Jamie Nixon, you cheeky. Show it. You got to show it.
You got to show it.
It's the meme hand.
It's a meme, Nix. He doesn't know. He hasn't even seen it. Oh, my God. Can we get production down there to tell him? It's a meme. About 171 players remain. We're going to play down to the money today. Our world-famous bubble coverage is coming. It's always coming. Eventually.
Could be a while, yeah. Still
111 pay.
Like 60 players for the money, so gonna be a little while still. It feels like it might be like towards the end of the day.
Yeah.
Which apparently, if we haven't reached the money by the time we do the scheduled number of levels, we're gonna play on.
Yeah.
Till we hit the money.
Nice.
And then quit, and then done for the night.
Now we saw Nixon call with the King-8 suited, third man in against some pretty strong ranges. You have to imagine King-Jack off in the same seat is going to entice him.
Enticed. Consider him enticed. Calls the 4,500. And Chung is going to do a little set mining.
Yes. And as we know, ducks fly together.
No duck on this flop. Queen, 10, 9.
But the stone.
Jamie Nixon flopping the joint. I am not a crook.
Just like the Michelangelo, Nixon has.
Like Michelangelo's David, Nixon has the stone nuts.
Yes, yes. That's a joke I just ripped off from Joe.
From my comic
from
book.
His dope comic.
That's one I said on television a long time ago. A long time ago. I think maybe even from the big game. I've already got an idea for a sequel to the comic book. I want it to take place here in England.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I'm waiting for a punchline or something dumb here, but
no. I think I think it would be cool to set the sequel in England.
Well, now I feel pressure as your friend. Like I
45.
feel like we need to go on an adventure now to give you content.
Every day with you is an adventure, Griffin. Just a trip from the lobby to your room is an adventure. Spraggy was texting me late last night and said the guys in the room next to him were being obnoxiously loud at like 3 a.m. And I had to double check to make sure
it wasn't
you. Yeah.
Newey's starting to get some hands to play around with.
King Jack for Newey, Jack 10 suited for Mariyama. And two players playing from early position. Ace 8-7 Rainbow. Pretty disappointing flop for King Jack of Hearts, if I do say so. But Newey is going to continuation bet anyway.
But in a lot of ways, advantage Mariyama because, you know, Mariyama is going to have some aces in his range here. And when he elects to call, which you see him do here, that might make Newey a bit trepidatious.
I would put the brakes on big time.
You don't
Unlike Max Verstappen.
You don't want to just bet
the
into ace-queen here, you know, with no equity. It doesn't really seem like Newey's bag baby.
3 of spades on the turn. Newey does put the brakes on. Checks it.
And now this is the opportunity Masaki Mariyama is waiting for. Make a bet. 10 to 15,000. 75, nice and small. And gets it through. Love getting those small bets through.
Mean. That was mean. Rude, almost. I think poker should be played face up. Get rid of all the bluffing.
Yeah.
Just play an honest game.
Just when I thought you couldn't get any dumber, you go and say something like this. And completely redeem yourself. Mr. PokerStar, get him on the phone. We're going to change the way the game is played.
What about if you can only see your opponent's cards, not yours?
Ooh,
But
I feel like I've heard...
That's the blind man's bluff game, I guess.
Yeah.
Turns out that great idea has already been had a long time ago.
Yeah, but all ideas pretty much been had.
Do you remember when Uber announced that they were going to start having really big Ubers that would travel set routes across the city?
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
Oh, really? They're
Yeah.
That's so funny.
And they're like,
God.
did you
That's
just
crazy.
invent a bus?
I saw a thing on Twitter the other day. I don't know if it was like a joke meme, but it was like Uber, and there was an option. You know, there's all these different options where it's like you can now take sort of like taxi within Uber, and like
Yeah.
But there was one that said walking buddy. But I don't know if it was a joke. I feel like the animation was too good for it to be a bit. Like it was a real thing.
I mean, look, never underestimate the internet's ability to go for the joke.
Yeah.
First of all. But
Yeah.
second of all, never underestimate Silicon Valley's ability to just collect money for nothing.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a flip.
Yeah. Anyways, my point is I've been moonlighting as a walking buddy for Uber the last couple weeks.
Will Meister says walking buddies is a real thing.
Wow.
All right, action folds around the Paul Newey in the small blind. 10-7. Or as I like to call it, Philip Ken Steven. I forgot the name. Somebody help me out here. Harvey Birdman, attorney at law. Newey limps in.
Why is Harvey Birdman the 10-7?
And Murayama just blasts it with deuces. There's a character from Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, that rhymes with 10-7. But it's escaping me right now.
So there was something there, but maybe you need to polish it a bit.
Yeah, it's also a reference no one would get, even if.
Yeah.
Even if I remembered it.
Yeah.
Oh, 169. Ken 7, yeah. There it is. Thanks. Otherwise, UL. I feel like his name was Phil Ken 7. I feel like there was a third name. It doesn't matter. Newey with my favorite hand, King Queen suited.
Isn't there something you guys always say that, like, the clubs one is the crunchiest or something of the King Queens?
Yeah, it was back when people used to talk about board textures, and I'd be like, oh, this is a crunchy texture. This is a smooth texture. Yeah, clubs are crunchy.
Okay, now, very important follow-up question.
Yeah.
Are you a crunchy or smooth peanut butter guy?
I know that this is a polarizing question, and I don't want to fall into the trap of a polarizing answer.
Okay. You want to balance
Crunchy
your
peanut
range?
butter. To quote one of my favorite comedians, Greg Warren. Look him up if you haven't heard of him. You probably haven't. He's incredible. Crunchy peanut butter is a peanut butter that hasn't been finished. They just expect you to do the rest of the work for them. It's ridiculous.
That's a good joke. But you could say the same thing about steak.
What if you bought a cupcake that just had like a bunch of raw sugar in the middle? It's not done yet. I'm a big peanut butter fan, by the way. Love peanut butter.
Me too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love peanut butter.
We got Chung versus Nixon.
I'll admit, I'm also I really like Nutella. Like, I won't have it on, like, bread, really. But sometimes I'll heat up some Nutella and then put some raspberries in it.
So, Nutella is a phenomenon because it's just straight up frosting. But it's somehow branded itself as a breakfast food.
Frosting is a little strong.
It is a jar of chocolate frosting. If you put it on a cake, no one would be like,
cake.
Why is there breakfast food on this cake? They'd be like, what a delicious chocolate frosting.
Yeah,
like, it's
I'm so glad we're
mind-blowing.
not having this at 8 o'clock in the morning.
So ridiculous. Deuces for Dewey now. You're right, they do fly together. They've been flocking all over the place.
Yeah. Not crazy about this open from Nui here.
Griffin.
Sorry.
Flopping a set of deuces
Yes.
is one of the best things you can do.
It's just a tough seat and a tough table. And, you know, you get 3-bet and really you just have to, like, shove or fold. And you never want to shove here. So you're really just hoping to get lucky and flop a set. But, hey, stranger things.
3 ways to this flop.
Season
King,
6.
9,
stranger
4.
things have happened.
Top pair for Suitsor. Bottom set for Schemion.
Yeah, not 3 of a kind, man. 3 of a kind.
Schemion with another set. Ole Schemion. Setminen. There's something
Setmian?
there. Setminen. It's an anagram for Schemine. Okay.
Setminen. I bet you know what he's thinking right now? He's thinking, wow, I'm really glad I went Setminen.
And Schemion firing now that it's been checked to him. And what a beautiful spot.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, if this board bricks out, Suitsor's in trouble.
6 of diamonds on the turn. Doesn't help Suitsor. Doesn't make the board any worse for Suitsor, which is kind of a problem.
Yeah, because you're so under-repped as Suitsor here, too. I mean, you're going to complete in the big blind with so many hands, a lot of 9Xs, some weaker kings, you know, something like King 5 of spades. So King Jack is really high up in your range. Any better hand than that, you know, Ace King, you would have 3-bet pre-flop. So it's just, you have such a strong hand, and Ole is going to be betting because the perceived range of Suitsor is those kind of weaker hands than King Jacks. Schemion will be inclined to bet big with his draws.
Right.
You know, the Ace X of hearts type hands.
He's not going to be betting a lot of,
you know, the Queen 10 of
kings this
diamonds.
way, right? But yes.
Yeah. So I don't know how Suitsor is going to be able to get away when you're that high up in your range. You really have to put Schemion on, what, stone, king, queen, pocket 4s, pocket 9s. It's just not a lot of value hands that are actually beating King Jack. So tough not to continue. It's just a matter of, like, process. Like, I think in your process as a player in this spot, you need to call this turn and probably call most rivers, especially when it's just a stone brick.
Oh, those 2 magic words. Suitsor.
Ole has 7-8 of hearts here. Would play this the same way.
Yeah.
10-8 of hearts. All those heart combos. Jack 10 of hearts. Queen 10 of hearts. Queen Jack of hearts. Name them all.
So what you're saying is there's plenty that Suitsor is beating here, and a call is very reasonable.
Yeah. Might not feel like it at home, but this needs to be a call a good percentage of the time. The question is, someone as skilled and experienced as Suitsor, is he going to see? This isn't a situation I think Ole Schemion is going to try to bluff me in that much. Trying to crack the code, fit the puzzle pieces together. And visibly uncomfortable. so much on the line. These are the kind of spots you want to be right in. Tournament life. Now, Ole could also have something like King 9 suited, flatting on the button, certainly within his range.
Oh, nice one. Sutsor gets away from top pair and lives to fight another day. Down to 20 big blinds. You can see it's staying with him. That's a tough one.
Yeah, and just an absolutely brilliant fold there. You know, such an under-repped King Jack in that spot. And the board running out so clean. But recognizing that Ole is good enough to be playing King Queen like that. And of course, factoring in that hands like 4s and 9s and King 9 suited would also be part of that range, finds the massive fold. And it's going to be very happy half an hour from now. Or I guess now, if it were, you know what I mean? You know what I mean.
I do know what you mean.
Great fold.
Heck of a fold. Very difficult, especially knowing how much of an uphill battle it's going to be from here on out. Do you think it makes a difference that you will get some sort of peace of mind knowing you can see it
I
later?
think that it shouldn't matter, but it probably does.
A tiny bit?
You know?
Yeah.
But look, the best poker advice I ever got, you know, was from one Michael McDonald.
Taking it to the streets?
No, he said,
Yamo be there?
Be tighter in spots people wouldn't expect and looser in spots people wouldn't expect.
Oh, you mean Timex?
Timex, yeah.
I thought you meant...
And I think that's one of those spots that a lot of players would just say, you know, I've run the sims on this one, I need to call this down.
Yeah.
Especially against a player as capable as Ole, but found the fold, found the right decision.
We're cruising toward another break, which means yet another new table. And OMG, buenos dias, Adrian. And we've got Florian Duta on the left, Stefan Schillebel on the right. And who is hiding over in seat number 8? None other than, that's the dealer. World Series of Poker. Come on, guys. World Series of Poker main event winner Martin Jakobsen, who also took down the UK IPT main this week.
Save some money for the rest of us, Martin.
Yeah, right? Really nice fella, too. Martin came up to me in the lobby, walked right over, smiled, shook my hand, said, oh, probably helped that he had just won the main event, but whatever.
Yeah. Oh.
New player here, by the way, Patrick Sacrisper. I'm sure I butchered that. Sorry. No, I'm not going to. I feel like it's almost rude to try to do it with the French accent. Chung with kings. Uh-oh, this is what we call under-repped.
Looking like more of a sacrifice.
Yeah, Sacrisper all in for 26,000. Chung did not feel the need to re-raise.
I will say, I'm pretty sure I only saw 1-9 folded, so he still does chance.
Very indifferent with these stats.
There's Patrick. And Queen 5. Still looking for a neener. A neuf. Allez, neuf.
My favorite number, 9.
Mine too.
Really?
Yeah.
High
My
five.
lucky number. Were you 9 in Little League?
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. 3 on the turn.
My favorite player was John Olerud on the Jays. He wore a helmet at first base. You hear that Ricky Henderson story?
Get out of here.
You know the story,
I've told
right?
you the story so many times. Get out of here. No 9 on the river.
He was my favorite player, really.
Sacra Sphere is out of here.
That's probably how it came up, though. That I said he was my favorite player, and then you told me the Ricky Henderson story.
Yeah. Down to around 162 players.
Still really light now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's right there on the screen. Man, Greg Rudy on sound has one of the toughest jobs in all of poker. He's got to get the microphone off of players who just busted out.
Yeah.
It would be a bit weird if
I don't know, you just like being an undertaker. You're just seeing people at their worst moment.
Yeah.
I lost it before in the slide.
Yeah.
Do you want to tell the Ricky Henderson story?
Yeah.
You can tell it.
So, Ricky Henderson gets added to the Blue Jays, what, in the mid-90s? And he's playing with John Olerud, wears a helmet, plays first base, has a condition that if he got hit in that, he could die, right?
Yeah.
Olerud. And after playing on the team for a few weeks, he finally goes up to John Olerud and he says, "Hey, man, what's with the helmet?" Olerud says, "Well, I to wear this helmet, I get hit in the head where I could die." And Ricky goes, "Man, I used to play with a guy in the Mets, had the exact same thing." John Olerud's like, "Yeah, that was me."
Yeah, we played together for like 3 years. Like,
middle pair for Nui, way good. Blind on blind.
Yeah, you don't have to win every pot, Sinclair.
Ooh, thin value.
Rein it in, Sinclair.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely for you.
I imagine
maybe not for us.
The money should be last level, right?
2.5 minutes left until break.
Probably like 4.
Where all of you can make yourself a sandwich, go potty, do whatever you need to do. Be back in 20 minutes after that.
Marshall hand to play till in the morning. You reckon level 4?
Late 4.
Could take a while.
Oh, yeah, I forgot John Delano adding to the story that apparently Ricky Henderson only refers to himself in the third person.
Yes, I've heard that too.
Wow, Ricky played with you before? Ricky didn't realize Ricky played with you?
Hand 77. Ace King for Ole Schemion might be one of our last hands.
Ole Schemion's so good, he might flop a set with Ace King. I wouldn't be surprised.
Are you one of those players that would correct someone on the table if they said they flopped a set?
No,
and they had tripped?
absolutely not. Absolutely not. I find that stuff obnoxious.
I take it.
Raise and take it for Ole Schemion. Down to 158. I do fall into a couple of bad tropes, though, when I'm playing poker.
Yeah.
One is I do want to tell people what I folded. Not during the hand. Not during the hand. That's obnoxious. I won't do it, but I do want to be like, yeah, I would have had a straight flush there. I wouldn't do it for everything, right? I wouldn't do it for, like, if I fold queen, deuce, and 2 queens at the flop. I wouldn't do that.
I had trips.
Yeah. But if I would have made quads, if I fold, like, pocket threes and it comes, like, 3-3 in the flop, I'll be like,
yeah, you need to.
I folded pocket threes.
Yeah. And you've already texted your girlfriend, too, who doesn't care.
I'll show you something here. I went through such a cold streak that I started writing down every single starting hand that I had been dealt for a while. Is that in this notebook?
Okay, great.
Maybe it's not.
Yeah, sure thing.
10-8-8 on this flop. Good check. Deuce of diamonds on the turn. Nui with ace high. Showing with a gut shot.
Yeah,
5 pairs.
Going to try to win this pot with aggressive action here, and that's why you see him go big and just give a stiff pot-sized bet. Even if Nui thinks that he has the best hand with ace high.
I just want to go on break quick, so I bet big.
Yeah, and it's going to work, I think.
Get back to your original table.
Okay, nice.
And these players are gonna head to break. Second break of the day.
I didn't come from.
We will be having a new featured table when we get back. Audrey Mateos, Stefan Schillebel, Martin Jakobsen.
Break it up, break it up.
Have a look at the chip counts of these players heading back into the field. Their table will remain the same, but it'll be off the stage. Ole Schemion with 168 big blinds still. And really the only reason he's lower than he was before is because the blinds are going up. That's it. Masaki, Jack Sinclair, very healthy stacks. Not bad for Nixon and Chung. Nui and Sutsor getting a little bit dicey. That's London. That's where we are. We're taking a break. We'll be back with more from here in 17. Edlin's heading out.
All right, we have a new hand. And Jules will take the big blinder's hand.
Confirmation of the EPT rankings, Lex. Rambaswani, still number 1. Noah Boken, still number 2. Björn Erik Glenn sitting comfortably in 3rd now. Brandon Schaefer has dropped down to 4. Julian Thu is in 5th. And hopefully this list will take us through to 16th place.
This is great.
So Antonius.
So sick content too.
9th Kura. 10th Martinson. 11th Telcher. 12th Ironmark. 13th
Not too much, don't raise too much. Make it small.
14th Williams. 15th Bublé. 16th Johansson. Top 16.
The problem there with only having last names is there's a lot of people in Sweden called Johansson.
Yeah.
I literally have no idea which player that is.
Jules is out of the way. We go heads up. We'll see a flop.
Well, we can focus on these players. Tatu versus Corin. Top pair for Tatu. Trips.
Okay. 50,000. Mantis, 50,000.
I mean, statistically, she should have the
No
best
one's that
hand.
lucky. Make it 200.
There you go.
If you've got one, good luck.
Raise 200.
If you've got a queen, you're winning. I'm going to tell you that for nothing.
Now, the well-told story here, and Vicky talks about it in her book, is you'll notice she's currently drinking red wine, and you'll currently notice that she's talking a lot and potentially giving away a lot of information.
Yes.
Her friends, including Barney Boatman, take the wine away at some point and tell her to drink tea instead.
I do remember that.
What does it mean? Why are you calling?
Because I have no idea.
I've decided you don't have a queen, but now maybe...
Don't charge 10 of diamonds.
Did somebody just say don't chat to her?
See now... But I think you probably have 2 jacks, which means if I check, that gives you a free chance to make a
I
straight.
think they said something about jacks.
But what if I go on and he does have a queen? That would be terrible. All right, go on.
I'm all in.
All in.
Are you all in?
You can just never believe the stressed out and then all in.
Am I allowed to leave now? Because I don't want to listen to this again. Serious.
Oh.
No, but the thing about that is now you can't do that with 2 jacks. That would just be silly. So now maybe you have flush or maybe you have nothing at all.
Does anyone have an iPod?
Oh, that's a very confusing thing for you to do.
You're confused.
Yeah, because I was thinking I was behind, but now you do that, I think maybe I'm not. I seem so excited I was losing, but now this huge... why would you do that with a good hand?
Then it's very simple. Just fold and let's move on to the next
No,
one.
but then it's like, what if I've got a better hand than you? Then I would feel silly.
I'll make you feel better and I'll show you when you muck. And then you won't have any hard feelings.
No, you'll show me like an ace-king and then laugh and laugh. Go on, have it. Have it. Then show me this hand, and it'd better be.
Show you?
You said you would.
Come on!
Yeah, you said that you would. You do have the queen.
I was seriously terrified when you raised me.
You see, because
Put on this massive performance. If she's sitting there with nines full of ace queen, I'm going to go through the roof.
Victoria.
All in with ace-10 of hearts. And Michael Muldoon calls the shove.
Calls for less. There's 2 hearts gone.
So Muldoon, the at-risk player, with 7s, racing against Vicky's ace-10. Ace on the flop.
8 of diamonds, 5 of clubs. Vicky has a pair of aces. Michael needs a 7. Let's see the turn card. It's a queen of diamonds. There are 3 diamonds on the board. 7 diamonds. So
A 7-high flush draw.
Vicky looks sicky.
The river is not a diamond or a 7, it's another ace. And that will see Michael Muldoon eliminated in 4th place. He receives £110,000. And 3 players now remain. Vicky Corrin, Emad Tatu, and Jan Sharvik, the Balrog. 1530 blinds.
Oh man, the pound was real strong when this was shot, huh?
Yeah, I think I remember coming to Vegas in November of 2006. Those are the glory days. 3s for Sharvik. And this is a pretty famous hand, guys.
Okie dokie, here comes a...
Take this back and put this.
Yep.
Re-raise. A total of 250,000. In that pass.
David Merman.
Respect to Jan is
David Merman to the goal.
So knowing Jan Sharvik as you do, Lex, are you surprised to see him call here?
Yeah, but it's also really cool to see because it's kind of an early adaptive thing, like feel with pairs and stuff. So kind of on brand too.
And immediately after that flop is dealt, Vicky announces all in.
I tell you, I'd be pretty tempted to call it off with 3s here myself.
Yeah, I think so too. Like that was very much like a, you know, like a power.
Yeah.
Wanting to make it look like a power play.
It sounded like she wanted a fold. And I'm sure she does.
David Merman to the column, thank you. Please Bill White to the column, Bill White. To the column, thank you.
I mean, I guess she could be shoving with other pairs, right, that aren't,
Jan,
you know, like...
1 minute for a decision, please.
I think their biggest issue is that if your opponent has Queen Jack, they have about the deck, and that's like that feels like best case scenario. I mean, obviously Ace King is best case scenario, right? But if they have King Jack, you know, they can King Queen Jack 9, and whatever is runner can make a pair to you too. If they have one spade, that counts as like one out. So.
Well, Emad Tartu called for the clock, and Jan Sharvik's now on a 60-second countdown.
There will be a 10-second countdown. At the end of the countdown, the hand will be dead. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
The Balrog calls.
He taps the table. Nice call.
Yeah, that's gangster.
He's the favorite, but not by a lot.
Jack on the turn.
Let's see the river card.
And Jan Sharvik is eliminated in third place. £168,600. And Emad Tartu apologizes for calling the clock.
Do you remember back when calling the clock was the worst thing you could do to someone?
I wish they would do it like every hand in nowadays poker.
Right.
So Sharvik made the good call, got punished, and now we're heads up for the title.
Let me give you the chip count. Victoria has 1,925,000.
See if I keep drinking water now.
2,056,000. 25,000. And Emma has 2,056,000.
So at this point, Emad Tartu has the slight chip lead.
Almost the same amount of chips. Emma calls, and Victor raises 70,000 more. Call.
All right, 200K pot to kick things off.
Top pair versus second pair.
Vicky bets 100,000.
A bet of 100K, quickly called by Tartu.
Turn card is a deuce. Vicky bets 300,000.
A bet of 300,000.
Must be nice to be able to just keep betting top pair.
Oh, that's so nice.
And gets called again. River card is a 9. Ooh, 9 of diamonds.
Vicky check.
Kind of an ugly river.
Yeah, just check. You have an 8.
600,000.
Emma bets 600,000.
I genuinely think she made him do that by saying, I'll let you both the floor. So he's like, you know what? That would be cool. You know what I mean?
Card the 9 of diamonds.
A lot more of that went on back then than it does now.
It's come a total blank on the end here.
What? Was that considered a blank in 2006?
It's a brick. She made the right call against Barney Boatman earlier. A not dissimilar spot. And she calls this one.
Well.
Showdown. Check 8 for Emma. And a pair of 8s. And Vicky shows a 10 queen.
Tens are good, and momentum swings in Vicky Corrin's direction.
Induces the bluff, snaps it off, takes the chip lead.
Seven, 6, the hand for Vicky. She calls, and Emad's going to check his option with 8-6.
Oh. Flops the joint.
Bets 100K. Tatu with the straight draw. And he raises.
What a dream.
Imagine if heads up was this easy all the time, Lex.
Yeah, that's crazy. That call with the queen ten was really good, though.
I mean, it was really good, except for the fact that she thought the 9 was a brick.
No, I think she said something like, why couldn't have been a brick?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
370, 390.
Total brick. I call. No, actually it was a flush and straight card, but you're good.
Vicky calls the raise. We've now got the better part of 1.2 million in the middle.
But it's 5, 3, 4 with 2 left. Here's the turn card. 10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds. All in and a call.
Vicky got the nut straight. 3 to 7 and 6, 8 is the hand for Emma.
Looks like she's gonna pass out.
It really does.
Vicky got the straight. Emma Doreen with 6, 8. Let's see the river card.
River card is a jack, and that is the moment that Victoria Corrin became the first female EPT champion. Wins the London leg of Season 3 of the European Poker Tour on home soil, £500,000. Emad Tatu, the runner-up, for 286K. Welcome back to the year 2022 with the European Poker Tour back in London. Yes, the PokerStars EPT is at the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Redraw Casino. Day 2 of the main event continues. Our third level of the day, our third featured table of the day. These are the chip leaders coming back from break. Luis Faria leads with 410,000. Ole Schemion still in the top 3. Connor Beresford, runner-up in the UK IPT main event. Also a big stack. And interestingly, the player who won the UK IPT main is at our new featured table. I'm James Hartigan, alongside me Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for having me, James.
And Nick, so many big names at this table. No name bigger than Michael Caine. I love that guy's movies.
My name is Michael Caine.
I've got 70,000 chips. Not a lot of people know that. Florian Duta is an EPT reg. Adrian Mateos is a former main event champion. Stefan Schilhabel, a very accomplished pro. Martin Jakobsen has had a few runner-up finishes on the EPT, but of course is best known for winning the World Series of Poker main event back in 2014. Blinds will be going to 1,000 to 2,500 with a 2,500 big blind ante. With the action resuming, we've got 156 players from the 749 who started. The bubble will burst when we're down to 111. So a little bit of clarification from Toby Stone. There is a chance, Nick, there is a chance we don't get to 111 today. There is a chance that world-famous bubble coverage gets pushed to day 3. we will only play on tonight if we're on the pure bubble, if we're on 112. Any more than that, we get to the end of that 5th level, 113, 114, bag and tag, come back for tomorrow. But if we're on the pure bubble, we'll play into a 6th level and then finish once we're in the money. With everyone guaranteed at least 8.5k and big sums up top. 6-figure scores for the top 7, £664,000 for the winner, the single biggest slice of the £3.6 million prize pool. So we're going to get cards in the air again very shortly and get to know the new players at our new feature table. And obviously we'll keep tabs on some of the players we've been watching over the last 3 hours at the outer tables. This is the 3rd of 5 90-minute levels. Level 13 of the main event. And action right now is on Nuno Duarte, Portuguese player with a stack of nearly 50k. Opens here with King-Queen offsuits to 5,500. Average stack right now is 144k, so we've got a couple of relatively short players, Kane and Duarte. Moss, Jermaine, Jakobsen, all below average right now.
Yep, still fairly deep stack though, guys. Any of you tournament players out there will know are not even close to the danger zone. I think the only person that could be considered even close would be Nuno Duarte here, 17 big blinds. And we see him here call in the small blind facing that early position open from King-Queen. Mateos in the big blind with 10s. Quite easily could just 3-bet this. Looks like that's what he's decided to do. Does go for a 25,000 chip 3-bet and 2 quick folds. Taking that down, no sweat whatsoever, James.
That's what he does. Cedric Mateos. That's his MO. Winning pots, accruing chips. He is among the chip leaders right now, and he is the biggest stack at the feature table. 330k, more than 130 big blinds. Obviously, our first FT of the day, we had Spraggy on the main stage. Sadly, Spraggy will not be going 3 for 3 in EPT main events. He cashed in Monte Carlo, he cashed in Barcelona, but he went out before the money today.
Yeah, very unfortunate. He was playing really well. So happy we had him on the feature table there for a minute. Great to see him playing some really, really good poker. But at the end of the day, just, you know, didn't win his hand. And GG's to you, sir. We all love you, Spraggles. Well done, buddy.
So we haven't seen Jack Jermaine's hole cards. We know he's under the gun +1. And we know he's raised to 550,000. King-Queen for Jermaine. Jacks for Michael Caine.
Some men just want to see the Wilpa. He just decided to 3-bet those jacks, as you would expect. I mean, one of the cool things about, you know, playing higher stakes poker is, wait a sec, okay, it looks like there is an all-in.
Wow.
And a call.
Yep, Jermaine, 4 bets. Caine calls it off, and he is the at-risk player, but is ahead for now with jacks against the 2 overcards. And right now, jacks are holding, looking good for a double up from Michael Caine. Diamonds are a factor. And Jermaine has the Queen of Diamonds. And that means Jermaine now has 13 outs. Any diamond, any king, any queen, but the Deuce of Hearts is a brick. And Michael Caine gets the double up.
Full double for Michael Caine. Very nice hand there for the jacks. Very nice hold. And that's what you need to do if you want to get in that money bubble.
PSR 1973 says Oscar winning performance for Caine. I remember when Michael Caine won an Oscar for Hannah and Her Sisters, but couldn't be at the Academy Awards to collect it because he was shooting Jaws the Revenge. Ellen, stay away from that shot.
There are only two things I hate in this world. Oh, man. I really hope King goes deep, because Lord knows we love that man. So hand number 81 getting underway. 2 folds, 3 folds, 4 folds.
Okay, Mateos on the button.
Okay, here we go. Now we can see some action, guaranteed action from the man himself. Never mind, in the bin, queen 6 off, not interested in this one.
So that will leave Stefan Schilhabel in the small blind and Nuno Duarte in the big. And Nuno's the effective stack here with 15 bigs. Schilhabel with ace-jack, I think, has bet enough to put Duarte all in. Not going to call it off with king 3.
Yep, as one of the shortest stacks there. Very easy blindy blind to put in a lot of chips and apply maximum pressure for their tournament life. Ace-jack, 120% definitely going to be involved there. And also, guys, don't forget we do have antes in play as well.
The ante posted by the player in the big blind.
Correct.
The same value as the big blind, which is 2,500 chips.
Yep, quite right. And that is a consideration as well, guys, because as these tables get shorter-handed, it's not as though there will be fewer antes, because the ante is always equivalent to what the big blind is going to be. So it is a big factor. If you guys are playing in these tournaments and you're not used to that big blind ante, don't forget there's a lot more juice in there as you get shorter-handed, and that does need to be a consideration for the ranges. I think ace-jack probably could have been played alternatively had there been no antes, but with so much additional dead money, you pick up so much more just playing a push-fold game there with the ace-jack, and it's a big pickup, and obviously you put a man to a decision for all of his chips.
Michael Caine versus Jack Germain, round 2. On the subject of Michael Caine, PSI as a follow-up. Was Jaws the Revenge the third one in 3D? No, that was Jaws 3D. Jaws the Revenge was the fourth one. Jaws 3D is a terrible film. I mean, a god-awful film, but it's watchable. Jaws the Revenge is barely watchable. It's that bad. Mainly because hardly anyone gets eaten by a shark. There's like 1, maybe 2 deaths in the entire film.
Am I right in saying as well that there was sort of a hint at Jaws 3D in the original Back to the Future films? Do you remember he arrives in the future, and then the shark, the holographic shark, comes out of the cinema?
That's
and
in Back to the Future 2, right?
Yeah.
Which was made 6 years after Jaws 3D.
Oh, okay. A double callback. Hey, shout out to PokerStars Strag in the chat. Hello, sir. Strag actually joined us here for a short time. It was fantastic to have him on site. He's just reminding everyone also that the PokerStars Live app has all of the information that you guys could ever possibly want. However...
Yes, there's an important caveat, Nick.
Yes, that is, of course, in real time and not in delay world that we live in. So just bear that in mind. But it is a fantastic app if you guys want to go and check that out. Give it a download. I believe we released that when we were in Barcelona, if I'm not mistaken.
It is a fantastic app, but yeah, if you want an overview of the tournament, if you want the latest player count, if you want latest chip stacks, just bear in mind that you're going to be seeing 30 minutes into the future.
Yep, exclamation mark spoilers in the chat, guys. So bear that in mind as well.
And look, that's your choice. Just don't then post that information in the chat on either Twitch or YouTube, otherwise the mods will ban you.
Yep, absolutely. So... jumping back into hand number 83 here, guys, we do see a raise from A. Moss with pocket 7s.
Alistair Moss makes it 5,500. Mateos in the hijack with Queen 9 suited.
14,000.
And of course, Mateos is going to pump it up. 3 raises to 14,000. And now we've got ace-queen suited for Germain, who announces all in. 4-bet jams from the small blind.
Yeah. I mean, in these situations, you know, Mateos has so many 3-bet bluffs and all that kind of stuff here. Ace Queen of Spades is a slam dunkerino. Look at all that dead money. Pocket 7's in such a bad spot here. Really, really, really difficult to continue at this point, and even then it would be a flip indeed.
56. All right.
56.
Must have a very bad hand.
It's not that bad.
Actually gets a pretty good reaction out of Asian.
Historically, my hand is
usually very stoic, but that was actually kind of cute.
That's right, Elkanuts. The entire Michael Caine filmography is at our disposal, and we're talking about Jaws: The Revenge. Because we can. And we will.
Not as good as Jax.
Changing the subject, I want to know how PokerStars Strag got on in the seniors event. Oh, I wasn't meant to mention he played the seniors event. How did you get on in the tournament you played, Strag?
Pitar in the chat says, this Mateo acts like he's a good player. I know. Unbelievable Hollywood there.
C5 really, 5,000, 6,000, C7, C10,
There we go. We're on a higher level now with PSR observing that his favourite Michael Caine film is Zulu. Totally underrated. He's great in it. I think it was his first major film. Certainly one of his first major films. There will always be a very special place in my heart for the Harry Palmer movies. Ipcrest File, Funeral in Berlin, $1 Billion Brain. The first one's really good. The sequel's not so good, but because I watched them at a formative age.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I've recently watched a lot of films that I enjoyed as a younger person, and I still have a fond feelings for them, even though they were absolutely terrible films. Okay, action here though. Pocket 10 to Jacobson on the button, facing that initial open from A10. Does decide just to pure flat here.
Okay, so Martin with the best hand has the advantage of position. King, Queen, 9 on the flop. So I think it was season 7 of the European Poker Tour. It was the season that ran 2010 to 2011. Martin had 2 second place finishes. He was the runner-up, I want to say, definitely in Deauville. Was the other event Villamora? But he was second in 2 EPT main events that season, and also came 3rd or 4th in Berlin. So had a phenomenal series of results, but just sadly couldn't close.
I understand. I know the feeling. We do see a check on the flop, and I think that's really, really interesting because the dynamic of a flatting player in position there on the button does have a lot of Queen X, King X, Jack 10. The Ace 10 player under the gun, or under the gun +2, excuse me, does understand that this is the case. And sure enough, Jakobsen, it doesn't have any of that, but it is still one of those sort of middling pairs. So very easily could have been pocket 9s instead of 10s, for example. And in this case, he does decide it's time. He does have that position, and I think if Ace 10 is checking this flop, they very rarely start blasting turn and river in sequence. They might take a stab at the turn, but they're not really telling a super believable story because on this kind of a texture, not even a hand like top set would probably slow down because there's so many action cards for them. They want to start getting value from the Queen 10s, the Queen Jacks. The 9 10s even probably have to call small bets on the flop as well if they don't want to be exploited. So probably just going to make it look good and then let it go. But, you know, it is only around a half pot bet here.
Raise from Stefan Schielhaber.
Hello, there we go. That's some action.
Makes it 31 total, so back on Jakobsen.
This is super interesting, James, because he's obviously trying to rep something like a set or even a hand like perhaps Jack 10, which is totally within his range from this position. Having pocket 10s, though, does make it much, much harder for him to have Jack 10, which is, in fact, the nuts on this turn. John Delano says a raise is always an option. He's absolutely right. Love to see it.
Martin
Whoa.
folds the best hand.
This is what we came here to see, guys. This is exactly what we came here to see. Some very, very cool, creative lines. Ace 10 is like, nah, I'm not having any of that. Perhaps he was reading into the fact that there wasn't a bet of some variety from position there. James, that's a very interesting dynamic there. Like I said, pre-flop, a little bit of range expectation, and then after the flop play, a little bit more adjustment. Really, really cool. EPT London, let's go.
15 minutes into level 13, the third level of day 2. 2 more levels to play after this. And a strong chance that we do get the world famous bubble coverage today. Failing that, we'll get it tomorrow. Either way, you're winning. Not everyone in this tournament can be a winner, and certainly only 111 of them can make the money. As we see, Jack Germain open to 5,500 with 8-6 of spades. Martin Jakobsen in the cutoff with ace-king.
C10, re-rate, 16,000. C1 fold. C3 fold. C4 fold. C8 fold.
That's good.
Thank you.
Three-bet gets through. So Jakobsen playing around 50 big blinds, quite comfortable stack. Nuno Duarte remains the only shorty at this feature table with 14 bigs. Adrian Mateos remains the table chip leader with more than 125 big blinds. Sailboats. Jakobsen raises the pocket fours, 6K. And Florian Duta folds the small blind. Andrew Mateos in the big blind.
You're rocking with Mateos, my man. Raising into that big blind. Dangerous proposition.
Mateos has the spraggy ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, he's definitely not folding it, guys, but I guess the question is whether or not he wants to just 3-bet Jakobsen and put him in a little bit of a tough spot here. He's starting the hand with about 47 big blinds, or thereabouts. So it's not the most crazy optimal, like, you know, going to get way, way loads of folds, but A7 is definitely a combination with that blocker effect that you can apply that pressure, and of course, the ever-aggressive Adrian Mateos. Going to go ahead and do it. I think the thing about this stack depth, James, the reason I'm pointing that out is because now obviously most pairs can just always continue.
Yes.
You know, there's enough behind that you can almost always just set mine here, although, you know, of course, it's getting a little bit thinner the shorter you get because you want to make sure you have enough to get paid often enough when you're looking for spiking one of those 2 remaining cards on the flop directly. Does get the fold. Decided it was a little bit too pricey on this occasion. You can see that aggressive action from Mateos Gonna award him plenty of chips at non-showdown. Doesn't even need to fight for it on the flop. Another successful 3-bet.
So registration has now closed in the first of our mini EPT London tournaments. The next one starts in 36 minutes. Slightly higher buy-in, $25. Now, I appreciate that that might not be suitable for everyone's bankroll. I'm pretty sure most people can afford the $1.10 hyper, which will start this evening. That will be at 7:15 UK time. That's 8:15 Central European time. And remember, every single mini EPT London event throughout the week has W Coupe tickets added to the prize pool. There is so much added value in this series. And for that mini main on Friday, which will be a $5.50 MTT, there's going to be an EPT Prague package added, going to the winner. Oh, not flush draw for Jermaine, and ace high, still the best hand right now. She'll harbor with a gut shot.
2-8 bet, 6,500.
That feels like this.
Yeah. That's not 20. Yeah.
Again, caveating that the mini EPT London series is not available everywhere in the world. If you open your PokerStars client, guys, there should be a mini EPT London tab in the main lobby. If it's not there, chances are the series is not running in your part of the world.
Wow, so a really interesting 3-bet there with the gut shot and the club blocker and a snap all in.
Yeah. Zorro on YouTube asked, Robin Ulatalo, is he playing in London? Well, this is a perfect opportunity, Zorro, for me to promote the most recent edition of the Poker in the Ears podcast, where we spoke to 2013 main event champion Robin Ulatalo. He's not 100% sure. Well, he wasn't 100% sure he was coming to the main event. I haven't seen him. I know that the tax situation for Swedish players is no longer that favourable now that the UK has departed the European Union. So he was on the fence about whether he would come. I haven't seen him. I certainly don't think he remains.
Raise. Seat 1 raise, 5,000. Seat 3 fold.
By the way, if you want to hear and see that interview with Robin Ulatalo, stick around for the next break in 67 minutes' time. Boom! Synergy!
All right, guys. Michael Kane. ETG +2 does make the raise. Duda comes along in the cutoff with the 7s. Mateos, another opportunity to squeeze. 21,000. You'll notice the differentiation in the 3-bet sizing based on position here, James. This is very, very cool to see, guys. This is what we should be. I know it's very subtle, but these are little things that these guys are focusing on. Obviously, having position a little bit easier to play hands post-flop, therefore requires a little bit less expense pre-flop. Went a little bit bigger earlier on just now with the ace-7, which managed to get that fold from the 4s, which is exactly what you want when you're 3-betting that hand. Very rarely do you want to take the spraggy post-flop. In this case, getting some action with ace-king in position, probably not the worst thing in the world, but in this circumstance, does actually get looked at by the pair. So we're going to a flop.
Florian Duta calls and is still ahead with a pair of 7s on an 8-tray deuce board. Florian Duta is a player who I think belongs in the same category as Ronnie Barder. Has achieved a hell of a lot in poker, however, will always be remembered for a viral poker hand where they were the losing player. Ronnie, of course, getting bluffed by Miss Finland. Florian Duta was the person against whom Jamila von Perger spiked a 1-outer.
Adrian just looking at that stock, deciding how much it's going to cost him to blast off. And I think that's probably where we're headed, you guys. does put in a continuation. It's not super, super big, but it doesn't need to be because this is a guy that knows how to play through the streets. He understands the kind of range that is going to call and then call the 3-bet from here. And I think he knows it's going to be a lot of these pairs that are going to be forced to fold on later streets if he applies the pressure or indeed does improve to an ace or a king.
Duthie calls the 17K. Turn card is the king of diamonds, and now Adrian Mateos is a 95% favorite.
You know, when you got sevens in this spot, you just go, I mean, you could have like ace queen or ace king here, and then you call and it comes the king, and it's, I mean, you're expecting aggression from this player regardless, so you really can level yourselves in these spots, and that's why perhaps we saw that fold from the fours a little bit more readily in that previous hand. He knows what he's facing. He knows what he's about to encounter. 87K in the middle, guys. What's the size? Get your guesses in the chat now.
Oh, too late. He's already bet.
29,000.
29 into 87. And Florian Duthie folds the sevens. Called when he was ahead, folded when he was behind. Can't do anything more than that.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I would have loved to have seen just a break on the turn there just to see how the sizing would have been, you know, done differently by the ace-king, if there indeed would have been a turn bet at all. But this is what we're here for, guys, seeing behind the scenes.
Well, we are going to the outer tables where we've got three-way action, it seems. Connor Beresford opened, Ludovic Geilich called, and now Simon Burns has moved all in for 50K. Action back on Connor, who was the original raiser, and a reminder that Ludo is still to act behind. He folds, Ludovic Geilich calls, and Ludo tables pocket tens. Ace-king the hand for Simon Burns. Classic race. Ace-10-jack on the flop. Deuce on the turn, king on the river, two pair versus a set, and the set of tens will see Ludovic Geilich eliminate Simon Burns, and Ludo will now have a stack of more than 200K.
Seed open, table 20.
Ludovic Geilich, who final tabled this event in 2013, now has 215,000 chips. It's the first time we ever really got to see Ludo in action. EPT London, 9 years ago.
Hopefully we'll get a chance to see some more action from Connor Beresford. What a monster of poker.
Open-ended straight draw for Mateos. Right now, Jack Germain is ahead with a pair of fours. Here's a recap of the action. Mateos raised pre. Germain defended his big blind. Germain check called the flop for 3,500. He's now checked the turn.
Bet. 20,500.
Mateos going bigger now.
Ooh, really big.
Yeah, bets full pot.
So funny, it's almost like he's specifically targeting a 4, James. He's like, I know exactly what I need to get to fold here, and I know what the price is going to be. Does get a call, though.
And wow, Mateos gets there the dirty way, counterfeiting the pair of fours. Kings and tens with the queen kicker, the best hand. A frustrating check from Germain, who knows he just got rivered. And Mateos will win another pot.
Yeah, unlucky there for the 4, but obviously lots of outs for the queen jack there, including that counterfeit 10.
I'm not going to read the comment. I'm just going to highlight something here, guys. You can't use the YouTube chat to say something that is clearly quite an offensive remark about someone and then follow up with no offense. The second comment doesn't erase the first, nor does it cover up the content of the first. Anyway, Mateos has moved over 400k. Among the tournament chip leaders right now. As we get the all-in from Nuno Duarte, Shilhabel opened on the button. Duarte has shoved. And Shilhabel has made the call. Duarte with the best hand, ace high. Shilhabel with live cards and not that far behind. It's practically a flip. But it's a queen high flop, and now Duarte is on the verge of elimination. And Duarte is going to need to spike an ace on the river to survive. Are we going to see an appearance at EPT London of Mr. Barry Greenstein? No. Put your flaming Barrys away as we bid adieu to Nuno Duarte. Eliminated and taking us down to 150 players. You got the new 14 Pro?
Yeah, looking for an upgrade. You got anything else in there? So 30 minutes into the level. Teos continuing to build a stack. And opens here from the hijack with King Jack. Gets called on the button by Jack Germain. The sailboats. Pocket Four is making another appearance here. We've seen so many of these spots since I've been on stream, you guys. So many of these squeeze-a-ronies. There it is. So much easier. It's so easy when they just put the money on the table for you. Snap fold from the King Jack. Pocket Four is in the same category as well.
If we are going to talk, by the way, about the best Michael Caine movies, the best Michael Caine performances, hands down, Get Carter. Drops mic, leaves. And if anyone is going, isn't that a Sylvester Stallone movie? Stop watching now. Educate yourself.
We just lost half the viewers.
If it means
we can educate the masses, it was worth it.
Going to watch one of the best British gangster movies of all time, I will allow it.
Best Michael Caine movie ever, Austin Powers, hands down.
It's not even the good Austin Powers movie, Nick.
There's no such thing as a bad Austin Powers movie. Mr. Caine taking it down. SB. Love to see it.
That's right. Wages Day. It is a brutal film. I know you didn't do it, Albert. I know you didn't do it. back to the outer tables. And we are seeing Ramon Callias in action here. Always love it when we get to follow Ramon to the river. His opponent Matthew Perry went check on the turn, and with the 5 of spades hitting the river, we now have an 8-jack, ace, king, 5 board. No flush possible.
Yeah.
Ramon betting 8,000. Quick fold from Matthew Perry. All the celebrities here in London, by the way. Michael Caine, Matthew Perry, Ramon up to 150K.
Follow Ramon. Follow Ramon. On a Monday, on a Tuesday, following Ramon. Hey!
He is not chip leader, though. Ole Schemion is the biggest stack in the room. Schemion, who was on our feature table earlier, up over 500K right now.
Raise 5,500.
It is Jack Germain who's going to start the action here. Shortest stack at the table, fewer than 30 big blinds. Opens to 5,500 with ace-3. And it's raise and take it for Germain. Willie Meister says, was Michael Caine in Escape to Victory? Yes, he was, along with Sylvester Stallone. Have you any idea how many takes they had to do of that shot where Sylvester Stallone saves the penalty, saves the goal, and delivers victory to the Allies?
How many?
A lot.
Oh, that's funny. I actually discovered recently, you know the scene in the really bad Tobey Maguire Spider-Man where he catches all this stuff on a tray. Apparently, they actually filmed that practically. He actually they had to do about 400 takes in order for him to catch all the individual pieces of food as though he had super speed.
Just for another pruny. Thank you.
It's a funny one, actually.
Well, Michael Caine has opened from the hijack. Florian Duta has called on the button. Mateos in the small blind with ace-jack. Raises. Beautiful squeeze spot for Adrienne. Makes it 23K. Schilharbel has folded the big blind, so back on Caine. Queen 10 offsuit goes in the muck. Duta has a pair, has position. Might call this.
I mean, of the hands we've seen played so far, how many have been 3-bet pre-flop? This is absurd at this point. There you go. He's had enough. He's had enough. We've seen it too much. The interesting thing, those guys, he's actually had legit hands in most of these in these cases. The only one that was even remotely kind of out of line was maybe the ace-7, and even then, that's still a pretty standard kind of 3-bet combo there.
Another very watchable Michael Caine movie from the 1980s, The Fourth Protocol, where he plays a Secret Service agent trying to stop a Russian agent played by Pierce Brosnan from detonating a nuclear device near a Western airbase.
I'm going to need your recommendation list. I haven't seen any of these, James.
To be fair, the number of good Michael Caine movies is relatively short compared with the number of bad ones. I mean, if ever there was a man who did it for the money, and I salute him for that, and I love the fact he's very honest about that. Yes, Harry Brown's come up a few times, Joe.
So we have a open from Jakobsen here.
And we've got Duthie trying to trap, I guess, by calling with queens, hoping that someone squeezes behind, but they don't. Mateos flats on the button. Jermaine's in from the big blind. 4-way to the flop. Jack, 7, 7. And queens are still good.
Yeah, I mean, taking any big pair multi-way, not generally speaking what you want, because of course your equity gets absolutely decimated. But in this case, does find a pretty safe one. And indeed, actually a player with a combination they're probably very unlikely to fold. The King-Jack here on Jack 7-7, especially being the player betting from position. This could very easily be an attempt to take the pot away just from position, given the fact that there's been no aggressive action ahead of him here, right? So I imagine we're going to see a continuation from Jakobsen regardless. He has played this as a check himself. He is anticipating the fact that this is a multi-way pot. He could be encountering some stronger combos here. He's already got a pretty nice hand, and in a pot that hasn't been 3-bet yet. I think King-Jack is going to be the best hand here an overwhelming amount of the time. Ace of clubs in the turn now. Yeah, not surprised to see the check there. Certainly not completely crazy for Jakobsen to have an ace on the turn, but the jack is going to give him the full boat.
And it was only 5 minutes ago that I referenced Florian Duthie getting rivered. The one-outer from Jamila von Perja. Obviously, Jakobsen had a little bit more equity here, but even so, that is horrible.
I think he's trying to figure out what he's getting value from here, right? Because this isn't a 3-bet pot. He's not going, oh, he's got queens probably. I can get value from queens here. He's like, how do I get like pocket 8s to call on the river? Probably, right? I mean, given the flat from that position, he's probably not going to be expecting queens, kings, aces that often. It was a pretty unconventional line pre. So smaller is probably more common. Yep, sure enough. Comes in with the 1/4 pot bet. Trying to target some of those small pocket pairs that might have bet from position and then slow down when the ace fell. Oh, the queens has got to be thinking, though, like, what if he's just got 10s here and he's just blocker betting this river, just trying to get to showdown or something like that. That would be an interesting consideration as well. He's going, my hand is so under-wrapped. This is ridiculous.
Quarter pot bet.
This is so
too tempting.
It's so punishing, James. It's so punishing. He only has to have the best hand 1 in 5 times to make this. Yeah, makes the call.
Bit of a cycle, gets the bad news.
Why, oh why did I flat that pre-flop? I think it was probably fine as played. Just an unlucky run out there.
Another pruny.
A very, very nice bet size by the full boat on that river.
Seemed like a good idea at the time, I guess.
T6 raise, 5,500.
Stefan Schillhabel just raised the button. Fold from the small blind. Martin Jakobsen in the big blind. 6-3 offsuit. Defends.
Sure.
Warum nicht?
Warum nicht?
And it is a 10-9-8 flop. Second pair for Shilharble. Better than a 4-1 favourite here. And a high percentage of the time, Nick, this will go check that fold.
I imagine it will. But when you got those really nice prices pre-flop, and there is the additional dead money from the antes.
Well, it actually went check.
It did on the flop, absolutely,
but
yes.
Now I think we will see a delayed c-bet, so chances are it will now go check bet fold. Martin?
Unless.
Martin, no! Your opponent's improved to 2 pair. This is not going to work. Just realised they don't know all the whole cards next. Them playing from a different perspective. Shilharble calling. Deuce on the river.
I really want to see him put this bet in, though, James. I want to see him make it like 29K on the river and just really lean into repping that jack.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe his thought process was, my opponent's going to bet a jack on this flop a lot of the time, so he definitely doesn't have a straight. Here we go. I'm just going to pile it in.
Martin checks.
Yeah, that seems like the more common line on this river.
And Stefan Shilharble has 2 pair on a pretty straighty board. And it gets checked to showdown. So we're about to deal hand 99 of the day, the flake, as I like to call it. Time to welcome Joe Stapleton back into the mix.
Is that because I'm a flake?
It's an ice cream reference. The 99 being when they stick a flake in your ice cream.
Because I'm delicious and creamy?
I believe the reason it's called a 99 is because it was 99p.
Right.
I don't think you can get one for less than £5 these days.
Well, you and your 4 flatmates could all split one for 99p each. Not you personally. I'm just saying, you know.
Right.
When you live here in London.
Well, I was about to do the conversion for you, Joe. I mean, £5 at this point in time must be what? $5.01?
It's pretty close.
Under the gun raise from Alistair Moss.
King Queen making another appearance, but aces for Duta. Oh, you know, getting aces in this position, though, you're like, oh, I got to 3-bet it, but my hand looks super strong all the time.
3-bet aces all day long. Duta. Fold King Queen under the gun all the Duta day.
King Queen.
He's so excited. He's like, here. Go ahead. Let's go, dealer. Come on. Here you go. Let me move it along.
Give him a flop. Give him a king. Give him a king.
Come on.
Okay, top set for Duta. Straight draw for Moss.
Dealer, I'd like to bet the smallest possible amount on this flop.
I bet 1.
Duta, having re-raised pre, continues the flop. 8,000 into 34,000. Pretty quick call from Moss.
Straight draw, flush draw. Flush draw.
All right. That's an action card, you guys. The 10 still good, and of course now the nut flush draw to go with it.
Yeah, 26% equity is not to be sneezed at.
Not. I think it's time to really go spicy on this turn, though. He had a smaller sizing on the flop. You put about 8K, which was about 1/3. I think on the turn you want to start really pumping, though.
What year?
Is that 40-something?
15.
Never mind. 15K? 14K, excuse me.
250 and 1 million was.
Ooh, that was a big chunk of his stack, though.
This is not Johnny Moss, right?
For you, at least. Not that much anymore.
Oh, it shook the entire set.
I mean, Duthie just seems to get rivered endlessly. As we get the shove from Moss, and it's half of Duthie's remaining chips to call.
Look at his face. He's like, I feel like I'm never winning here, but I'm trying to understand how you could have possibly got there.
He's going to be like king, queen with the king of diamonds?
That's exactly what you do in this situation. You go, I'm trying to put you on a hand. It's not ace jack. It's not ace nine.
That's okay.
Oh, this is so savage.
We're sure this isn't Johnny Moss.
Alistair Moss.
All right.
It's so hard to put him on a hand that would play like this in a 3-bet pot. It's just like Jack 10 would never do this. You know what I mean? Like, ace jack is really hard for him to have when you've got aces. Ace 9 is really hard for him to have.
If Duthie gets away from this,
yes.
If Duthie folds this no good set, I suspect that 2022 may well be the year of Romania.
That could break the curse.
I mean, there aren't a lot of diamonds Moss is supposed to have, right? With the ace of diamonds out there. Like, king, queen of diamonds is like one of the only hands that you're going to raise call with.
This is what I mean about, like you eliminate so many combinations. And then also, given the fact it was 3-bet, there are loads of 2 pairs that like don't go crazy because they're not thinking like, oh, I just rivered him, right? Because they're concerned about him having ace jack or top set or middle set on the flop.
No, 2 pair you can't do it.
Yeah, exactly. So by process of elimination, it's just like,
it's king, queen of diamonds, king, queen with a queen of diamonds, and king, queen with a king of diamonds.
It's really crazy how tight that range becomes, given the action on the streets. Somebody in the chat suggested maybe it was like 10s with a 10 of diamonds, but I'm not even sure if that makes it to the river.
Yeah,
makes the call.
King, queen,
And that will be a full double up for Alistair Moss. Moss now playing 183k. Duthie drops down to 47k. He's got fewer than 20 big blinds.
He's like, I'm good. Yeah. Nailed it.
Oh, you got to really feel for him there. Dude is just taking such a hit. Like,
how do you, I just don't know how you keep quiet after that. Like, I understand that long gone are the days of having very emotional reactions to hands, but give me something here, buddy. You got to be a little annoyed, right?
Did you hear him go, it's king, queen, isn't it?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I missed it. Sorry. Too busy running my own mouth.
No. He made the call, and the guy went to go whip his hand over. He went, yeah, king, queen. Yeah, I thought so.
I like it that we don't have it in our bracket.
Dan 13, first time ever speaking in chat. Terrible bet on turn. Terrible call on river. Terrible first chat. You banned. Thank you for your question, your comment. Excuse me.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. All right, guys, let's try and get past that bad juju right there. We're going to hand number 100 of the day.
What a hand, though. That was awesome.
That's a really savage one. I can't believe that. But upwards and onwards and upwards. What's the phrase?
Yeah, onwards and upwards.
Yeah.
Alistair Moss with Queen 9 in the big blind. Domination situation. Kane gets the better hand to fold after bet 2,500 on the flop.
If you busted a pro, you got a shirt because you got a bounty.
Yeah,
and I busted Conrad Renan and he was so tilt on me because of some hands. And then he had to sign me with his t-shirt as well.
Maugs92 asks, banned because he said he played it bad? Seems like a crazy reason to ban someone, doesn't it? But not as crazy as banning someone for asking a question. Maugs, you banned.
You banned. Thanks for coming, buddy.
Thank you for your question.
Stapes, you crazy.
Stefan Schillebel, UTG +1 with the ace-king offsuit.
No.
Duthie still managed to not flip the table over.
Keeping it professional.
First read it.
People now testing the depths of how far I will go to ban. Raj says, I love the commentators straight up destroying dumb chatters. Don't talk about your fellow viewers like that. You banned. Thank you for your comment.
You guys, it's great when we mix up the different commentator, combinations, and as soon as it's just me and Joe out here, yeah, it's time we clean up the chat. Jakobsen with the aces this time. There has been a UTG raise, a 3-bet from the hijack from Jakobsen's aces, excuse me. I think we're going to see some fireworks here. Stapes. I mean, when we're playing poker at this level, when people are 3-betting, they're not as strong as this usually, especially players who have a lot of experience with some of the lighter 3-bet strategies. So this gets really spicy really quick, guys. Just to give you a little bit of context here, Jakobsen has about 47 big blinds remaining. He is the shorter of the two stacks.
Call.
And all in a snap call, that's to be expected. Ace-king versus ace is one of the worst spots you can get pre-flop. Aces with monstrous equity. It's actually even better to have a hand like, 8-7 suited, 6-7 suited here. Having that ace in your hand really, really destroys your equity. 91% for the aces here. And, of course, some of those are going to be chops, too. About 2% of the time here.
Jakobsen having a pretty good week here.
Okay, a little bit of hope for the ace-king now. Seeing the king on that flop was one of the pieces he requires here in order to improve into the best hand. He needs another king or a straighting card on the turn.
Oh,
okay.
Boy.
Okay, a little bit more opportunity now again. A 10 or a king on the river will do it. Of course, 10% of that 10 will be the split, though.
Yeah, only 5% of an outright win here. Jakobsen home and dry, double up. Has anybody ever won like a local tour main event and an EPT main event in the same stop? I don't think so.
Not to my knowledge.
That would be pretty incredible.
Yeah. Another cooler, you guys. We've seen some serious savagery at this table since I've been jumping onto comms today. I mean, really, really sweet little spot. That's the kind of stuff you dream about at this stage in the tournament. Going to go a long way to getting him within that bubble, which we are headed towards, guys, as James mentioned earlier.
On the house on the beach table.
Martin Jakobsen up to 110 big blinds.
20 quid.
Hi-ya. Elkanut says Andreas Klatt won the national and finished second in Monaco in 2017. That's pretty impressive. Sounds familiar. Jermaine. King Queen. Ian Armstrong was under the gun there. New player at the table.
It is 50, 62.
Shillabell in. Little pocket pairs in the big blind is about the only time you're allowed to set mine these days anymore. So why not? Bring it on. 10, 10, 9. Fours are good.
Yeah, we heard Griff making mention of that earlier, didn't we? You know, finding those pairs in games where you're going to get 3-bet very light as a squeeze just makes it very, very difficult to make them a profitable proposition when you get pushed out of the pot so frequently.
Almost set on the turn. Is that a thing? I don't think so. Check, check. River is a 6. Another almost set.
Lots of checking, though. I mean, the fours have got to be somewhat confident their opponent has some sort of a high card combo. King, queen, ace, king, that kind of thing. So I expect the big blind will probably just try and take this to showdown. I don't know if there's a lot of value to be had here. He could be considering trying to get value from a hand like ace, king, and it's not completely unreasonable. Maybe even just like a little blocker bet scenario might be good enough to try and get a little bit of value from the ace highs, but also slow the action down a tad if he is anticipating a bet. Sure enough, very, very small little blocker bet combo. A bet and a call. Pocket fours does, in fact, get value from the king high. The power of that blocker bet. Those are the times when you're supposed to use that size, by the way, guys, when you know that there's a little bit of value potentially from those, but you also don't want to see a lot more action. And I think given the action at that point, it would be a pretty weird story for him to put in a raise versus the small river size as well.
I love a weird story, but not necessarily the kind Nick's talking about.
Nelson in the chat is asking, are we going to get to the bubble today? It's not guaranteed. It is very likely. 111 places will pay today. We're down to 141. In the event that we get down to 112 players today, guys, we will play until there is a bust out and we are in the money. But if we play out all of our levels and we're still not within one place to get into the money, we will continue play tomorrow and there will be no bubble today.
Ace 6 for Alistair Moss. The worst ace. Winner. We have a winner. Alistair Moss up over 70 big blinds.
He's like, remember that one time I rivered that straight? Yeah.
Yeah.
That was cool. Yeah, number 105, Joe. Let's get into it. Blinds are still 1K, 2,500 with a 2,500 ante. Folding around very quickly. Speed has been pretty good today, Joe, right? Not too many tankers.
No, it's been great. Genuine decisions, different than tanking for no reason.
Yeah, absolutely.
I really hope that people don't stop tanking and slowing the game down, because what else am I going to complain about?
I mean, how else are you ever going to make the money?
I got to do bits sometime.
You got to drag it out for you.
Oh, sorry. It's like one of the only things it's okay to demonize people for when they're under the gun with Jack 7 offsuit.
Check.
Another pretty strong flop here for Broadway cards. Adrian's like, did I just flop a straight? I think so. Oh, man. Check your cards, bro. Just double check. Just make sure.
I think the biggest issue is there's just a 0% chance of getting any action here from the 5 deuce off.
5 deuce, a very germane hand.
Yeah, the cool thing about flopping a straight there with Queen Jack, Joe, is like if they have a king or a 10 or an ace, they have, you're Adrian Mateos, they have to like give you no respect and still at least call once, right? But when they have absolute air like that, you're just not going to get a dime. So the continuation, plenty justified. Got to use that table image to your advantage.
Kal-El asking if I have any plans to go to Sweden to do some comedy. This answer to this question is always the same. If you book me, I will come. I don't even have to make money on it. I just have to not lose money. Because that's more money than I usually get.
With not losing money.
So like what happens is I do a show in LA, and let's say on the very rare occasion I get paid like $40. My bar tab is like $180. So I'm not saying you got to cover my bar tab. I would come to Sweden for a show, but it's got to at least pay enough to cover my expenses.
I understand. I know the feeling. I love the community. I love to meet you guys out here when we travel to these events. And I very frequently end up doing something similar. I'll get these drinks, guys. No problem. Next thing you know.
Jakobsen taking a rare opportunity to 3-bet a little light from the big blind, but did it against the button raiser. Fairly common. Oh, man. These people are very strange. Maugs, you went from being joke banned to real banned.
Bro, you weren't really banned. It was like a 1-minute timeout, buddy.
Well, I mean, it was more than a minute, but it was long enough for him to write a fairly concerning message.
That was pretty dark.
Tell me you don't get the joke without telling me you don't get the joke. Okay. 10-7 suited for Armstrong. The Phil 10-7.
Huh?
Dan says, ban me because I said my opinion about how Duda played his hand. Well done, guys.
Yeah.
Unsub. Dan?
The last two were...
There's no way that you had $6 to begin with.
You have to be sub to unsub, Dan.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, like, I'm grabbing the button.
Chatter is like, I have a particular set of skills. Mostly consisting of bad poker takes.
The reflex. Oh, I thought you meant the reflex of the light. Okay. Okay.
I don't know if you guys know this or not, but PokerStars gets a significant portion of its earnings from Twitch subscriptions. It's huge. You're really going to eat into our bottom line.
I like the idea they pull you into an office, Joe, and they're like, Joe, you're absolutely murdering our bottom line right now, buddy.
Somebody give a gift sub to Dan. Yes, Spectre 976, you legend. Now you can unsubscribe. 4 ways to the flop.
That's perfect.
10-8-5. Top pair for Jakobsen. Bottom pair for Kane. I don't want to jinx old Marty here, but he's doing pretty well. Flops the best hand in a 4-way pot. Everyone else kind of blocking each other.
Yeah, he's in a tricky spot, though. These multi-way pots are really, really, really difficult to get right. And, you know, Joe, we talk a lot about the modern game. We use solvers, and we have, this sort of GTO approach. As soon as the hand gets, even three-handed, as soon as you're looking at a post-flop,
solver starts melting down, right?
Well, it's not even necessarily that. It's just there's so many other factors that come into play that whatever the solver produces isn't even necessarily going to be something that is a useful piece of information.
Interesting.
Because there's so much expectation.
Oh, 6-5 must be so mad right now. How is ace-6 still in here and 6-5 folded? Did we get that right?
Moss just got his own style, my man.
Jakobsen bet 10K. Got to 5 to fold, luckily.
I mean, this is really interesting very unusual from the ace-6 because he still had players act behind him when he made that call. He's like, this guy's always just bluffing on the button here, but I got to get through the other guys next to me.
Yeah, probably. I guess he's used to going runner straight.
Very
He was
unusual.
hoping for the 7-9. Moss has got to fold now, right? Yeah. Jakobsen's like, what's this dude calling with? How about 20,000? Okay. Cool. Spectre, thank you for the sub and the gift sub. And for making me and Nick almost miss the entirety of that hand.
Yeah, kudos to you, sir. Chat, I love you. I couldn't do this without you.
I can promise Martin Jakobsen he would probably look even more confused if he knew what Moss was holding in that hand. And yeah, Marty's going to keep the train going here. Play that rush. Ride it.
Sure.
8-6 suited. Kane. Queen Jack suited. Michael Kane. Oh, now I get it.
Life is a highway. Jakobsen's going to ride it all night long.
Oh man, how are you just good enough that you just don't give up? 8 high.
Oh, it's 8-6 of hearts though. How pretty is that hand?
We're going to the flop. Queen 7, Trey 2 clubs, top pair for Kane. And that is going to finally get Jakobsen to surrender. Kane up to 60 big blinds, 150,000. Average stack 160 now. So, man, what a deep structure this is. If 60 blinds is below average, doesn't feel right. Oh, we've got the two blind colors.
The 2 blind colors indeed.
Should dust off all my old tube material. I used to do a lot of bits about the tube.
Should dust off the old tube.
Yeah. My top 5 tube stops that sound like a butler I'd want to party with. Number 5, Watford. Number 4, Croxley. I don't remember I only remember. Number 1, Cockfosters.
Great stop. Great stop. We do see an open here from Armstrong's suited king, king 8 of spades, opening UTG +1. Mr. Mateos in the big blinds like, yeah, sure, you can see a flop. That's cool.
King, 8, Jack. Wowee. Every card connecting. 3 diamonds. However.
Okay, very interesting. We don't see a continuation from the king 8 of spades here. I think on the turn, he might regret that decision. Now, 4 diamonds on board, losing to any random diamante now at this point.
And the 10 on the river does prevent this from chopping. 2-pair good. Man, I just do not want to be in one of these situations against Edgar Mateos. Wow, he took mercy on you like a benevolent king.
I can guarantee you if he didn't have a jack, he would not be so lucky. He would definitely taken that shot if he didn't have showdown for sure.
You just got to close your eyes and call him too, right? I mean, that's probably what I would do.
Probably just would have bet the flop, honestly. I think it's okay. You are supposed to check quite frequently on those monotone boards, right? But when you got 2 pairs, you got quite a lot to protect, right? And you're pretty confident about getting check raised and continuing when you still have full house outs, even if you are facing the diamonds. But for the most part, a lot of check raises will be bluffs too, so you're not just concerned for that reason.
Ian Armstrong still over 60 bigs after that hand. Picks up a couple of chips. $15 minutes left on the level. Jermaine with the speed limit, 55. Moss with ace-8 out. Utah folding queen 9. Small blind from Mateos, nah with the 10-9. And the big blind, Shillabell. No! This never happens anymore.
Yeah, people giving that big blind. King 3 off against that early position open, though, is going to be dominated very frequently versus that range, and it just feels gross. He's sitting there with around 38 big blinds as well. 38 bigs can be very, very tricky to play well.
The worst.
You start making pairs and you feel uncomfortable.
Too many to get it in. Not enough to play post. Annoying.
It is a very tricky one. When I ask people on stream, what's your least favorite stack depth, they tend to say around the 40 big blind mark. That's always a weird one for a lot of players.
It's just so easy to make a mistake at 40 big blinds. Like, it's plenty of big blinds, obviously. 20 of big blinds is plenty. 40 is plenty. But, man, you just end up lighting so many on fire because you get into weird spots.
Yeah, it can be very difficult to play that stack depth. As Kane looks down at pocket kings, UTG +2.
The man who would be pocket kings is Michael Caine in that movie. I know Sean Connery is. I think it's both of them, right? Am I getting that right? Raise and take it. S. David asks, is Margeris in here? Depends where here is. Thank you for your question. I don't know where you are.
Bam! Margerison.
Yeah. What's up, Jim Lad? Sorry for watching. Director really likes Michael Caine.
Mateos with the opportunity to set mine does accept that opportunity.
Yes, I love it when the pros do the stuff that I like to do. I want to see a flop with threes. Oh, no, Jermaine.
Wow, this is really, really unusual. 7 tray off multi-way, just doing so bad in most situations.
10-5-4. Top pair for Moss.
All right, Joe, but given the fact he has played this hand, I hope that he does something cool here because he does have that gut shot. In many cases, people do like to turn that big blind defend into a check raise.
No, not this time.
Just a snap fold. I'm just going to say it. I think that if you're going to defend that combo, you probably need to be continuing with those draws in some manner, even if it isn't a check raise. But 7 tray off multi-way can and probably should be very frequently a fold pre-flop.
Ethan 1K asks, am I dumb for not recognizing any of the players at this table? Not for not recognizing any of the players at the table, no. Thank you for your question.
That's fine. That's what we're here for. We're going to help you out. Our friend Duda, who took that beat with those aces not that long ago. Composure still on his face. Now has about 14 big blinds. I think he's probably deciding whether or not this is just going to be a straight jam.
I would take this guy's intro to psychology course.
He decides instead to play this as a call, which I really like. Mixing it up here. I think the limp off of this stack depth looks really, really weird, and I think it might sort of confuse other players into allowing him to get to a flop and play this out in a more passive fashion. However, Ace-Jack of Hearts definitely getting up there in terms of hand strength. Might be tempted just to go ahead and pump this now.
I'll pump it up. 8,500.
Yeah, and if he's doing this, basically what he's looked over at the stack, Joe, and he's gone, I'm willing to commit the rest,
We're
bro.
just going to get played all in pre-flop.
He's like, you know me, I know you. Here's the situation. I think we can just get this in. It's all good. I'm quite happy for this to be an all-in, let's flip for it scenario.
And Jakobsen with a hand that you might want to come along with if you were closing the action. A hand you still might want to come along with. A hand you still maybe sometimes would put another bet in.
I think the reason that he's pausing here is he's going, this guy has a hand he's willing to commit the rest with because he's recognized that there was that limp from one of the short stacks and he's put in an amount where he knows he's committing for the rest. So would he do that with a hand that would be willing to fold to a 3-bet? Would he be doing it with a hand that's weaker than Ace-10 where I should be putting in some sort of a raise where I should be coming along to try and play this? And sure enough.
Yeah. 24,000.
The fours get out of the way.
I mean, if this works here, this is just dope. This is just a dope play.
I mean, honestly, if I'm Ace-Jack of Hearts here, I think I play the hand similarly, but I think I'd probably get a fold in here.
I would fold Ace-Jack. I shouldn't tell people that.
For the same reason why we saw that deliberation with the Ace-10 of clubs from the big blind, he's got to be thinking, well, he's got to be strong here too because he was willing to commit the chips to the player that had limped. Does decide to come along, it seems, from position though.
Well, it didn't work, and now we are playing a massive pot. 54K in the middle already. Ace, king, deuce, top pair for both players. Kicker problems for Jakobsen.
Wow, this is a very, very interesting spot. Schilhabel here is also going to be aware of the fact that if he does have some 4-bet bluffs, they will very frequently be hands like Ace-10 of clubs or Ace-5 of spades and that kind of stuff.
Right.
So he's got to be thinking, I got to be really sticky here. If I don't give him credit for a hand as strong as Ace-King pre-flop, then I'm going to have the best hand here an overwhelming amount of the time. Even though, of course, that will be part of this range as well.
Jakobsen continuing, and that's going to be pretty small, right? That's the standard here. Yeah, 10K, less than a fifth of the pot.
Yep, very common meta these days. If you do have 3-bets in 4-bets, the continuation is almost always going to be under 25%, depending on the effective stacks thereafter.
Schilhabel makes the call. Tray ball on the turn. I guess there's some opportunities here. Seems like it would be bigger than 11%. I guess it's only 2s and 3s, huh?
Okay, Ace-10 does slow down.
And Schilhabel putting 20K out there, it looks like. 18,000. And I don't know how you don't level yourself here into calling at least one more street.
I agree with you, Joe. And the three spades really doesn't change much in this scenario either,
Yeah.
right?
And you feel like, oh, well, I check. Like, I know that, look, I know that Martin Jakobsen's thinking about the game at a much higher level than I am, right? But just from a human perspective, you're like, oh, I checked. Of course they're going to bet. They're going to bet a lot of the time when I check here. So I think you can convince yourself, so maybe you're still good. Or maybe you hit a 10.
I think the former, really. And he does just ship it in, Joe.
Wow. How can you call this?
Oh, he's just really, really, really trying to rep ace, king, aces, kings. Oh, Joe, there's so much pressure here as well. It's so difficult to think clearly in these spots. You're on the featured table. And you know you can absolutely be good against a player of this caliber.
Right, but every single thing about the story he's told in this hand is that he has got ace-jack beat. Fishhead asks, so he's turning ace-10 into a bluff. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And sort of has been from the beginning. Stealthy Mage says, what a jam, holy bloop. V-Jane says, dang. Cloudful says, dang, what a shove.
This really is a sensational shove. Even if he gets looked up here, to put your opponent in this spot, you just know you've done something right.
Makes the call. And barring a disaster on the river, this is going to be a double up for Shillabell. Oh, it looks like there was a river already. Uh-oh. Graphics error. Okay, hasn't come out yet. We'll get it on the overhead shot. Three outs for Jakobsen. A couple of ways to chop. Oh, is that one of them?
Aces and deuces with a king.
Aces and deuces with a king.
Double pair.
This hand ends in a chop, and you know what they say, Nick? Everyone loves the chop putt.
How unsatisfying does that feel, though, Joe? You've just made a sensational hero call.
Yeah.
And then it's like when you're playing
It's
cards
brutal.
and they go, "What happens now?" Oh, so I guess
It's a bit like kissing your cousin and then finding out that it's not your cousin. It's like disappointing. You're like, oh, that's not what I thought I was signing on for. Still good, though, but not as good. Wait, I might have got that wrong.
I feel so unsatisfied.
Justice.
Justice, he says. Justice. Where is the justice?
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
true.
it could have been a 10. I was disappointed, to be honest.
Or anything else.
Okay.
Silver linings.
Go take that.
Lamari in the chat saying, not a hero call. All right, bro. All right. Okay. I'm sorry, mate. You're banned.
Get him.
I can't, mate.
Ace-5 suited for Boston. Sourdough.
Sourdough suited.
Tico asks, why was it chopped? Because in the end, both players had aces and deuces, and the king played for the kicker. So the 10 didn't play, the jack didn't play, the king played. Ace, ace, deuce, deuce, king was the hand for both players. And we've got Moss fighting against a big blind defend from Kane, who's got 8-3 of clubs, and this should be the end of the hand. Although this is one of those situations you can convince yourself, there's a lot of good turns for me. There's like a lot of backdoors I can hit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because under the gun's like, you know, not supposed to have connected with this board. Maybe could have, you know, big pocket pairs, or obviously he's easily ahead of 8-3 still, but you're not really supposed to have smashed this flop.
Right. But I was going back to your point now as well, Joe. Having those kinds of backdoory stuff very frequently are the combinations that you like to try and sort of turn into a bluff in these scenarios.
Raising hands.
But we've seen Moss be very sticky in these situations, right? On several occasions now at this point, so I don't think it's going to work out. But
Moss is sticky. He'll grow on you.
But that's definitely the kind of turn where you might want to continue repping. I think the cool thing about being in the big blind here in particular is that, as Joe pointed out earlier on, you're going to have a lot more of these sort of small pocket pairs, kind of two pairs like 7-9, 7-4 suited, that kind of thing. So you're actually repping plenty in this scenario on this sort of weaker texture where you do have some potential turns that you can continue repping as draws that completed, etc.
Like, I think if I had ace-5 in that situation and I got raised, I would think to myself, like, yeah, I could easily be getting bluffed here, but my hand's not great.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it, and that's why it's so effective. Very frequently on these rainbow textures, a lot of the combinations that should be played as check raises are the combinations that you can actually turn backdoor flush draws with. So, like, you'll see sort of gut shots with, you know, gut shots with the clubs, gut shots with the 7, gut shots with the 9, that have backdoor spades, backdoor hearts, backdoor clubs, specifically because of this reason. So another bet and a call, ace-5 going absolutely nowhere.
Oh, man, Moss.
Wow.
A rolling stone gathers no moss. But this fella gathers chips like you read about. And to be fair, he called with the best hand twice, right? I know it's kind of like an incredulous run out. Oh, no!
Oh, wow.
Kane shoves.
How much is it got here?
He is not going to like what he sees after this slight delay. There's just no way. There's just no way. You get there, and then contemplate a fold here. This is going to be just a thinking call.
I got really lucky on that river.
The worst thing to happen to Michael Caine since the Swarm.
I call.
There's the final call from Moss, and that's going to be it for Caine. Michael Caine, not a good run out.
Ace call on the flop.
Not the first time Moss didn't need to go runner. He was ahead the whole way, but it feels like that. It feels like Caine got run down by runner. Fucking clown. Oh.
Yeah, because there's 90 plus that.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, he's got 99, so...
Jeepers.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my.
We apologize for the language. I think we're eating into a break here, too. You know, it's a good time for a break, I think. I think it might be a good time to go to break. Can we go now? Can we go right this second? By any chance? Jeepers. There's going to be a lot of texting and tweeting going on after that hand, I think. You'll never believe it. Chip counts as we head to break. Adrian Mateos, over 100 big blinds, same as Alistair. When we get back, blinds going up. Duthie short, Jermaine short. That hand, I need a break. And we are all taking one for the next 16 minutes. EPT London, back after this.
We're in the heart of London. Obviously, the weather is fantastic, typical British weather. Playing some football with some of the PokerStars players that are here playing UK EPT, EPT.
6 teams who all play each other once, and whoever is top of that league not only gets entry to a tournament, but far more importantly, you get the coveted spade. These boys all slap me up on a poker table. On the felt, it belongs to them. But on the Astro, this is my moment.
You've got some pretty competitive, very driven ambassadors on the other end of the teams. Steve, on paper, jumps out. Let's be fair, he's an absolute menace.
I used to be a footballer, so I think I have a little advantage today. I try to play for fun, but for me it's very tough to do it for fun because I'm very used to play like for my life, you know?
The winning team was Steve. Congratulations to him. Definitely not bitter at all, but a fantastic player. And a great team, yes.
Coming to EPT and having these activities is one of the biggest experiences, so I really encourage everybody to qualify for these kind of tournaments because it's going to be very, very fun.
Been absolutely fantastic. Nice to have a kick around. Now I'm really prepared to play some cards. Let's go.
$2K, $4K blinds. And we have Dina, who still works on the EPT, dealing the feature table.
Anthony calls.
Lelouch limping with Queen Jack. Moneymaker with Ace 3, is that?
Yeah, Ace 3 offsuit, I think. Just going to pass it. Chris is playing well. How annoying is this?
Daniel.
Okay, let's just rip into his choice of shirt instead.
There's got to be something.
Mangus is in. Roland de Wolf played very aggressively at the final table of EPT3 Dublin. 6-4 of hearts here.
Yeah, Roland de Wolf is probably one of the first names when I first started getting into poker. I used to watch a lot of TV poker, and he was like a real old school sort of UK pro. He was like the big UK pro that I recall. Comes in here with a 6-4 hearts.
Race.
Raise announced by Katja Svensson.
Wow,
She
5-4
sees
clubs.
dead money out there. I don't dislike it.
Yeah, hand selection's a little bit meh, but as you say, we got a raise, call.
No, it's limped, remember? There's been no raise so far. Limp.
Oh, right, limp. Yeah, okay. Even better in that case, right? Ranges are going to be wider, can punish harder.
Action now.
That's my 2020 mindset kicking in, you see, James. Just assuming that there's raises, you know?
And now we get an all-in from Joseph Merwad from Lebanon with 8-7 suited. This I can't really get behind, but I guess he's got the best hand.
Unbelievably, yes.
And Katja's priced in, has to call, and somehow we have a 120k pot with 8-7 against 5-4 with one player all in and no community cards yet.
The problem with the 7-8 is, you've got no fold equity. Your opponent's never folding.
Ace of diamonds.
You're always going to be all in with 8 high, which is not good. But he is ahead.
Yeah, a pair of 7s against a pair of 5s. Diamonds not a factor, although opportunities emerge on the turn.
River card. 7 of spades.
Trips for Merwad. That hand was a little bit weird.
Yeah, that one was kind of all over the place. That was actually the first time in this season's coverage that we've seen a hand where it's, so many limps and then weird all-ins. Definitely a bit of a bizarre one.
You take 1 hour.
Lines are up. 2,500, 5,000.
Okay, this is going to be the blind level where Chris Moneymaker starts butchering it.
I hope so. I mean, we can't be expected to wait much longer. We usually don't have to.
You can't misplay pocket queens against two short stacks, so
2,500.
give them time.
What's the blinds now?
5,000. Pascal, Daniel both folds.
Is it?
Yes, sir.
But James, you mentioned that Roland DeWolf was famed for playing a very loose, aggressive style. He has Jack 6
some good information to have.
here, and yep, those are raising chips.
Roland makes it.
DeWolf opens to 14,000. Round to the blinds. Anthony Lelouch is in the small with 9-4. That goes in the muck. Christopher Moneymaker has aces.
Oh boy. You got a playable hand?
Pardon?
Oh boy.
You got a good hand?
It's considered good.
By you or by the general public?
Phil Helmuth.
Phil Helmuth?
He told me it was a good hand.
How many chips do you have?
I got 120 like you have. 120. I just doubled up 58, 119. You got like a Jack 10 suited or something? Queen 10 suited?
Nearly, but no.
I kind of like Chris getting quiet here, mostly because I like not hearing Chris's voice, but also I think that if you continue to act super loose and comfortable, you might give away your hand strength a little bit more. So when you get all serious, I think that you kind of...
Agreed.
I did too.
Not.
Yours is better.
Yes, it was.
It's a very small 3-bet by Chris off a pretty shallow stack. If he'd have written on a postcard that he had aces and sent it over to Roland DeWolf, it might have been a little more telling.
Here we go. Oh, we found something. Dear Chris Moneymaker, we were reviewing the size of your 3-bet from EPT Fort London 2007.
I'm hoping for something more.
No, not being funny. I think this is funnier. Guys, if you want to at C Moneymaker on Twitter and question his 3-bet size from that specific moment that I guarantee he will have no recollection of, I'm sure he'd be all over it.
It's always the best when you like wake up in the morning and then you look at your Twitter mentions and you see that you have like 45 mentions and you're like, this is never good.
What did I do?
Every time all in.
Oh, it's so sick, isn't it? You raise King Deuce, you can't even call all in with it? This is a pretty wild reach out from Mangus, to be fair. Jack 5 suited for the 12 big blinds. This is
got, ace 9 or something?
Good read.
When you got King 9? No. How much? 33? 43,000 more?
Nope.
Ace 9 or something. Yeah, more of the something than the ace 9.
36. Wow, it's about 10,000 too much, my friend.
Chris is saying that if it was 10,000 left, he would call it off with King Deuce.
I think this is Chris Moneymaker just pretending he can do maths. And then folding anyway. Because he has King Deuce offsuit.
He'll step one time wrong, like King Jack.
While you're tweeting him about the size of his 3-bet, tell him about the time he made a bad fold to Mangus.
The big laid out of the King Deuce, he was obviously ahead.
It was the best hand. Langman with ace 10 suited.
See?
Flora makes it 19,000 to play.
18 or 19? 19. Cool.
Moneymaker calling on the button with 9-8 suited.
He does not seem to have a big enough stack to call with 9-8 suited on the button.
This could be the moment you've been waiting for.
Hand, but I think, as you said, Joe, he's pretty short. We can lambast him for it. Terrible call.
There's every opportunity that Florian Langman will tell him how bad it is, so maybe we can just sit back and watch. So gut shot for Moneymaker, top pair, top kicker for Langman. Continuation bet of 28,000.
Actually, when Chris gets here, given how shallow he is, I was going to say, definitely could give some consideration to moving all in. He'd fold out hands like King Jack, King Queen, maybe some ace highs.
Card, Jack of Diamonds.
Does have that gut shot.
Check.
Well, now
open-ended now.
He is open-ended. Langman also has the flush draw. Snap calls. There's an 86% favourite.
I gotta get lucky.
Florin calls. Florin with ace, 10 of diamonds.
I just think when you call with a hand like this, you're expecting
Yeah.
to flop. You're like, I could like flop a pair in a big draw and I'll be good, and it's just like never the best hand.
Why did you call me on the flop?
And the river card. Comes a 5 of diamonds, giving Florin a nut flush.
Think you got me covered? Yeah, I guess so. Nice hand, sir. Well done. Good hand.
I think Ludo was, if he had the experience he has now, I would not win that final table. He was just too crazy.
Well, we can relive the 2013 main event with the man who actually won it, because Robin Olatello is our guest on this week's podcast. Robin, welcome to Poker in the Ears.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
I don't know how much you remember of that final table. I remember it being a fun one. I remember we had the qualifier, Leo McLean, who I think eventually bowed out in third place. We had Ludovic Geilich. It was the first time we'd ever seen Ludo and seen what a madman he could be. From your point of view, did you feel to a certain degree you were able to kind of fly under the radar and just get the job done?
I didn't do anything at that final table. I was just sitting, watching, waiting for my spots, and Ludo, and also the Greek guy.
Oh, yes, Georgios Karakousis.
Karakousis, yeah, he was also a madman. They both were at it a bunch, and I was just sitting, spectating, and I think Ludo was, if he had the experience he has now, I would not win that final table. He was just too crazy, and didn't even think about that I didn't play any hands, and just keep playing, like a madman. Even though I was just sitting there and doing nothing.
You mentioned that you were able to not do much. Other people played like madmen. When do you think that ICM really became sort of the prevailing thought process at final tables? Because it doesn't sound like it was 2013.
No, not for sure. There were maybe 2016, 17, around that. People start realizing, maybe later. 17, 18, people start realizing that you can actually make a lot of money by being playing a little bit more solid style, and taking pay jumps, and yeah.
To be fair, I've been saying it for decades. You can make money by folding. This is the solution to playing poker.
That's what I've been doing.
Let's just go back 9 years, and I appreciate it's going back some time, but it's been a while since we've had an EPT in London, Robin. What was your life like at that time? Were you already a professional poker player? Were you at the beginning of your career, in the middle of your career, mainly an online player, maybe a live player? What was life for you back then?
I would say I was pretty much breaking out that year. I had a couple of scores. I've been playing poker since 27, 28 for a living. But that was the time where from that point, I didn't look back, that kind of moment. But mainly playing online, playing all the EPTs whenever there were EPTs, going to Vegas for the WSOP when that was. But mainly online. The fun thing was, I was arriving I was sleeping. I was playing online until like 6 in the morning. I wasn't planning to go into London, and then the day the main event, the last, I think it was day 1B.
Yeah.
I said to my friends, we had like 4 people playing at same place. I said, I'm going to London. I don't have any hotel, nothing, but I'm I'm going there just to play the main event. So I arrived at like 12 when the tournament started, and I took the room of 2 of my friends who was gonna go play. I hadn't slept anything, so I slept till like 6 in the evening. I was like 6 or 7 hours late for the main event. I went there, and I'm trying to Andrew Pantling, I think it was. I got there super tired, made a insane hero call. It was probably super bad, but I was right at the time, and then bagged something and found a hotel, and yeah. But it was a good start.
Has that experience influenced at what point you registered tournaments in the future, either superstitiously or with strategy to just like max late reg, or you get it on time now?
Now, the last couple of years, now I haven't been that much because of COVID, but probably 2013 to 2016, I wasn't at start to any tournament. I was arriving late every time. Probably a little bit superstitious, but also it worked out. You know, you don't have to be there in time. It's pretty boring playing day ones, but so yeah.
I'm glad you brought up online, Robin, because if there's one thing I want to take away as a positive from lockdown and the pause of live events, is that Joe and I were able to focus a lot more on the online game and who the heroes of the high stakes online world were. And it was always fun when we could link an online name to someone we knew IRL. And obviously Rubinho, we realized, that's Robin Unatello. He's an EPT champion. We know him. And it's a name we've seen again and again and again. Most recently in WCoop, congratulations on your double WCoop win in a series that doesn't actually conclude until next month.
Yeah, that was sick. Sick Sunday.
Yeah, we could be talking about we could be talking to the WCoop main event champion right now. We don't know.
We don't know. It's still to rerun in early November. They're playing for the advertised payouts. $234 for third, $360 for second, more than $500,000 for the winner. And blinds up now to 80,000, 160,000 with a 20,000 ante. Action on Mustafa Canet, who has kings.
He's pretty happy they didn't make a deal.
The chip leader raises to 325,000. Pocket fives for Charlie Carroll.
Uh-oh.
Well, he shoves for 2.75 million. Chance Cornuth with ace-9 in the big blind.
All in.
He's all in.
Really?
I call.
And Canet calls.
Hello, guys.
Whoops, not so sure about the move with ace-9, but it's probably really close.
Three-way all in, and if kings hold, it's over.
No ace.
Charlie has chance covered, so he's set to get second place here. What do we have?
Fives.
As things stand, Canet is a 58% favorite to win this hand and the title. Even bigger favorite now.
Can the best hand hold for once? Then we all get to the bar a little bit faster.
This tournament about to end with a double bust out. 5 on the turn. Charlie now set for a near triple up.
That's Riley's feeling it.
The other two now drawing thin.
A deuce would be pretty enjoyable.
A deuce would be horrible.
Cornuth needs a deuce to survive.
One off would be the deuce of spades, right?
Poor kings. Started off the favorite, now he's the dog.
The river card is a deuce. A straight for Cornuth. Charlie's not out. He wins the small side pot against Canet.
Sick.
And Chance Cornuth triples up.
You guys. I don't think he called.
You got me, remember? Oh, but you covered.
Oh, hang on, no, I'm still.
Yeah, you gotta.
Chip in a chair, that's what he's got.
That's pretty fortuitous.
Canet was on the verge of busting both of them and winning the tournament. but we play on free-handed. Welcome back to London and EPT 2022. Yes, the PokerStars European Poker Tour has come to the UK capital for the first time in 8 years. First time ever at the Hilton Park Lane, hosted by the Hippodrome Casino. And here we are on day 2 of the main event. Ole Schemion still leading as we enter the 4th level of the day. Schemion playing 530k. Jamie Flynn still a top 5 stack. Connor Beresford now among the chip leaders as well. And we're sticking with the same feature table, headlined by Adrian Mateos, a former EPT Main Event champion, who is the chip leader at this particular table with a 117 big blind stack. 131 remain, 111 get paid, and that is why you now see the bubble containing the number 112, because when we get to 112 players, we will be on the bubble, we will be hand for hand, and maybe we will get into the money tonight. I'm James Hartigan. Joining me, Nick Walsh.
Hello, hello. Thank you for having me.
And live via satellite, it's Maria Ho.
Hi. What's
Okay.
going on?
The reality is, Maria is joining us via the internet, which, as we know, is actually considerably more stable, has less latency, but it sounds more impressive to sound via satellite and sounds like we're actually spending some money on this production.
Well, the true test of how high-tech this is going to be is when we have to do the Chop Pot song.
Oh.
Good point.
We have not, certainly not on my watch, had a chop pot today.
We had one. Me and Joe had one.
Okay.
And we got very high. Guys, what do you think the average rating was?
I kind of feel that any time you're in the same room, anything less than a 9...
James, let me have this. Let me have this, okay? Just let me have this one.
I'm just trying to make Maria feel better when she butchers it later on.
I love James goes, more stable with less latency. I wish I was more stable with less latency sometimes, James.
So, as you can see, Maria, a pretty fun feature table. Mateos, Martin Jakobsen, Stefan Schilhabel, Florian Duta, plenty of EPT regs.
Yeah, not surprising. From what I've seen in the last few hours, of course, Mateos obviously taking control of this table in a lot of pots.
I think he's going to consider a squeeze here. I think he's going to maybe consider putting this in. It is kind of unfortunate that the initial open is from so early, but I think he knows people are capable of opening a range wide enough to make this the correct shove, and he is all in.
Can I win it? 29-5.
Duta happy to win that one. Uncontested. Oh, hold on. I thought Jakobsen had folded. He's not priced himself in, is he? No. Martin.
It wasn't that many more big blinds, and there is the dead money from the big blind ante, and of course the initial open as well. There is a chance he might be priced in here. What do you think, Maria?
It's definitely close. I mean, I think given the fact that Jakobsen opened from the button and he's facing the shove from the big blind, you know, it certainly feels like you're going to be a little more live with the Jack-9. I mean, we can see he's dominated, but most of the time I think he's going to feel like he's got 2 live cards to go with.
Now, Duty gets the fold, wins the pot, playing 15 big blinds. He and Jack Germain, the 2 short stacks at this table. Mateos and Moss, the 2 big stacks. Moss by virtue of that huge hand just before the break. By the way, regarding the bubble, just a reminder, guys, this is the 4th level of the day. We are meant to play 5 full levels today. There's a very good chance, if you look at the field now, 130 remaining, that we do hit the bubble during the 5th and final level of the day, and there's a strong chance that bubble bursts and we get into the money. But if we get to the end of level 5, if we get to the end of that 5th level and we still have 113, 114 players, world famous bubble coverage will be paused, and we will play into the money tomorrow at the start of day 3. We will only carry on beyond the end of the 5th level of the day if we are on the pure bubble, if we're already hand to hand. I think we had a question earlier on from Sharky asking if any team pros are still in. We started with 2, Spraggy and Ramon Kalias. Spraggy departed earlier, but we are still able to follow Ramon, and I'm sure we will feature him later, assuming he makes another one of his trademark deep runs. I mean, Maria, none of us knew his name until he won the PSPC, and since then, we've seen him go deep in the World Series of Poker Main Event twice, and have deep runs in numerous EPTs.
Yeah, I mean, when somebody wins the PSPC main, you obviously start assuming, okay, well, never heard of this person. Could they be a one-hit wonder? Maybe they won't ever make such a deep run in such a big event, and he has come back every single time, and now obviously a staple on the scene, and certainly somebody that we know is a very fierce player.
Absolutely. He's proved himself to be a crusher. And Armstrong folding under the gun. So there is one of the short stacks. Jack Jermaine. And he's going to raise to 6K. Blinds are currently 1,500, 3,000 with a 3K big blind ante.
Do you have 2 full stacks like this? Yeah. Can you put in front?
Our Spanish colleagues, including Steve Enriquez, tell us that Ramon currently has 350K. Average stack is 174K. So far, so good for Jermaine. Has the dominating hand and has paired his jack. Schillhabel drawing to a chop.
C6 check. C8 check.
Yeah, Jermaine not really ready to go for value quite yet on the turn, but on this river, it's really a decision of whether you think you'll get called by worse very often. I mean, when it's checked all the way to the river, you feel like you have to go for a little bit of value.
And the fold from Schillhabel. Jermaine now playing 17 big blinds. So Jermaine, Armstrong and Duthie all kind of in the danger zone right now.
Danger zone!
Just 10 minutes into this new blind level. 129 players remaining. I mean, right now, it wouldn't sound like a bold prediction to say we will hit the money today, but we know it's going to slow down the closer it gets to 111.
Yes, indeed. And we do have already 3 stacks here under 20 big blinds effective just on our feature. So you can expect a similar distribution across the other tables here in London. But we're getting tantalizingly close now.
Martin Jakobsen has opened with ace-10, a disciplined fold from Florian Duthie with ace-5 suited. Adrian Mateos on the button with ace-4, also folds. Jack with Stefan Schillhabel. And that looks like it's going to be raise and take it for Jakobsen.
Easy game, goes all the way around the table.
Maria, I don't know how much you've been able to follow from this particular EPT festival. Of course, as with most European Poker Tour events, the local tour preceded it. So we had the UK and Ireland Poker Tour at the front end, the UK IPT Main Event, saw a couple of beasts heads up. Conor Beresford versus Martin Jakobsen, and Martin won the UK IPT, which I think is the single biggest result of his career.
I did see that, and I thought at some point he was either coming into the final table as one of the short stacks or the shortest stack at some point and managed to take it down in the end, but...
Nice to see Martin finally win something for once.
That's another raising to take it.
It is indeed.
This time going towards Mr. Moss, who's been stacking those chips. A couple very fortuitous runouts for him on this table.
So obviously we've referenced several times, Maria, that this is the first time the EPT's visited London since 2014. Were you at that last event? Did you play the last EPT London?
Yes. I feel like London is the only EPT stop I've never been to.
Really?
Yes.
Wow, I would have thought that during that era when there were the 3 events at once, right? There was like a WPT London, followed by EPT London, and then the World Series of Poker Europe in London. I thought everyone came to the city for that. Not Maria Ho.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't really like rain, James. If you can promise me that it won't rain once when I'm in London,
No,
I'll go.
I can't make that promise. We don't have any forest fires, though. As we see Jermaine all in for 46,500.
45, 46, 5. 40 more. Maybe so one.
The shove gets through. Yeah, it was a bit of a miserable day yesterday, not going to lie. It's been all right today. You managed to get out for a walk today, Nick?
I did. One of the coolest things about attending EPT London here on Park Lane is that we're directly opposite Hyde Park, or Hyde Park is opposite us, I should say. We also have a pretty fantastic view as well. If you guys haven't had a chance to check out the venue, the bar on the 28th floor has some of the best views of London I've ever seen. It really, really is stunning here. And yeah, I went for a little brisk walk. It was lovely. The rain abated just long enough to allow us to go for a stroll. But it was nice. Yeah, it is a really nice part of London, obviously.
I have a lovely view of the Houses of Parliament on one side of my window, and Battersea Power Station on the other.
Yeah, Battersea Power Station, obviously. Really nice since they did it up.
Been a long time coming.
Yeah, absolutely.
Long time coming. So, Maria, are you saying you've never been to London at all?
No, I have been to London, but just not for poker, actually. I went there on a family vacation a few times. My dad really loves Europe, and so we took a family trip to Europe once every few years from the time I was in high school through college, but not for poker.
Interesting. So Jack Sinclair back on the main stage, was on the feature table earlier on, has obviously just been given a new seating assignment. And is in a hand here against Florian Duthie.
Yeah, Duthie was just trying to get away with somewhat of a light open off of his stack size. Really would have liked to see all the blinds fold and just pick up the blinds and antes there, but now out flopped.
Three of diamonds on the turn. And Duthie betting again.
It's a big chunk of his stack, though, James. Very, very, very big chunk of his stack. And I just, at this level, folding top pair is really, really, really hard to do, and you probably just shouldn't be doing it outright. But maybe the fact it's so committing is going to convince him. It's not going to work this time.
No. Duthie catches a piece on the river, and it is a third diamond on board. But it might be enough to make him slow down and check it back. He does. So Sinclair's going to win this, and that's going to leave Florian Duthie with fewer than 10 big blinds. 126 remaining, so close to the money, yet so far.
I wonder if he didn't hit that 9, Maria, if he would have blasted off again. I mean, it's so hard to do when you've not got that many chips remaining, but a little bit of showdown might have slowed him down, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, on the end there, he had what, like about half pot back, or a little more,
like
maybe, and it would have been a really interesting spot to see if they would have gone for it there.
Snowman's Num Num.
6,500.
Jack Jermaine opening out of a 20 big blind stack to 6.5K. A-Dub Jack asks, do they have Jack in the Box in London? Does he mean the kid's toy?
I think he means the fast food restaurants that are in the United States.
Now, is this a fast food restaurant that I should feel bad about us not having, or is this a restaurant I should be really, really grateful?
Oh, no,
my
not
God.
at all.
We have an emergency appearance from our sponsor, Joe Stapleton.
Jack in the Box is wonderful. It has a huge menu on it. You can get everything from tacos to chicken tenders to a spicy chicken sandwich to sourdough jack. It has breakfast all day, every day. It's got milkshakes. It is a delight. The tacos are $2 for $1.
I like the tacos, to be fair.
They contain no meat product in them, although they cannot legally be sold as vegetarian. What else do you need to know about Jack in the Box?
Spicy tacos.
They got tiny
I have
tacos.
never
They got
felt
regular. Yes.
so sick. As the last time I ate Jack in the Box, I got so sick.
But while it
That's
was
my
happening,
endorsement for Jack in the Box.
look, we don't stop doing certain things because pregnancy. Like, that part's terrible, but we do the part that comes beforehand, and it's great.
Thank you very much, Joseph, for that unscheduled appearance. And yes, shocking that somewhere that sells 2 tacos for $1 gave someone food poisoning.
Anyway.
The 126th hand of the day. 125 players remaining in the main event. 14 off the money. That bubble is looming. When we are 10 away, we will officially press the button that activates world-famous bubble coverage.
Mr. Sinclair, I'm not sure how much he's played with Moss so much this tournament, but we do know that Moss is a sticky character. In the sense that he likes to call a lot, I should say. And he is actually going to come along here with the ace-queen in position, which makes a lot of sense. Ace-queen, obviously, getting up there in hand strength. Interesting that he didn't want to put in a raise, though.
Is the screen going quick? In the chat. Poggers in the chat.
Little shout at the Twitch audience there. Poggers in the chat.
Moss going for a really small bet when check to not exactly the flop that Sinclair was hoping for.
It's probably going to be this level, isn't it? I have a feeling it's going to be ICM suicide.
I have a feeling you already get it.
As long as they have a good time.
You're not playing.
Bless the guys watching on YouTube trying to get in on the whole poggers thing. Armstrong folding under the gun. Ace-King suited for Jack Jermaine.
6,500.
It's got about 22 big blinds here, guys. Gonna go ahead and just raise it up here. It is suited as opposed to its offsuit cousin. So looking to get a little bit more action here. Although 22 big blinds, you're probably just gonna want to go ahead and just open the Ace-King off as well in this position.
Oh, now we're talking. Maria Ho, watching on YouTube, says, love Nando's.
Yeah, I saw someone make a Nando's comment. I wish they had one in California. They have some in the States, just none on the West Coast. Shame.
I have it this time.
My man's willing to show the Ace-King suited there. Did somebody text Maria about the Ho Fun noodles last night?
I meant to take, we went to dinner last night, Maria, and it was the commentators' dinner, so it was myself, Joe, Nick, and Griffin. Obviously, you weren't able to join us, but in your honor, we ordered the Ho Fun noodles.
Yep.
We were meant to send a photograph, but I kind of forgot.
I took the picture and then found it about 5 minutes ago, and I was like, ah.
Well, I still want the photo, guys.
Okay.
So.
It's on the way.
Send it, yeah. Was it good, though?
It was good.
It was good.
For the fans at home.
Yeah. Poggers in the chat for the straddle.
This is going to be a running thing now.
Okay, so obviously there is no such thing as a straddle in a poker tournament. This is a blind raise under the gun.
Poggers in the chat, though, guys. You got to give it to him.
Is it my imagination or has Jack Jermaine been drinking? Not a criticism, just an observation. And look, I'm glad he's enjoying himself. But opening blind under the gun out of a 20 big blind stack with the bubble approaching is not normally considered optimal.
No, and certainly creates an interesting dynamic because you would expect that the original three-better here, Jakobsen, would probably be three-betting a little lighter than usual, knowing that they're facing a blind raise, essentially. And so Sinclair has a good hand to come along with, but this pot is already quite large.
So the blind raise from Jermaine, the re-raise from Jakobsen, called by Jack Sinclair with nines, and now Schilhabel in the small blind with a decision.
All in.
6, all in.
Wow.
All right, let's wake up with it.
7, fold.
You have not woken up with it.
Schilhabel trying to seize this opportunity with so much dead money with that 3-bet and the cold call by Sinclair.
76.
Still 125 players, Jack. Still 14 off the money. Folds the nines.
Wow.
Oh, no, he's called. Apologies. Sinclair made the call and then threw the cards forward for the dealer to set the all-in run out. And we do have a classic race underway at the feature table. Sinclair with nines. Schilhabel with King-Jack suited. He is the at-risk player here, and it's worse than 50-50, substantially worse than 50-50.
I mean, you've got to wonder if there wasn't that weird pre-flop action with the blind raise, if any of this would have been set up. It's really influenced the way the hand played out, right?
Jack Jermaine, it's all your fault. A low flop. And just 3 outs for Stefan.
That's you. That.
Okay, opportunities emerge on the turn. Barry Greenstein? Nope,
Like a
10 of diamonds, and we see Stefan Schilhabel KO'd, taking us down to 124 players, closer to the money. I think, again, I don't want to be too definitive, Nick, but I think we are going to have world-famous bubble coverage tonight.
You want me to
Seems that way, yeah. We're definitely getting through them now. And that means our good friend Jack Sinclair, the ever-present, up to 83 big blinds now. I mean, you know, I'm not saying it's Jermaine's fault, but there was definitely some goofy scenario there that allowed that to happen pre-flop, and Sinclair now all the better for it.
And if regular viewers are thinking, that Jack Sinclair character, where do I know him from? If you're watching our live stream from Barcelona, Jack Sinclair was the runner-up in the record-breaking Estrella's main event.
Yeah, he was wearing a Simpsons hoodie, wasn't it? It was his lucky Simpsons hoodie for the majority of that tournament.
Chances are that Martin Jakobsen looked at this hand before raising. King 7, and Duthie now all in with ace queen.
Duthie, with not a lot of fold equity off of that stack.
But King 7 is just not great. Florian will be getting in with the best hand here. Jakobsen would have live cards and actually is getting the right price.
Magic. I can win without showing my card. The best way. I tried earlier with Jack, but...
So, for those of you who only just joined the evening coverage here from EPT London, a reminder that there is an online series running called Mini EPT London, and we are offering 3 low buy-in MTTs per day. Games that you can play while watching the stream, and the last one of today is kicking off in just over half an hour's time. And this one should suit, I'm going to say, 95% of bankrolls. $1.10 is the buy-in. It is a hyper, but once again, we're adding plenty of extra value in WCoop tickets. $11 tickets, $109 tickets, and a 1K ticket for the winner. So if you want to play the WCoop main event for free, get yourself into the Mini EPT London $1.10 hyper that starts in just over half an hour's time. And remember, there are 3 Mini EPT London tournaments every single day. WCoop tickets added to the prize pool of every single one, with an EPT Prague package up for grabs in the Mini Main on Friday. Martin Jakobsen playing the Bond. Now, there is something quite distinguished, debonair about Martin. He's handsome for a man. He is the kind of person who should be playing the kind of hand that Daniel Craig played in Casino Royale.
Yeah, and I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he's going to play this one. He does, of course, have that gut shot. But goes check on the flop, though. And the 7 on the turn, it does, in fact, give him the best hand. Now, 83%. Does he want to start protecting that 7?
Yeah, I think Jakobsen will give Mateos quite a few ace highs in this spot, considering he checked back, you know, definitely going to have at least one, if not two overcards a lot of the time. So some protection and, you know, some possibility of getting called.
Yeah, I think Adrian as well, kind of aware of that. He goes, well, if I'm checking on this flop with ace high, I'm going to expect my opponent to take a stab here and bluff. So I think if he's going to, if he's going to check flop, he's probably meant to be calling on the turn. And of course, he does have a straight draw as well. So it's not purely just to get to showdown with an ace high.
Now, obviously, if Mateos had ace-6 off, he would have the winning hand here. But I would love to see a 7-5 suited versus ace-6 off confrontation, a rerun of the showdown between Le Chiffre and James Bond. Well, we're going to just step away from the main stage for a moment and check in on some action from the outer tables, specifically this table, where the player in the navy blue Lacoste hoodie, Julian Sitbourne, is up against Atanas Malinov. And Sitbourne has bet 110k on the river. There's more than 200k in the pot already. This is a huge pot for this stage of the tournament. So it's hoodie versus hoodie. Sitbourne in blue. Malinov in green, grey. He's called. Sitbourne shows nines for a full house. 2 kings and a 9 on the board. And yeah, that is going to be good.
I'm going to go with forest green, by the way, James.
I trust you, I always trust you.
Because I got 1,000 too much.
It's definitely more green than grey, right?
Yeah. Unless the lighting deceives us.
Well, I can tell you that after winning that huge pot, Julian Sitbourne is the new chip leader in the EPT main event with 720k. I am informed that Sitbourne was chip leader for a long time in the UK IPT main event as well. Spoiler alert, he didn't win that tournament. Martin Jakobsen did. Eventually busted in 11th. Didn't he make the final table? Huh. Why have we been talking about him? Back to the feature table we go. 123 remaining now. Just under an hour to run on this level. Remember, there's 90 more minutes of poker to play after this level. Very strong chance we see the bubble burst tonight. Ethan says that James Bond hand was a madness. Again, perfect opportunity for me to promote our podcast, Poker in the Ears. If you check out one of our episodes from the end of last year, we did a retrospective look at the movie Casino Royale. We caught up with the film's poker consultant, Dr. Tom Sambrook. Basically asked him, Tom, what were you thinking? And he actually talks us through the hand from his original notes that he made back in 2006, including the previously unseen pre-flop and flop action.
6,500.
Germain certainly not shying away from getting involved off of that stack.
So Ethan, there is a video on YouTube of a section of our chat with Dr. Tom, but for the full experience, it is an audio show. So wherever you normally get your podcasts, Stitcher, SoundCloud, Spotify, Apple, Google, available on your podcast platform of choice.
Schneehuden says, wow, Griffin made me just watch the entire Spider-Man movie because of his mention of the tablet catching scene. That was me, bro. That was me, your boy Nick Walsh. All right, coming in with that absolutely amazing fun fact.
Also, I believe I gave people permission to leave the stream to watch the original version of Get Carter. No one had a hall pass to watch bloomin' Spider-Man.
Bloomin' Spider-Man.
Keep checking my pocket for my phone.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think most players would be folding the ace-5 offsuit from the small blind against an under-the-gun open, but not Moss.
Yep, definitely likes to see flops.
And might not be hating this flop.
Juta's only got about 10 big blinds behind at this stage. I wonder if he just wants to protect his hand now. He does. He's going to go ahead and take the aggressive line on the flop here. That's 8K.
Mateos giving it some consideration with the 2 overs and the backdoors.
Pico Navi asked on YouTube if there is a time clock. You're talking about the shot clock that will be brought into play at the start of day 3. Right now we've got Duthie all in with 9-7 against the ace-9 of Mateos. Duthie a 4-1 favorite to double up here.
I believe Mateos has made the call.
He has indeed. And Mateos has 2 outs. No heart, rather, on the turn, so no flush draw from Mateos. Still the same 2 cards, ace of diamonds, ace of spades. Those are the cards ultimately Duthie needs to face to survive. And on this occasion, he does not get rivered. Duthie doubles up.
Yeah, very nicely done. Duthie obviously having a pretty rough time of it. A couple very, very ugly pots not going his way, but he does manage to navigate himself into a situation where he has a 27 big blind stack now. Very, very nice short stack play there, picking his spots very well.
Down to 120 now, so fewer than 10 players to go until we are in the money. The bubble, as you can see on screen, is 112. That's when we go hand for hand, and that bubble will burst when we get to 111, because that's when we start paying players. 8.5 grand is the min cash.
This guy.
Is he getting bored or something? I don't know what's going on. He's like, you know what, guys, whatever.
I made a comment earlier on about his alcohol intake. I think that may be influencing the action.
Hey, Maria, have you ever found yourself in a situation when you're like, I'm gonna have a drink. It's no big deal. It'll loosen me up a little bit at the table. I'll play with more confidence. And then next thing you know, you're opening 5 deuce off and flopping trips.
Well, also trips against a diamond draw. Mateos won't be going anywhere.
I think Jermaine's trying to show off a little bit for Twitch chat. Clearly cares about what the Twitch viewers think about him. So
you guys will notice that he didn't whisper poggers in the chat before he made that C-bet. So I think that might be a tell. He might be giving off a few more extra tells than... Okay, now the boat is working for him in this scenario.
Yeah, Mateos finds himself drawing to a chop.
$14,000.
8 bet, 14,000.
leaving himself 41k behind.
Mateos is just wondering, how does Jermaine have any 6x or 5x combos here from under the gun +1 off of that stack?
Yeah, you beat me
Just a
to
little
it.
confused.
You beat me to it, Maria. I was thinking he's going, if this guy doesn't have a 5 or a 6, I might be like live cards in a diamond draw still. I don't even know what's going on here. I actually wouldn't have minded seeing a check from the 5x there, honestly. I do think you want to give them the opportunity to find a little bit more. Maybe a straight, maybe a flush.
Definitely.
Yes. Heading away from the feature table, man down. We've just lost Tim Adams, the super high roller reg, KO'd in 120th place. So we're down to 119 players now, getting closer and closer to the money.
Raised, 7,000.
Okay. Now, I get a little bit tired and also just don't understand when people think I sound like John Oliver, because I don't think I sound like John Oliver. But I will concede that both John Oliver and I are from the United Kingdom. When someone says, is that Liv doing commentary? Liv Bury is English, Maria Ho is American, and they couldn't sound more different.
Yeah, I saw that too.
I wish I had a sexy British accent like Liv.
We go to a 4-way pot here, guys. 4-way flop, excuse me. Mr. Armstrong with the straight draw and the spade blocker. Ace, king, no hand, jack 10, middle pair. And Mr. Moss, the ever-present, just with some backdoors here. No whole lot of nothing else here. Effectively the nut low.
Yes, Deezy, you raise a good point. There are many accents in the UK, and I very much hear John Oliver's regional tones, but other people, it seems, don't.
Yeah. Even Mr. Moss can't continue with the 3 high.
Oh, mind the duck. I wish you'd been here earlier when we had Michael Caine on the feature table. That is a great quotation. One of the best lines in cinema history, agreed. But it's too late now. He's gone. Okay, this is shaping up nicely.
Yeah, I think the ace-king is now thinking, well, I've got a really good price here to try and spike one of my overcards potentially, but that jack will almost always give him the best hand. But he does decide to lay it down.
So it's Armstrong with the open-ended draw against Jack Sinclair's pair of 10s. 4 of clubs on the river. Sinclair has a lock on this. By the way, Armstrong's stack is clearly wrong. He has a lot more behind than 6.5k. But no bet on the river. Sinclair wins the pot. Jack Sinclair now playing more than 300k, playing more than a 100 big blind stack. Halfway through this level, let's bring Joe Stapleton back into the booth.
Hello, my babies.
Say hello to Maria, Joe.
Oh, hi, Maria.
Hello.
Hello, my babies, and Maria.
Maria is so much more than one of your babies.
I know. I'm one of Maria's homies.
Having how much fun.
Under the table?
The great thing is you can absolutely come up with lines like that guilt-free because you know they'll be attributed to Griffin.
Right? If it's like mildly offensive, just say that it's Griffin who said it. But if it's like witty and funny and smart, then you got to take credit, Nick.
Joe's going to get like some commendation in the post and like, what a fantastic stream. He's like, I didn't work that tour.
Oh man, it happens to me all the time. It probably happens to all of us occasionally. Maybe Maria specifically, since she spends a lot of time in TV in the States. But people come up to me like, oh, Stapes, I'm such a huge fan. Like when you and Ali are like, really? And I'm just like, I've literally never done commentary with Ali Najad.
Actually, I had a really funny moment where a friend of mine who I sort of introduced to poker and has been becoming more and more interested in poker in general, sent me a video and said, "Oh my God, what are your thoughts on this?" And it was literally from EPT Barcelona, and I was commentating on the hand.
Jakobsen firing here as you would on this sort of board, and Jermaine folding here as you would on this sort of board.
I'm not sure he's going broke without that happening, so he kind of got trapped into it.
More eliminations. Who is it this time? Aaron Vivianathan. Nailed it! That has a lot of A's. And Min G. More like Min... Oh, wait. Yeah, Min G. Got it. The minimum amount of G is in this tournament. 0 G.
0 G thinking.
What are you going to do with the money?
Did we already talk about the new player at the table, Thomas Paiva?
No, I don't believe we've mentioned.
What about Armstrong being all into call on the button?
You're sweating the first page. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I need to be over even. Actually, I need 3 because there's the interest as well. So.
After bluff.
Thank you, Dave Bruck. Haven't had my daily dose of carbs today. My computer's not cooperating. Chip stacks, Armstrong in the extreme danger zone. Danger zone!
Now it's going to be a bunch of people just going like, oh, what's that? Yeah. I don't think that many people feel that.
325,500 for Alistair Moss, a.k.a. the FC, as dubbed by someone at this. Did you see that, Maria? Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Super out of line.
I mean, not out of line to think it, right? Like our thoughts, but unfortunately, someone was still mic'd up at the time. That was the problem. I don't think he intended to be heard.
I mean, I feel like if you're a professional poker player, you've got to be able to keep it together.
Maria, what is the worst thing that you have thought about another player in recent memory?
Legally acceptable. I mean, I could bet you.
Not anything very recently. Like maybe 5 years ago, I definitely thought some pretty mean things in my head.
First
Never
time,
said it
all
out loud.
possible outcome.
Just to the
Really
effect of, okay, this person's a terrible poker player, or, you know,
Does the F
whatever,
word pop
but-
into your head or no? As we see Sinclair defend, flops up and down here, or do you just think fudging C? Like, do you think in swear words? I don't hear you swear that often.
Okay, I think in swear words more often when it's stupid table talk and not when someone makes a bad play.
Okay. You think something like, I don't necessarily agree with that play, sir. And as often is the case when you are up and down, you make a pair, but win. So Nick was telling me about the 3 ways that you can win a hand. You can win at Showdown.
Don't start.
You can bluff, and you can get your opponent to fold. Three ways. Respectfully, you are a FC. Thank you, Adept Topic. That's a good example of a first-time chat right there. A lot of people coming out of the woodwork for the first time and striking out.
Welcome to the channel, by the way, guys. I appreciate you you spending your time here. I hope you're enjoying today's content. Glad to see so many of you are keeping it respectful. It's really great.
You know what's weird is that if someone curses at me, it doesn't really hurt my feelings. Someone calls me like a dirtbag, a POS, doesn't really bother me. Someone calls me a clown, I get heated.
Really?
Yeah.
More heated than when they
It's so offensive to me.
More heated when they say you should consider doing comedy sometime.
That doesn't bother me. It's a great piece of advice. Queen eye flop, blind on blind, unraised pot, check, check. This is about as passive as a hand can be, and a very passive card on the turn. Although it does give Sinclair a legitimate draw. And Moss folds? Huh.
Huh. He found the button.
Jim Bro asking me, Stapes, you got a best heckler takedown story? Not really. I don't get heckled very often. And when I do, I handle it with way more force than is necessary, and it's very awkward. I'll just go, I make more money than you. And I'll be like, oh, I shouldn't have said that.
Joe really repping himself well in those situations.
Mateos, King 9 suited under the gun. Somebody's bored.
Ever since you told me that story, Joe, about that poker player that, like, semi-heckled you but semi-turned it into, like, their show, I don't know them at all personally, but I've judged them ever since.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they apologized.
I'm still judging them. I still don't like them.
The thing is that hecklers almost always think they're helping. I got heckled pretty bad at the PCA, actually.
Aries Fitzgerald was just reminding me of that. Yeah.
I guess I handled that one okay. Somebody yelled, I mean, it was pretty funny. Like, right at the beginning of the show, the whole audience is quiet. Someone just goes, "You suck!"
The reason that Aries brings this up is that we were actually drinking with him in the bar just before this went down.
Yeah, you could just tell, right? You just knew it was going to be a problem.
And I leaned over and I was like, Toka, this guy seems pretty cool. He seems like a good guy. And then he kicked off and I went, okay, I'm so glad we're not sitting next to this guy.
And then all I said in that case, I guess I shut down pretty quickly, but all I said was, nah, I actually think you're probably the one who sucks. And like everyone just clapped.
Oh, finally, a legitimate hand for Jermaine.
Firing in.
Sinclair with the old 8-6 suited. I think it looks better in hearts than the other suits, doesn't it? 8-6, because it's all round. The 8's around, the 6's around, the heart's around.
I think 8-6 of hearts is a very pretty hand. I agree with you.
Little feng shui out, though. And more hearts for Duthie. Nah. And Mateos lets him live.
I don't believe in ICM, by the way.
Oh.
I never would have guessed.
Wow.
Get wrecked.
Jeez. Man, Brits are just
scathing.
Savage, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It's nonsense.
Such savage sarcasm.
ICM is just nonsense. You show him, Jermaine. You show him what's up.
Galaxy brain.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, they're having fun. You love to see it.
Yeah, they're having fun. Maria, Ethan wants to know what your favorite suit is.
I am a sucker for spades.
I think whatever you just said I was going to go along with, just because they all have their pros and cons. Mostly pros.
Joe already made a suit joke today. I thought you were going to say, you know, oh, I've got a really nice Chanel piece. That's just wonderful.
I feel like I don't have that many pro arguments for clubs, though. What are yours, Staves?
Pro argument for clubs?
Yeah.
I think that they're like just strength, you know?
Great cocktails.
They do make great cocktails, and a big fan of the third piece of bread in the middle. What about frilly toothpicks? I'm for them. Three ways to this flop. 9, 4, 5. Top pair for Moss. And most of the equity three ways. There's the new player. Paiva. Thomas Paiva. Moss, a one-man wrecking crew since he's come to the feature table. Jumps back up to table chip lead after that pot. Alistair, don't call me Johnny Moss. Also, don't call me FC. All right. Ooh, boo. Boo. Elimination out in the field. It's boo owl. I was saying boo owl. And we're down to 114. Oh, man. That's 2 from the stone bubble.
Oh, my gosh. How did that happen?
That just snuck right up on
Yeah,
us.
me too. Me too.
Armstrong might make it in with the nub. He hasn't really been stalling, though, which is kind of surprising. But when you have someone sitting to your direct left saying they don't believe in ICM, you almost feel embarrassed to stall in their presence.
I won't say who, but a very famous professional poker player friend of mine when I was playing in my first 5K was like, when we were near the bubble, was like, stall. Stall like the wind. And I was like, really? And they were like, yes.
Stall like the wind. That's great.
All right, so we have Moss, Sinclair, and Armstrong going three ways to this flop, which was King 10, 10, 2 diamonds. So Armstrong, you would think, would be quite happy with this. Top pair backdoor diamonds, but is up against the trips. So Jack Sinclair, Moss is going to fold this one. And what a terrible spot for Armstrong, who's relatively short. Not relatively short, but 30 big blinds. Awkward. Awkward stack size. Well covered by
I
Sinclair.
thought Armstrong was a lot shorter than that. There was another graphic where the chip count was wrong, right? That's where I was going off. Then.
I think so. I think we had him on one chip moments ago. Armstrong has checked again to Sinclair, who, yeah, is betting 20,000.
An intense look.
Makes perfect sense. What an awful, 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 awful spot to be in.
Yeah, I just think it's impossible to fold the turn here. You can still have other kings out kicked. You're still going to be up against some diamond draws and some straight draws.
Oh boy. Does not have a pot-sized bet left behind. River is a diamond. Armstrong with the royal blocker.
The royal blocker, absolutely.
I mean, what good is a royal blocker? Who's ever going to put you on a royal?
Goes check, check on the river. All
Oh,
right,
wow, gets a
loses the
free
mid.
showdown. Okay, never mind. I'm wrong, as usual. Turns out the potential royal did slow Sinclair down a little bit. Not necessarily because of the royal, but the diamonds.
And there are just 100. And 14 remaining.
Oh, but hold on a second. I'll tell you what, we're not going out into the field for a double up, I'll tell you that much. Pedro Marcus packing up and doing the sad walk out of here, which does put us at 113, so one away from the bubble. Jakobsen under the gun with 2 sevens. Makes it 7,000. Look at it, it's right there. What a tell box. Action on Florian Duthie. Folds in due time. Sixes for Sinclair in a dominated spot against Jakobsen. There goes a 6. Queen, 10, deuce. And with 2 big stacks here, how cautiously are these two supposed to play against each other?
Extremely so, especially this close to the money. Although I don't imagine with their chip stacks that anything really crazy is going to happen unless we see maybe like a set over set scenario, which seems pretty improbable at this point on the flop. Possible on the turn.
Yeah, it's definitely the kind of situation where with this board, they're either going to just try to get to showdown. Any betting would almost always be turning their hand into a bluff of sorts because I don't think they expect to get called by worse. So if they try to find showdown, I mean, this is a little bit of protection, but a little bit of a, if you get called, surely you're going to be shutting down on the river.
$113. Still in. 2 from the money, 1 from the bubble. Sinclair looked at his cards with one eye open. 3 of clubs. Duthie. Yeah, see, that's a reasonable. Okay, I fold.
Well, let's have a guess at what Sinclair has, even though we can't see his other card. It's got to be ace 3 of clubs, or it's got to be pocket threes, right?
No, I don't think so. With that stack on the bubble.
Good point.
Yeah, I mean, most likely, right? I mean, but I don't think it has to be.
I guess we'll never know.
I love not to know. It's one of my favorite things. Someone comes in, they're like, who's responsible for this? How's this happen? I don't know.
You hippopotamus.
Isn't the hippopotamus the deadliest land animal?
Kills more people every year than any other animal. Except it might be like a snail or something.
Is that including board game injuries? People slap that lever pretty hard.
When Hungry Hippos goes wrong.
Lose a finger, yeah. Bleed out. Can't do it with Queen Jack.
I don't want to give that 100% hashtag fun fact credibility, but I'm pretty sure it's up there. Somebody in the chat says Chippopotamus. I like that.
A lot of people trying to be know-it-alls.
What about humans? What about the mosquitoes? Yeah, you guys know what we're trying to say.
Man, I did say land animal. Not really sure humans count as animals. Called human. I don't know. It's just me. 10-9-7. So that's an up and down draw for Sinclair. Couple of clubs for Jermaine. It goes check, check. And it is a club on the turn. Ace high. Still and likely to be the best hand. Jermaine does have the club draw now. But it's Sinclair firing. And Sinclair who can just put the pressure on Jermaine. Again, a really gross spot.
Honestly, I don't care so much.
Yeah, no, it seems like you don't really care. I'm sorry. I mean, that was... I'm not saying it's the wrong play there to call. But a little more deliberation generally when it's that percentage of your stack on the bubble.
Did he say, honestly, I don't believe you on the turn?
I think he said, honestly, I don't believe in ICM. I think he was reiterating that statement.
Okay.
Ace high.
Check, check. Ace high wins
and
it.
I think especially when you've announced it, people are going to be less prone to bluff you, right? If they believe you. If they really feel like, you don't care, you know, Sinclair against some other people set it up with basically pot-sized bet on the river. You would assume that against some other people, Sinclair might have gone for it with the straight blocker.
So Jack Jermaine now up to 34 big blinds, you guys. His no-fear approach to the bubble, his absolute denial of ICM has taken him to the lofty heights of 34 big blinds as we round into hand number 147.
And I thought that I was controversial with not believing in blockers. This dude doesn't believe in ICM. Good for you.
Maybe he still believes that 3 pair beats 2.
We got to work on that. That really does have to change. Jakobsen raises on the button, gets a fold from Sinclair, but not so fast, says Alistair Moss.
I like this hand, though. 10-8 of hearts, definitely defendable. I don't think this is a Moss-level defend. It's pretty standard.
Ace 6-4, 2 diamonds. And this is all Jakobsen.
Now, if we see a call, it would be a Moss level call, but no, okay, just a fold.
Welcome to the Moss level. You've arrived.
The end Moss.
The end Moss, let's go. Yes.
Oh, so amazing.
Oh, now I really want him to
and
go
this
deep.
is why Stapes gets paid the big bucks.
That's why. That's when I pay him the big bucks. You've reached the Moss level. Let's go.
If you break it down per good joke, I do make a lot of money. But that's only because there's so few of those. Jermaine with pocket sevens now. Makes it 6,500. I was going to say, he's going to have to tread lightly with that stack size. But has gotten through a few players he had to worry about. Duthie. What do you, Duthie, here?
I
fold.
think we just heard something happening in the field. I wonder if that's playing on his mind there a little bit, seeing as how we are so close to that bubble. Obviously, action other tables is usually good for your opportunity to sneak into that bubble. So I'm sure all the players are going to be keeping an eye on the field out there.
Yasmina asks, isn't it supposed to be hand for hand? Why is the dealer continue dealing? No, we are not on the bubble yet. The only time we go hand for hand, two for the money, if there seems to be excessive tanking or if one table is taking longer than the rest. And players, for the most part, have been pretty reasonable. The last bunch of events we've had, we haven't had to go hand for hand early in quite some time. I do see a lot of commotion happening, right? That could be why we're pulled out at the moment.
That's kind of what I was thinking. I didn't quite hear what was said, but it sounded like there was action from the outer tables.
The dealers haven't told to pause. That's why Christina is sitting there right now, not dealing. So that means I'm just going to wait. And it looks like
it's only 30 minutes.
There have been two all-in calls in the field. That's why things are paused, because we could not have a bubble, depending on what happens here. Thank you, Curling Master, for the gift sub.
No.
So,
I'm so sorry, man. Like, it's so bad.
I guess we're waiting for all the other tables to finish before we play out these two hands. We want to make sure that, we want to see all of the all-in calls at the same time so it doesn't influence the action. That's why the action's paused. We don't want players to see what happens here and have it influence what they're doing at their table. So they're just going to have to wait. Knowing there's an all-in call may influence it a little bit. But we want it to be fair for all the tables to be playing about the same number of hands.
It's a very sweaty moment for everybody.
Yeah, you're good. We're good. We're okay. Are you waiting for the stock? Yeah. They count on the cards? Okay.
A lot of nervous excitement. Voice you heard is one of our producers. I think the reason why we're hanging here is because this is the only one we can shoot with this particular camera for right now. The other table will check in there. This hand is on the river, by the way. Board is ace, jack, 9, 5, 8, 2 spades, 2 diamonds. And looks like we're going to try to creep on over to the other one. It looks like action is mostly finished. We don't see many tables with chips in the middle. So this table does have chips in front of players, so that must be the other table where there's an all-in and a call. So right next to each other. And we're gonna roll these hands as soon as action is completed everywhere else. It'd be cool if your massage time didn't go up while the action was paused. It was like a nice little bonus. Wow, and at that table, it looks like, is that Georgios Karakoussis? Runner-up in this event many years ago? Still alive? That's cool. That would be awesome. See him again. That was an interesting matchup that year. I think we're going to be, yeah, I see Toby. There's Toby Stone.
We have 113 remaining. We have 2 all-in calls, so we just stopped the clock now. We're going to run the 2 all-in calls, and then we will continue.
So at this table is Julian Sitbon and Lucas Scaffini. Scaffini's the player at risk. Sitbon is the chip leader, and it looks like we have an elimination. Scaffini had ace-king. But
Okay,
Sitbon
so
at
we have
6-7
lost a player on table number 4
for a flop
so
straight.
we're now 1-1-2 remaining. We have 1 more all-in. If we lose a player on this table, we will be on the pure bubble.
We'll be on the pure bubble, didn't we?
I think we're on the pure bubble now.
Yeah. Make sure we have all that confirmed. Okay, so here we have Eugenio Peralta in seat 3, who is the player at risk. Yeah, I think he's the player standing on the left side there. Feels like seat 3. And Lars Camp Hughes in seat 7. The player with the blue stripe. Just waiting for Toby to say go over at this table. See him speaking to the dealer. And just telling him at what pace to run the board. Cards are revealed. Peralta with ace-king suited, but Camp Hughes with kings. And Peralta is at risk and behind. Is that 2 hearts? He's got ace-king of hearts. Turns a 5 of spades.
Not like this.
Peralta needs to connect with the river. And does not. So Peralta out on the bubble, it would seem. And it looks like that's going to be it. Everybody in the money. We'll wait for the official announcement. Make sure that we have gotten everything correct here. Sometimes something slips through the cracks, but man, we've had really short or non-existent bubbles the last bunch of events.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think we're going to hear from Toby any second now. Stalking Geek asks, so both get half the min cash? No, I don't think so. I think they both bubble.
I believe that's the case, yeah.
Everyone else is in the money. And we're going to be hearing from Toby imminently. All right, tournament director Toby Stone, let's go.
Okay, attention, main event players. Congratulations. We are 1-1-1. You're all in the money. Congratulations, everybody.
That's it. So no hand for hand. That's why
Okay,
Toby didn't
we
do
are
his
going to
instructions. We didn't
continue.
actually
Once
even
again, dealers, if you have an all-in call, please announce to the floor. And players, if you are eliminated, please remain at your seat. So once again, all players, please remain at your seat if you are eliminated. Thank you very much.
So yeah, we were never actually on the stone bubble, so we didn't go hand for hand. Bing, bing.
Just like that.
Just like that. Congratulations.
World famous bubble coverage, just like that. Bada boom.
I mean, that can be pretty chaotic sometimes. And,
yeah, I mean, I really miss
yeah.
seeing all the players get up from their seats and try to sweat and all of that ensuing. But no, just short and sweet.
V-Laws on Twitch kind of nailed it. We bubbled world famous bubble coverage.
That's pretty accurate, yeah.
Just barely missed it.
Oh, yeah. You know, we're staying on here after the break. Who bubble? I was the break, and we staying. I was be surprised. Usually they kind of change it every level. You get free sandwich. For us, it's the second one. It must be very entertaining. I take most of the credit for that.
All right. Now that's in sight. You got to cash first. And everyone has 664,000 pounds to the winner. Make the final table. Get near enough 50K. It's a long way to go, but everyone at this point is now, I can't say free rolling or profitable because it is a re-entry event, but everyone is in the money.
What would you guys say would be the final number for the day? We have 110 minutes left.
There'll be a lot of bustouts.
How many levels do we play? Just one. Oh, just one more. So there's no 75-minute break. Oh, I thought there was. I see.
We got more time to die and then.
We'll be done quite early.
All right, so cards are back in the air. Everybody has made the money if you're just joining us, and we are headed into hand number 149 at our feature table today.
$6,000.
He may not believe in ICM, but he's made the money. Coming in with a raise again, ace queen off for our friend Jermaine. Duda in the big blind now, after the bubbles burst, decides he's happy to come along in the small blind with that nice suited king. And ace king in the big blind. Mateos wakes up with it.
Oh my goodness.
Well,
guys,
I mean,
I'm going to predict something. I think it's going to go 3-bet, and I think Jermaine's going to rip it in. My man is not messing around with Mateos. He knows what he's like. I don't think he's going to give him the opportunity to take advantage of him. Oh, actually, wait. He actually woke up with a hand this time.
I mean, we know that ICM appears not to be a consideration, so why not get it in?
All in.
There it is.
Yeah.
I called it. Big chunk of Mateos' stack here, but he is currently dominating that ace queen.
Yeah, diamonds or something else.
Domination situation. And that is pretty much it.
That's a fairly clean flop for ace king off.
It's Jermaine to the hand. Ace on the turn, and that is it. Lights out for Jermaine. It's almost like he got his wish. The only thing that could have been more appropriate was bubbling.
Have fun.
Yeah, don't run off. You gotta make sure we keep the payout straight. The post-bubble bust-out bonanza has begun. First hand.
Yes.
Jack Jermaine with the min cash.
Puggers in the chat.
I did appreciate his presence. He made it interesting.
I thought so too. I think he was a great character to have on the table. I think he did himself proud. Played a couple unusual spots, but I think he played them well.
And now he's just going to take Mateos's phone for his troubles.
That would be such a power move. And there's still a couple of short stacks at this table, Ian Armstrong being one of them. Now, 21 big blinds. Not in the super danger zone. Florian Duthie in the same situation. Everybody can breathe a sigh of relief now, though. Knowing that they're not going to lose the maximum, whatever that is.
Whoa, does this guy ever not have premiums? This is outrageous. Ace-King the first hand, straight into aces. This time, small blind versus big. Does the big blind wake up with something he can defend? This is one of our newer players, Paiva. Jack deuce off, absolute air in the bin.
Wow, so unlucky.
Why do I never find a hand in these spots? Oh, actually, fantastic little situation to get away from the aces to avoid running into them.
Sam says, I didn't know there was a range of danger zones. Is Armstrong in the walking through a park at night zone then? What city do you live in where you can't walk through a park at night? Gotham?
Not in the super danger zone. Oh, we're playing this game again with Sinclair. Last time it was the 3 of clubs. This time it's the 3 of spades. Very similar position as well, Maria. Last time I think it was from UTG. This is UTG +1. Maybe we'll actually get a chance to see if it is going to be those trays or the ace-3 of spades as predicted.
Well, I mean, different sitch, bro.
Slightly different sitch. Only very slightly, though. Oh.
I mean, I'm liking this flop for the 3 of spades being in Sinclair's hand. Top pair, though, for Paiva. We know that much.
Well, we do know that Sinclair can't have ace-3 of spades.
Right.
The ace of spades is on the board, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Narrows it down a little bit.
I suppose king 3 of spades wouldn't be completely outrageous, but I still think that that's probably slightly wider than recommendation from this position. I think maybe king 5 might be in there, but king 3 seems a bit wide.
All right, hear me out. 3 of spades.
I like it.
A pair and a flush draw.
That's right.
Yeah, not surprised to see the check back by Sinclair, because when Paiva calls from the small blind and calls the flop bet, you are going to give them quite a few, all the suited aces usually in their range, and then, you know, the better offsuit aces, of course, are going to flat as well. So just deciding to give up on the turn and now facing this river bet.
Is it weird that I think 3-5 of spades is more likely than 3-4 of spades? Okay, never mind.
All those hands seem a little out of range to me, but
Oh, go on, prove Joe right. Do it. Just do it. And then we can call 5-3 of spades the Joe Stapleton.
No, he's got his hands on his cards like he's going to fold.
Oh!
Oh! Oh! What was it, a call? A raise? Show me something.
yeah, it looks like it was a call.
And that was no good. So it's got to be freeze?
Got to be trays, huh? I guess, again, still could be king 3. I think that's probably not a crazy board to call with king high on that river, but I think we probably would have seen more aggression on the turn, maybe with the spade draw. I'm not sure. But as Maria pointed out, a lot of those ace combos will be in there, so maybe not going to fire a second bullet even as a semi-bluff, potentially. Makes a very good point about the calling range there. Yeah, I think the 3s probably are kind of a nice bluff catcher there because, of course, your opponent is going to have those missed spades, missed straight draws with Jack 10 and stuff like that as well, so pretty reasonable.
I like how you guys can take absolutely crazy things and make them sound less crazy. Alistair, the end Moss. With ace jack suited.
It's so good. It's
so
just
great.
so good.
Mateos.
Like,
yeah.
I want to make shirts for this guy.
Yeah, that's the end Moss.
With that, yeah.
Like, and it's like Bowser, but with his face.
Oh, so good.
There's the 3-bet from Mateos into Moss. No hesitation, no fear, just playing cards. Let's go. 7, 6, 6. 1 spade.
Oh, Moss, the new fragrance by Hugo Boss.
Hugo Moss.
Ed Moss, the new fragrance. I absolutely love it. Yeah, I can see the merchandising opportunities are
It's
endless,
great.
Maria. You think you've hit the nail
You know
on the head
what?
there.
I'm starting a store for this person. I'm not even going to take a cut. Like, I'm just going to open up shop for him, though. Set up the PayPal on the website.
For the nominal fee of 33%, Maria is going to handle this for you.
This might be a situation where we can like trademark his name before he has the opportunity to do so, right? You're just like, we could pull a She-Hulk. We could pull a She-Hulk,
sell it
Joe.
to him for $1.
We'll sell it to him for $1 for every piece of merchandise
All
that
right,
we sell. Yeah, absolutely.
Royalties for life. Turn card is the Queen of Clubs. No improvement for anyone. I didn't want to join in on Nick's She-Hulk reference because he doesn't like the show.
I don't.
And so that feels like you don't get to do a She-Hulk bit if you don't like it.
It wasn't a bit. They did a bit. I was referencing their bit.
Moss checks to Mateos again. And does he just like fire huge here?
If we know Mateos, he is absolutely capable of finding some very aggressive lines. He does have quite a lot of showdown with ace jack, though. On these paired boards,
Checks.
I think the check is probably a lot more likely. There it is, yep.
Wait, how'd you know it was going to be a paired board?
Because the 6s were already down there.
All right, okay.
Not a double paired.
All right, you win this round.
Not a double paired board, a
You
single
win
paired board.
this round. Maria.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
Yes. I got to prepare. Oh, gosh. Oh, gosh. Okay, guys.
Okay, so Maria, I'm just going to give you a slight bit of instruction here.
Okay, yes, please.
You sing at the exact right amount of time that you would normally if we were in person. Like, give it the same amount of pause. I'm going to wait a little bit long, a little bit shorter. What should I do, Nick?
I think she should give it an extra second.
No.
Me?
Like half a second.
She's behind us, so she
she's
go earlier. All
behind.
right, here we go. This hand ends in a chop. You know what they say. Everyone loves a chop pot.
Yeah.
As far as bad chop pot songs that involve Maria Ho, that was not one of the worst ones.
No.
I think.
That did not feel bad at all, guys. Like, I don't want to get ahead of myself.
We're going to an outer table hand. Big news happening. No time for reviews. Eric Seidel, Paul Trotter, all in a call. Jacks versus Ace King. And Seidel has knocked out Trotter. Time for Paul to on out of here. Seidel's got over 300K now. Oh, and would you looky here? After the break, you're going to get to see more of that guy and more of that guy's arm, because they're going to be up on the main stage. Feature table switcheroo, Seidel, Schemion after the break, and that break's fast approaching. 6 minutes till the break.
Guys, if you're new to the stream, you need to stick around for that. This is a rare occurrence to see such absolute beasts. In fact, this entire session today has been pretty rare. Have so many absolute crushers and get to see behind the scenes the way they're playing these hands. So stick around. Do not miss that.
Seidel's one of my favorite players to watch.
Yeah.
Utah and Sinclair here, early position versus big blind. Sinclair has whiffed, so is Utah, but does have the best hand. Seiko Fish asks, are commentators in London or doing this remote? Yes. Thank you for your question.
Ivan, yeah.
How much is that?
8,000.
Mr. Mateos is going to open the action here. Pocket jacks. Jakobsen does have absolute position. Sitting on the dealer button with King 7 of spades.
This should be quite the matchup. Fantastic. Two superstars of the game, toe-to-toe. Free bet from Jakobsen.
Yeah, both players very deep. I think the effective stack at this point around 92 big blinds. So both players with a lot to lose if this goes sideways. Wow. That is a good looking flop for pocket jacks.
3 high flop.
Now we just have to wonder, does Jakobsen actually just go and try and rep queens, kings, aces here? Go absolutely mad. I'm expecting a continuation of some variety. 47K in there. Decides to bet 10,000. Under 1/4 as a continuation. We've seen him do this before.
Yeah, and of course, with the King 7 of spades, Jakobsen will occasionally turn quite a bit of equity. So,
right. And I get,
has some options.
Mateos is a pensive player, a deliberate player.
36.
Ooh.
Ooh.
And decides to put out a raise. 36,000. what are some of the reasons why this raise might be happening? Jakobsen lets it go. Are there a lot of hands you can get value from there that aren't beating you? Like, is you think he's up against, like, because that board's so low, it could be 7s, 8s, 9s, 10s that you can get value from?
Maria, you have more experience playing in these deeper stack situations. What do you think? You start, and then I'll have a guess as well.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if necessarily that raise is specifically designed to target those types of hand states, but
Yeah.
I think it is meant for, to give himself some protection from a lot of those 2 overcards to the jacks that he thinks Martin will have in his range. But also, Mateus is the kind of person who I think he likes to take control of the hands that he's in, right? And I think in that spot, people aren't really going to play against Mateus. Like, he's not going to get, he won't go for the check raise there and then expect to get re-raised there a lot of the time. So I think it just gives him a lot more options to continue with the hand in the way that he wants to and control the sizing on later streets as well.
And are we still at a phase in the game where raising to see where you're at isn't a thing?
Well, I was just going to sort of continue on from what Maria said, because that was sort of my interpretation as well. But yeah, I think maybe when there is the opportunity for a hand to spiral out of control in a huge way, in a 200 big blind way, maybe like Maria is saying, he just wants to take control, and perhaps that is an opportunity for you to raise and see where you're at, in a more meaningful way than just calling down and just getting it massively wrong against aces or something like that potentially. I'm not sure though. It is definitely an interesting one. Would love to hear his analysis as well, but I think Maria probably hit the nail on the head.
This time it's Jakobsen with pocket Yaks. And it's these two again. Alien versus Predator. Except whoever wins, we win. Ace on the turn. Yuck! Mateus did fire flop with king high. So against a lot of players, I think he'd probably fire again here. But to see how these folks play against each other is a whole different story a lot of the time. Yeah, he is going to fire again. This is going to be the last hand of the level, by the way. Slightly longer break this time around. It's already started the break clock. 30 minutes total. I'll let you know how long when we actually get to the break.
Yeah, I think Martin's probably expecting a c-bet on the ace-high turn very, very frequently from Mateus. And I think when you're playing somebody of this caliber, if you're going to under-rep your jacks, I think you probably need to continue on this turn a lot of the time. Otherwise, you are just going to get blasted off the best hand a little bit too often. Obviously, adjusting for your opponent, you could be folding this to somebody who you think is much tighter, but we know that Mateus is somebody completely capable of turning the ace into a bluff. And in this case, it is a bluff. It's still a semi-bluff because he can make the straight with the queen.
And Maria, is the pot size bet here a little suspect? Does that factor into Martin's call at all?
Yeah, I mean, sure, there's a few draws that, if you had a good, strong ace here, you might want to protect from. But I'm sure the sizing, of course, does give him a few alarm bells going off in the head where, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. You would expect all of the strong aces to still want to get some value. So didn't really expect the pot size bet on the turn. It's a pretty nice brick on the river, though. Very innocuous river where, I would imagine Mateus, if he goes for it, is going to go for a really big sizing as well. And then it's just a matter of, does he have a big ace or not?
I've seen this movie multiple times. I've done a lot of commentary on Mateus, and he ships it here pretty often. I've seen this look on his face so many times. It's not going to be a ship, but it's going to be big, right? 152 in the middle. Jakobsen with the effective stack. Upsend. Okay, no. Yeah, big one. One nearly pot, right? $140. $140.
So punishing. So punishing.
Putting Jakobsen in the corner.
I think he knows he should call this, but it's so hard to do in the moment, and he makes the fold.
I told you I've seen this one before. Mateos.
Awesome. Just awesome.
Mateos, the boss, wins a pretty sick pot to close out the level with an air ball. Gets jacks to fold. Really just always a blast watching this dude play. We're going to have a new feature table when we get back featuring. The feature table featuring, come on, Stapes. Ole Schemion, Eric Seidel. Chip counts of these players headed back into the field. Mateos, over 100 big blinds still. 500,000 chips after that last hand with Martin Jakobsen. Jakobsen down to 48 big blinds. Moss and Sinclair over 70 each. The short stacks, Duda and Armstrong, going back out into the field. Lines going up, obviously, when we come back. 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K ante. 25 minutes on this break, 25 and a half minutes to be exact. We are out of here for that amount of time. More after this.
$15,000, 30,000 blinds. I think last week we were talking about PokerStars merch, Joe, and some of the stuff that was around during the early seasons. I think this was the first time the PokerStars chip USB sticks had made an appearance. And I noticed that Marcel Barron, when the camera gets around to him, you'll see it. Marcel Barron actually has one of those and has been using it as a card protector.
Do you want to know a hashtag fun fact?
Yes.
I have one of those on my desk right now.
Cool.
Plugged into my PC right now.
Just folds.
What's on it?
Yeah, I couldn't possibly tell you at this time of day, Joe Stapleton.
Very little, because I think it had like 128 meg storage.
Maybe I have a later version. Let me see.
That's good for a couple of spraggy nudes.
I mean, I'm exaggerating. I'm pretty sure it didn't have more than a gig of storage.
Mine has. Oh, I got a later version. Mine is a. Mine's 15 gig.
Yeah, that's not a season 4 of the EPT. That's not a 2007 USB drive, pal.
Florian announces all in.
And Langman shipping it with the 4s. For 1.3 million.
I mean, we joke about it, but this is putting his opponent to a test for all of his chips.
Absolutely it is. In a situation, I think these guys must at this point be close to 1 and 2 in the chip lead. We're still playing a 20k big blind, then this is a lot of chips for Moad to call off.
And Moad calls, we're off to the races.
Wow.
There it is. Like super bad versus knocked up. One of these two things from 2007 has the slight mathematical advantage.
I didn't think he would call that.
Did he say bad call?
Yeah.
I love it.
That's huge.
Yeah. Langman did not expect to get a call, but he did get a call.
Hey.
And there is an ace on the flop.
1 hour.
One more heart.
Well, Langman has just the 1-8. Guess if he spikes the 4 of hearts, he'll have a redraw, but it's not looking good.
The turn. 7 of diamonds.
Now just the 4 of clubs.
Joseph, don't call for outs when you're ahead.
Yeah.
Don't call for the heart. That's tempting fate.
Yes. King of diamonds.
Yes. Langman not happy.
Joseph wins with 2 power.
Donkey play.
Stop!
Donkey play.
He's talking about himself, though, right?
I was going to say, he did put it in with 4s for like 50 bigs. I mean, don't be too harsh on yourself, mate. You're still in there.
All in.
Langman with his favourite hand, pocket 4s, the sailboats.
Frederick folds.
Hope we don't see a donkey play out of Yoko Ono's husband.
134,000 to play.
I feel like Langman's going to be mad whatever happens, honestly.
Yeah.
That ace-king hand changed the complexion of his final table so much. That really was just a monster pot.
I don't know. I think he's been called here by Baron, so there's going to be... Oh, wow. Moed's calling as well. So if 4s hold here and Langman gets the triple up, I guarantee you he's not going to be criticising anyone for calling.
No, I mean, it's what are we, 30,000 big blind now, so it's, you know, not too many chips, 4.5 bigs or whatever. I think both of these hands kind of justified in taking a flop.
He's got to fade all of the paint.
With the final table, actually, Mark Telcher and that, there was a check down because there was a preference to, like, eliminate a player. I think we're going to see that here as well.
3 of clubs.
Langman's nearly over the line with it.
River card.
Oh, wow.
He's going to win.
Pair's good.
Florian, pair of 4s.
You win.
Florian takes the pot with
That's a triple up.
Triple up.
See? No criticism, no analysis, no commentary of any kind. So the runner-up's going to get 346 grand. The winner gets 611,000 pounds.
20,000 for Florian to call.
Quite the comeback from Langman. Obviously, he played the huge part and was, you know, decimated, but manages to claw his way back and ride out those eliminations, finds himself heads up for the EPT title.
It was the mixed fortunes with 4s, wasn't it? It was the pocket 4s versus the ace-king that did the damage, and then he got the triple up with pocket 4s, which put him back in contention.
Yep, and then won the flip against the 4s with the king 7 just.
10,000. And Florian passes, Joseph taking down the pot.
Wow, all right. Power poker.
20,000, 40,000 with a running 4,000, please, gents.
Yeah, early goings here. Moed coming out firing, re-raising the 7-3. Hopefully that is indicative of where this heads up is heading. I'd like to see a nice aggressive game, don't we?
Glory, trophies, and big monies. They're up for grabs because these guys are playing on the EPT.
I still don't think there was any way for this to go at the time other than being an aggressive heads-up match.
10,000 more to Florian.
Oh, this could be dicey. Pair versus pair heads-up.
Florian calls the 110,000.
Langman calls Moed's raise.
And we see the flop.
Is it always coming 7?
6 of diamonds.
No.
Spades, Jack of hearts.
10 still the best hand.
Florian checks.
Langman checks. C-bet coming from Moed. Just grabs that much.
I was thinking maybe that was like a 100,000, you know, maybe a 20 stack of 5Ks or something, but it's 200 and something thousand. 2/3 pot size bet.
You thought it was going to be an even bet. You thought that there was some consideration there.
Oh! I thought that Langman would be calling on the flop, but he's not. He's raising. Why? We don't know.
Do we think that...
Stick around.
Is there any element that there's a... Sorry, is there any chance there's an element of a grudge match here, that Langman wants revenge? Is that reading too much into it?
Nope, I don't think so at all. I think that's pretty much exactly how this heads up is going to go.
Oh my God. And Moad responds by moving all in.
I mean, he can't call once he raises, right? Folds.
No. Takes down the pot.
Yeah, I think you're right, James. I think if anybody, given the way that Langman's kind of been at this final table and was clearly unhappy that the ace-king was called off, that kind of ruined his chip lead, I think there is going to be a certain amount of like an ego battle here that he won't want to be seen to get run over.
That's in addition to the ego battles that poker already was at the time.
Yeah.
Like every hand was this battle over like who would back down last. It was already personal.
As we mentioned on the first final table, that's already very true of the heads up. I think when you get someone like Langman playing, and he's already been kind of what he's seen to be like slighted in that pot, right, with the fours versus ace king, that I think they'll both be out to outdo each other. I think it'll be conducive to a very aggressive heads up match.
4 of diamonds.
2 pair for Moad and another tower of pink.
I love that his bet sizes are just whatever he can grab.
Please forgive me. Have we had a German winner yet?
Moves to Joseph, 2,000.
Have we had a German winner yet?
20,000, 40,000.
I'm not sure we have. That's a really good question, Joe.
So, because either way, it looks like we're going to have our first Lebanese winner or our first German winner.
25,000 for Florent to call.
Who am I missing? Who am I forgetting?
It seems weird that we've covered like, a dozen events and there hasn't been a German winner yet.
I mean, yes, we have had a German winner. We have had a German winner. Tanduk win in Baden.
Fair enough.
Joseph calls.
But the real ascent and dominance of the Germans is still to come in later seasons.
King of hearts, ace of clubs, 7 of spades. Joseph checks.
Pretty good flop from Moad. Can Langman get him off the best hand again?
Flora makes a bet of 110,000.
I hope they can deal with this bird's nest inside the Vic.
Joseph calls the 110,000.
There's no chance there's any creature that happy in London.
We have the ace of diamonds. Joseph checks.
Gonna be even harder to get him off the king now. Check, check.
And the river card.
Oh!
Joseph checks.
What a huge get there for Langman. And as you said, Joe, I think it's going to be hard for him to want to fold a king given the repeat ace on the turn. 450,000 in the middle. That looks like a very sizable bet. 250k. Tough for Moad to want to fold once he gets here.
Makes a bet of 250,000.
Call.
Yep, has to call it.
Calls.
Full house is good.
We have a house of 9.
Thumbs up.
How much?
250. Took it pretty well.
Florent takes down the pot.
Looks like Moad still has a chip lead. Pure underreaction there from getting rivered.
The button moves to Joseph Moad. It's 25,000 for Joseph to call. Joseph passes.
A walk
Takes down the
for
blind.
Florian Langman.
And takes the button. 25,000 for Florent.
What a donkey folding his button heads up. What a loser.
What a donk play.
And again, bear in mind that this was 13 years ago. My memory isn't that good, but I do seem to recall that the way that this show has been edited does reflect the pace, the dynamic of this final table, that it didn't actually take that long to get down from 8 to 2 players, but it was quite a lengthy heads-up battle.
Joseph calls the 70,000. And we see the...
Yeah, I'm quite surprised by that, really. Like I say, I would have expected these guys to go after each other a little harder, which would, you know, naturally think that it would be ended pretty quickly.
You know, when I think back, though, on the absolute heads-up grudge matches we've seen, like where it seemed kind of personal, they always take longer.
Yeah, you think about Buonanno and Salter, for example, where there was a lot of ill feeling. You think about Tim Vance versus Soren Jensen. Still to come, everyone. Luckily, you get to see the cut down rather than real-time heads up. Bit of animosity there as well. So Mowad with the best hand, king high, folds.
Yeah, lays it down pretty tight as well. You know, he had the king of hearts in his hand, something that maybe he could have utilized at the river on a heart completing river, but Langman's bluff gonna get the job done.
So I referenced earlier on that Daniel Negreanu signed with Stars in the summer of 2007 and made his first appearance on the EPT in Barcelona. But bear in mind that the TV cameras didn't start rolling until like the second or third day when the event was already in the money. I don't think Daniel features in any shows for some time. And in fact, the first time Daniel made a deep run in an EPT was at an event that wasn't televised. So we won't be covering it on these streams.
50,000. And that was the first EPT I attended as well.
And also, that's a much later season. If we stop at the end of season 6, that will still be before that happened.
And we see the flop. 4 of spades, 9 of clubs, 5 of diamonds. Florin checks and Joseph checks. We see the turn card, the 8 of hearts.
Pretty good turn here for Mowad.
Did they even have any action? Like, did they just skip straight to the turn?
It was a very quick check through on the flop, and Mowad in position on the button. I would have expected maybe to make a bet here. Has reasonable back doors. Is going to fold out probably a hand like King Jack that is beating him. We do see Langman now making the bluff, and Mowad making the call. Here's the thing, right? If you bet 10-7 on the flop, you're just going to get a fold from King Jack. Whereas if you call here and you brick, you're going to lose to King Jack. So betting on the flop is going to give you a number of advantages. He does pick up a 7 here, but Langman looks to continue with his bluff. 4-liner on the board. But just a kind of a miserable pair. I mean, he gets there, but it's a miserable get there for Mowad. Anything that was bluffing with any reasonable equity, you know, like, you know, that straight draw or whatever, he's going to get there.
Finish explaining, Spraggy. He just snaps it off.
Undeterred, I'm just going through the reasons why he probably can't look this one up before he's, yeah, cool, whatever.
Okay.
Win 1.03 million chip pot.
At this point, hopefully it's lesson learned. Don't try to bluff this guy. If he has a piece of the board, chances are he's going to call.
Yeah.
25,000 to call.
Queen Jack for Langman.
Florin makes it 100,000 to play.
Raises to 100,000 and gets a fold from Mowad.
Florin picking up the blinds.
You never know what's going to happen in these heads-up matches. Sometimes it's a massive cooler, sometimes it's raise and take it.
They're running 5,000, please.
Heads up, heads up.
25,000.
That almost worked as an image.
I will allow it.
Queen 3 suited, Mowad complete.
Florin in the high blind.
We are reminded that Florian Langman has posted the high blind and has 9-8.
Could easily take the check here. I think there's a preference to check hands that have some sort of playability. Something like 8-9, obviously it's connected. You can make some straight draws. Maybe raising hands with a little less playability. Maybe something like King 4 offsuit. But 8-9 going for the raise, and Moad sticks around with Queen 3 in position.
6 of hearts, 9 of diamonds, Queen of diamonds.
And flops best.
So top pair versus second pair. Langman continues.
Flora makes a bet of a
And Moad says all in before the chips have even been pushed across the line.
I mean, it's a draw-heavy board, but that is a huge shove.
Florin calls, cards on the back.
Langman calls with the 8-9. He's way behind.
9 of spades.
Way behind.
And Joseph has 3 of clubs and Queen of clubs. We see the turn card.
Queen.
And that's it. It's over. Florian Langman is the runner-up, and Joseph Moad is an EPT champion.
And the last card, 8 of clubs.
So long, man.
Joseph takes it down.
Langman cashes for 346k. Joseph Moad receives £611,520. And as you drew attention to earlier on, Joe, Joseph Moad becomes the first Lebanese champion on the European Poker Tour.
Wow, look at the trophies.
I love the trophy cabinet. That's so awesome.
I have so good background physique for you.
He's won an EPT trophy, he's won a World Series of Poker main event, and more importantly, he has won our hearts. Hussein Ensan, welcome to the podcast.
Thank you, James. Good to see you. Good to see you, and I'm very happy to be guest for your podcast. Thank you.
Hussein, you always seem very happy. Is that only when we see you, or are you happy most of the time?
I am one happy man, so I'll be always happy to my friends, my guests, and to myself also.
Well, I'm glad to hear that. You're kind of a mystery to us. Ever since we first saw you in that seniors event, we've always been very interested. Who is this person? So when you're not playing poker, what is your life like? Do you have a job, other hobbies? Do you have a family?
I have family. I have my wife. I have my daughter, and I have one beautiful dog named Filu, and it's a big job, and one big house.
And it's a big job taking care of that dog and a family, I guess. So at what point in your life did you discover poker?
Poker is popular in Europe since the beginning 2000, and I met this beautiful game in Europe, and I fall in love in this game, and I started with that, but very small. And as I see my success, then I try to play higher than before. And so from 2000, 2001, yes.
Got it. Okay, so do you consider yourself to be a professional poker player?
So professional poker player, but what can I say? So I play a lot, and I take a lot of events in year, and professional poker player, can I say I'm professional poker player. Yeah.
So before you discovered poker in the 2000s, what did you do before that?
So I am original civil engineer.
Oh, cool.
But I didn't work in this job. I started with a lot of jobs, and my before professional poker player, I had my own business with taxis and with drivers, and I was so flexible I could playing poker everywhere. Right. So, and I see my success in poker. Then I sold my business and I started with poker.
Nice. Well, it's certainly working out for you. Joe referenced that we first saw you when you won that seniors event in Barcelona. And all of us said, hold on a second, look at this guy. He's not old enough to play a seniors event. And you still don't look old enough to play a seniors event.
So thank you for the compliment. So I was in Barcelona, and this year, 2014, I'm from 1964, and I saw it's a senior event, and you can play with 50, and I was already 50 in May, and I decided to play for main event qualifier. Then I see senior event. Why not? I play senior event. I play that. And I heard now it was the first senior event by the EPT.
Yes.
And I am very proud of myself. The first one EPT senior event, I won that.
And then you play the main event, which was the 100th EPT main event. Yeah. You made it to the final table. You made it to the top 3 where you did a deal. I mean, what a great start to the European Poker Tour for you.
So I won my ticket through qualifier, and then I had before my experience in small tournament, and I tried to use my experience, all my experience on what I was so focused in this tournament, and so fortunately I got last 3 player. And after deal, I was very happy with my game and with my result. And this event changed my poker life. After that, I had my bankroll. I could playing some higher than before.
And it was just over a year later, of course, that you find yourself heads up at EPT Prague. You became a main event champion. And the biggest takeaway is I now know never to mumble at the poker table, because you need to be very clear whether you're saying I call or good call.
So it was James. I hear always dealer, they give card, and my opponent. And I think she was the name, I forgot this name. And she said to me, call. And that's why if I have nothing, I fold my hand.
Yeah.
Like always. And I said, I heard call. Then I said, I have nothing. I have just 5. And he said to me, the runner-up, Club Tremsing, he said, no, I said only it's good call. Then after that, I think about that. He cannot call with 8 high. That's why I was, I accept this good call.
Yeah.
We really like the way that you guys handled that. I mean, that was a very, very sporting way of handling it and being fair about it, not really having to push an angle.
What I love best is the fact afterwards, when you both realized that I thought I was bluffing, but I had the best hands. Please don't bluff. But you had nothing. You had nothing either. It was a great moment.
Yeah. I see this game like sport, and you have to be always sportly on the table.
Absolutely.
So, okay, we know that before you won the World Series of Poker main event, you had a life-changing poker moment, you just said, in the Barcelona main event. When you won the World Series of Poker, was that life-changing, or was that just like a cherry on top?
No, for sure, life-changing in the sense you have more money than before, for sure. And don't change my life. So you have more respect on the table, and you have to be always good ambassador for this sport.
Yeah.
And you have to you have always the responsibility to media and and
like
to society, and it's not as winning the event is much easier as you be for always champ. is a big responsibility.
It is a big responsibility. I want to talk to you about your playing style a little bit. It is unique. It is not, you know, like people have a hard time predicting it. Is there like a certain strategy or sort of philosophy you go along with in poker, or are you just in the moment improvising?
So I can say in the moment, live poker is not so like online. Online, you have to take care always of mathematics, how many big blinds you have, and in live is also the same. It's like is small different. And I try always to confuse my opponent. I go always, sometimes with nothing. I made a big bluff, and sometimes I have card and take a best value from my hand. And I mean, strategy is more important than mathematics. And day for day is different. So day one, for me, day one is the stronger day, and day two is a different. If I have chips, I try to work with my chips. And
yeah, we can tell.
I try to work with my chips, and for sure, I know always how many big blinds I have and how many big blinds had my opponent. And I try, if I have good hand, I try to get the best value from my hand. If I have nothing, I try to pressure my opponent. Its work is the other question.
So what he's saying really here, to translate, guys, is that no matter what happens, he's trying to win every single pot, which we can all attest to. We have seen that. Hossein, one last question for you. Obviously, we talked about Barcelona as the first place. You popped up on our radar. Does that mean Barcelona is special to you? Is it a special place? And will you be there this year?
So, Joe, I have two favorite city, three, Vegas also. before Vegas and Amsterdam. Amsterdam is not far away from my home. It's only two hours drive. And I have to say, I learned my poker game in Holland and in Germany. Cool. And two favorite city, first one, Barcelona, they changed my poker life. And it's beautiful city for sure. And Amsterdam also, and Vegas for sure.
Hossein, I'll tell you what, if I get the chance, we're going to meet up in Amsterdam. How about that?
Yeah, I come to London, and I see you in London for main event.
Okay, we'll see you in London then.
Hossein,
Yes.
it was great to relive your past successes, and obviously we expect to see many more on the EPT in the future. Thank you for coming on the show. Thank you for talking to us today.
Thank you for inviting, and all the best. I hope to see you soon in Prague or in London or everywhere of this planet.
Thanks, Dad. Love you.
I love you too, Joe.
Welcome back to London and the PokerStars European Poker Tour. One more level to play today on day 2 of the EPT main event. You've missed world-famous bubble coverage. It burst during the last session. We're now into the post-bubble bust-out bonanza. 106 players remain from the 749 who started, and these are the chip leaders coming in to the final level of the day. Julien Sitbon, the biggest stack. Ole Schemion, Adrian Mateos, both in the top 5. It's James Tarchkin alongside Joe Stapleton.
Hello, my babies.
And we are changing the feature table again, Joe, and I love the fact that we've had so much variety today. We've seen so many different faces. We now get Schemion back on the main stage, but Eric Seidel, Georgios Karakousis, a former runner-up in this event, came second to Robin Ulitalo in 2013. The legend that is Ari Lodge.
Don't forget Boom Shaka Beaton.
Muradov. Indeed. Plus Ian Drake from Ireland. And Lars Campus as well. Blinds will be going to 2,000, 4,000 with a 4K big blind ante. So 90 more minutes of poker. All the survivors from day 2 will get to bag and tag and come back to play for day 3. So we are now paying players. You bust out, you get a min cash of £8,500. The first ladder will be when we are down to 95 players. As one would expect, it's a poker tournament. All the big money is up top. 6-figure scores for the top 7, with the winner of the EPT London 2022 main event receiving more than £664,000. Average stack right now, 212k. So playing higher than a 50 big blind average. I have to say, Joe, I noticed that double played pretty deep and pretty quick.
No bubble. Bubble-less tournament. Been pitching it for years. They finally listened to me.
Total prize pool in this London main event of £3.6 million. The players coming back into the room, returning from the extended break, ready to play the last level of the day. Guess who else is back? Maria Ho, joining us live via Starlink.
Oh, God.
Why, hello.
Tomorrow it'll be via carrier pigeon. So Maria, again, familiar faces on the main stage. Everyone knows Ole Schemion. Everyone knows Eric Seidel. I don't know if you've come across Georgios Karakousis before. He was the runner-up in this tournament back in 2013.
Yeah, not too familiar with him, but pretty familiar with Harry Lodge, actually. Played a few tournaments both in Europe and also at the WSOP in Vegas as well.
Harry Lodge is a tall man, and I say that as someone who is not short.
Look at this table. This could be the final table.
Yeah, I mean, we have got some elite names remaining, but there's a long way to go until we get to that FT on Friday. By the way, guys, I do feel many of you missed out on some extraordinary value in today's mini EPT London tournaments. Neither the $11 PKO or the $1.10 hyper reached their guarantees. Well, the guarantee was met, obviously, but overlay plus those added W Coupe tickets. Remember, we're running it all week. There are going to be low buy-in tournaments every single day, 3 of them in the afternoon and early evening. And, of course, the mini-main on Friday will award an EPT Prague package. So do get a piece of it, as they say.
Yeah, don't miss out. I mean, I'm so jealous that I don't get to participate in them. And it's almost like a slap in the face to me for you not to play them.
Now you're encouraging people to not play them.
How dare you?
How about this? If you play one of the mini EPT London tournaments, we'll do a random draw of all the players from all of the lobbies, and one of you will get to slap Joe Stapleton in the face.
I'll allow it.
You'll enjoy it. Ace-3 versus Jack-9, and Muradov still good on the turn.
Ace-3, still good. Shaka beaten.
Turning this ace high into a bluff, not wanting to go to showdown and check.
We're going to spend most of our summers at Camp Hughes.
What's he thinking about here? Raising?
Yeah, potentially. I mean, that sizing was so small. You feel like trip sixes or something stronger, like a straight, would have gone for a bit bigger sizing, but does decide to just let him get away with this one.
By the way, Joe, when I floated the idea of people slapping you in the face, the most excited person was your good friend Crazy Carl, who went, yes, in Twitch chat.
Well, we don't call him Crazy Carl because he's sane, do we? Oh, I think he's poking my voodoo doll right now. Lay off the neck. I need to speak.
I have a feeling that there are people with multiple voodoo dolls of you, Staves. It's not.
It's hard when you see somebody like me, so handsome, so charming, so successful. It's only natural that people are gonna hate.
The problem is, as we've established from all the bad lookalikes over the years, all people with a beard look the same, so people think they're sticking pins in a Joe Stapleton voodoo's doll, but somewhere on the planet, some poor sucker with a beard is feeling the pain.
That's why Charlie Day is always screaming.
So Ian Drake opening from the hijack with threes, makes it 8,000.
On a 22 big blind stack, all right. A man after my own heart.
Gets through, wins the blinds and ante.
On a 27 big blind stack.
As we saw from the start of this session, Ole Schemion still in the tournament top 5, is the chip leader at this table with the 125 big blinds. Also very healthily stacked, Eric Seidel with 84 bigs.
I have a bone to pick with Eric Seidel. He recently knocked me out of a charity event, and I was very upset.
So, in a tournament, Maria, the objective is to knock out the other players.
Well, actually, in this tournament, the objective was to cure children's cancer, but all Maria can think about is her getting knocked out.
8, 16.
Have to be 16,000 okay. Makes it 16,000.
Karakousis is going 4x under the gun.
Definitely not standard, but not going to get any loose defense. Look at Seidel just folding the ace-9 to the 4x.
Can only hope to be as cool as Georgios Karakousis at whatever age he is. Unless he's like in his 30s, in which case, maybe not. When's Ole Schemion going to take that jacket back off?
Well, this is going to be round to the button. Schemion with King 5 offsuit. Eric Seidel in the small blind. Folds. And Georgios Karakousis defends his big blind with Queen 10.
Looking right down the barrel.
It is a Queen high flop. Karakousis takes the lead.
Come at me, bro.
Schemion continues.
Can't help himself. Great question from A-Dub Check. Maria, when Eric Seidel knocked you out of that charity event, did you think what an FC?
Yeah, that was the one time when I did.
I want to know if you got in his face. Did you go full Helmuth on him?
Well, actually, I gave him a piece of my mind afterwards. Like, I saw him just wandering around. They were on a break from the tournament. I was obviously just drinking at this point because he had eliminated me. And I was like, wow, Eric, you're just going to be knocking me out of charity events. not even giving me a chance to donate the money back to the charity. Are you going to do that, Eric?
What's crazy is that he
who knows?
laughed and slapped Maria's drink out of her hand.
Karakoussis playing 50 bigs right now. There is no short stack at the table. The shortest stack is Ian Drake, who's got 25 bigs.
Well, this might be it, right? We knew things were going to slow down.
Yes. So maybe we don't get the full post-bubble bust-out bonanza that we normally see in an EPT main event.
Yeah, like, guys, this is not what I signed up for. I thought there was going to be a long, drawn-out bubble. I thought we were going to get to see the post-bubble bust-out bonanza, and here we are, just nobody wanting to bust out, nobody playing big pots. What's going on?
Well, sometimes, Maria, you got your heart set on a marathon sesh, and then things bust really quickly, and it's over before you know it, and you're left feeling empty and unsatisfied. It happens.
We're definitely not talking about poker anymore.
What?
Schemion had the Grafton 10-9 suited. Took it uncontested.
I do wonder if the rest of the room is as subdued as this table is. It does seem weird.
See, this is why we don't give them an extended break. They definitely had some pasta and red wine, and now look at them, a shell of their former selves.
If someone can tell me where it's possible to get seated, served, and consume pasta and red wine in London out inside of 30 minutes, I would love to know.
And outside of 30 pounds.
Pounds don't scare me as much as they used to.
Yeah, well.
While former EPT finalist Bordal gets in touch and says, please give some love to Ian Drake, repping the Isle of Man poker community. Had many evenings in the casino with him. All-round good guy and the man to see about buying a car on the island. If you ever find yourself on the Isle of Man and need a car, Ian Drake, he's the man for you.
Come on down to Ian Drake's.
If you want a fancy motor with working brakes, call Ian Drake.
There you go.
Call Ian Drake.
Georgios, I think, really likes his hand. Yeah, look at that.
Here's another hashtag fun fact and stat trick about Ian. He will marry his fiancée on the Isle of Man next year. Managed to satellite into both the UK IPT and the EPT Main. That's pretty solid work.
It's a nice place to live if you want to play online poker.
It's kind of hard because it's very difficult to avoid working in the online poker industry if you live there and you're interested in poker.
No set, no bet.
Ian Drake wins that pot. What are we at? 103 players. Yeah, just a handful of eliminations since the start of this level. No bust out bonanza.
Hi.
Oh, we've got a new player at the table. This is Jérôme Fink from France.
What do you think?
I think he's going to win this pot.
What should we name our son? What do you think? What do you think?
Muradov defending the big blind, and we have 10-7-6 flop. Ace high still ahead.
The Muradog.
Check, check. All pairs on the turn.
Pretty reasonable to check back with the ace-jack on that type of board. And Muradov just going to lead now. I like this follow through a lot. We weren't sure if Muradov was going to go for it again on the river after being called on the turn, but I like to see it.
Muradog sends another one to the pound.
Woof, woof. Soon we'll be down to double digits, 102 remaining.
Play a hand side, L. Come on, put on a show.
Eric always wants to put the entertainment value of poker first.
Had enough of his showboating and hot dogging.
Karakoussis has opened with ace-9. Ian Drake with king-queen. Camp Hughes with ace-jack in the cutoff.
Yeah, seems like a nice spot to squeeze here, considering the raise and the flat. You have a hand where when you 3-bet ace-jack offsuit and somebody 4-bets, you really don't feel bad about letting it go. You assume that you're not going to have the best of it facing a 4-bet, but if you're able to get this through, you're going to pick up a lot of dead money.
And that's what happens. Pete Diaz has a request, Joe. Watching on YouTube, says, can the commentators be more cheesy? Does not feel that your humor is cheesy enough. So if you could up the cheese factor, Pete would like that.
Sure, no problem. Can do. Cheesy Pete's. Not a problem. We got me with the cheese, Griffin with the ham. Unfortunately, baby Huey's in bed right now. Is Pete from Switzerland broadcast, huh? How's that fees? Pete.
Sorry.
What was your favorite activity at Camp Hughes, Maria? Underwater basket weaving? The Muradog. Oh, he's good.
That's good.
Lars Campuse. I bet Lars is fun to party with.
Down
Looks
to
like
99.
we're inside a, yeah.
Top 100. Congrats, everyone.
Who just had a sneezing fit?
I believe asking that question is a HIPAA violation.
It's Karakusis.
Oh my goodness.
The one
Straight
thing
into the hands.
you need to know about George's Karakusis, Maria, is
oh yeah,
he spent most of the final table of EPT London 2013 coughing profusely.
It was almost kind of a tell, though, right? Yeah, Zemper remembers. Karakusis used to cough when he bet. Maria, have you ever seen anybody that like straight up had a tell out of a movie?
I mean, pretty close to it. Definitely in some of these WSOP $400 buy-in Colossus type events, there's going to be a few.
Blink dry, so you have a set.
Well, we only know one of Eric Seidel's hole cards, but we do know that he has the best hand right now with ace high.
Wait, how'd you...
Eight, six of hearts, definitely going to find a continue.
30,000 is so much a fixed stack.
It is, you're right. I didn't notice that at first, but that is too much. That is too much to continue with that hand.
Okay.
But, you know, a third pot, 40% pot, a lot more likely.
This Eric Seidel, it's almost like he knows what he's doing.
He's a bully.
Terror on the charity circuit.
He knocked our friend Kim out too, Stapes, so you should be real upset.
Yeah, I was real upset that you and Kim went and played a charity tournament on my birthday weekend.
Oh. Oh.
Wow.
So yeah, pretty livid about you two not cashing.
In fact, what happened, Maria, is that Joe texted Eric Seidel on the QT. 2 words. Get him.
My girlfriend was like, is Maria coming to your birthday party tonight? And then I get a text from her and Kim in New York. And I'm like, nope, I guess not.
You know what? That was my bad, Stapes. How about this? How about this whole,
I barely noticed.
dinner
That
that
was
you
it.
owe me? This whole dinner that you owe me, we could just call that a
Oh,
wash.
she's going to pay me off now. No, the dinner stands. I'm glad for the content. To be able to have this beef with you on the air instead of in private.
I know. I definitely didn't hear this from you at all.
I do feel
until
that
now.
we are setting up the follow-up to the epic kickboxing match between Rex and Elke.
I am not getting my ass kicked by Maria on a live stream.
Oh, please.
No.
Please let this happen.
No.
I would bet on me.
I would also bet on you.
Can I just ask?
Yeah.
And I speak as a sadistic a-hole. Can we have weapons?
I mean, I'd probably need one.
Like, how about we do old school gladiators where you have that stick, that big fork, the trident, and Maria has a machine gun.
I mean, we want it to last more than a few seconds, don't we? That's a good call from Crazy Carl, like a pool noodle type of situation. Redraw betting this pair. Drake going nowhere.
Yeah, top pair versus second pair. King of Hearts on the turn. Drake now an 81% favorite. Jack on the river changes nothing. Drake has a lock on this. I mean, who have we had today? We saw Matthew Perry at the outer tables.
Yep.
We have Michael Caine on the feature table. Now we got Drake. All the stars come to London.
Now's the time I start to regret the fact that I don't know anything about current pop culture. Like, I can't do any Drake jokes because I can't think of a single song by Drake. Wait. What's the one where he goes, nope, I don't have it. Hold on. It goes, what was the one with him doing, like, dancing in the laser box?
I can see this music video, but I don't remember the name of the song.
I mean, The Weeknd probably also.
Was it The Weeknd? It
dances in a
was.
laser
Oh
box.
my God! Is
No.
James beating us?
No, the one where
at
he's wearing
this
like a hotline bling. Yeah, that was it.
Okay,
Hotline bling. That's what I was thinking of.
I was like, if James knows Weeknd versus Drake songs better than us, I don't know. I feel like that's
There's only one
problem.
There's only one weekend in my book, and it's at Bernie's.
Action folded to George's Karakusis on the button, raising with Jack 6. Ian Drake calls out of the small blind with Jack 10. And Lars folds his big. These two going heads up to the flop. Oh, wow. Jack 6. Trips versus a full house. And I don't see how Ian Drake gets away from this. He's the effective stack here, and I don't see how he loses the lot. Just calls the 10,000 C-bet from Karakusis. I guess a 10 changes things, but it's a 5. Now Karakusis an 87% favorite to win the pot outright.
What about another 6?
If I were Karakusis, I would just try to find a way to get as much money in the middle as possible. So definitely want to size up here.
35 and a 44.
Yeah, that is the very definition of sizing up.
And Drake, thinking that he's giving Karakusis more rope, doesn't realize that he is the dope.
So, no improvement for Drake. No chop. This pot going to Karakusis, who's got pot behind, shoves. Drake calls all in and is out.
Cooler.
Tables trips. Sees the full house.
Brutal. Right in the Degrassi.
Just double checking, but Karakusis does have Drake covered. At least he encashed, at least he made the money, and I think he may have made the ladder.
Karakusa will bruise ya.
No. I think Ian's going to be the last person to cash out for 8.5K, and then the remaining 95
100% EPT
will now be guaranteed.
That's right.
More than £9,700, £9,750 to be exact.
I mean, at least his car lot got a plug. That's got to be worth what, 50, 60 quid?
If you want a fancy motor that has got working brakes, call Ian Drake.
Call Ian Drake.
Karakusis up over 300K, playing close to 80 big blinds now.
This dude could make the final table again. Oh, so when we get another FC.
Seidel has opened with 8-7 suited in the hijack. Fink flats with the sailboats. Harry Lodge, 5 deuce of spades.
Is that referencing anything, or is that just how you say it?
It just sounds like, you know.
To be fair, that's how I say his name in my head, even before I heard James do it today.
Someone's making a play on our manor. Send in Harry Lodge.
Does sound like a Guy Ritchie character.
Fink bets 8,000. Lodge folding his pair of 5. Seidel in with his straight draw.
Some backdoors.
Okay, the set for Fink. Bets again comfortably now. 25,000.
Turning a set's just one of those things you can't describe in words. The feeling.
Seidel with the double belly buster. Calls, and we're going to the river. And Eric Seidel does not get there.
7, 8, 9, check. What? Okay, yep, I see it now. Hold on. 7, 8. Okay, yeah.
Pretty safe river, only 10-8 gets there, and it's hard to imagine unless it's 10-8 suited. You know, Seidel's not going to have any 10-8 offsuit combos opening from the hijack.
Wait.
So definitely going for value.
Yeah, but
really small bet, though.
That's the thing, Maria. I can't get over this bet. And Eric Seidel's going to exploit it.
No, he is not exploiting
it.
Tried to, saw weakness, but gets snap called by the set. Fink didn't even think about it. Didn't even think about potential straight combos. And Fink's going to get the full double up through Eric Seidel.
I mean, can we give credit where credit is due? Hook, line, and sinker. Hit hook, line, and finker.
I mean, if that was the plan, if it was bet small to induce, then I salute him.
I don't see how it couldn't have been the plan with the way it played out. Didn't even think about calling. Beat him into the pot.
Well, comment of the day comes from Richard G. Point, who writes, OMG, horrible poker.
I love that Seidel went for it. You know, obviously, King 10 gets there on the end, but it's less likely since that was a gut shot. But I mean, Seidel had had a blocker and really just like exploited this sizing, and the person did not even think about it before putting the rest of their chips in. So sometimes right move, potentially wrong opponent. Not saying that, you know, it necessarily would have worked against the majority of the players, but still, they would have at least thought about it, I think.
Schemion has opened under the gun with King 6 suited. Karakusis has called with 9-7 suited.
I haven't recovered from that yet.
Time to send in Airy Lodge. 3 bets to 41. Nice squeeze here from the small blind. Gets a fold from Schemion and a fold from Karakusis.
He's like if Prince Harry and William were one person.
And has been extended on one of those stretching machines, like the one that Bond gets trapped on.
Double the guy.
Well, we are going to step away from the feature table, guys, because we have got outer table action. I am hearing that there is a 3-way all-in at one of the outer tables.
3-way, you say?
Ben Heath with jacks. Mark McDonald at risk with 10s. Oriel L at risk with King Queen. And we see jacks hold, so that is a double KO with both players, McDonald and Elul, cashing for £9,750.
Did you say jacks hold?
Yeah.
You know what's going to happen now? Footage is going to be mysteriously erased. The only time jacks held.
Maybe you'll start playing jacks again, States.
I love jacks. I don't have the same love-hate relationship with jacks. I just love jacks.
Well, that was a pretty big pot, and you'll notice that Ben Heath is stacking a lot of chips. I think we can confidently say he's chip leader right now. He's got nearly $1 million.
Good old Ben Heath. What kind of poker player gets married during? Oh boy.
So Seidel raised under the gun. Schemion defended his big blind. Check, check on the flop. Check, check on the turn. Bet from Seidel on the river. Schemion folds.
I mean, this is just a testament to how deep everyone is. Seidel just lost a huge pot. He's a short stack at the table. 52 big blinds.
Yeah, 91 players remaining. An average stack of nearly 250K at the 2-4 blind level.
Ah, the Lily White luxury level.
And I know that people will be looking at the clock or looking at the field ticker and thinking, with 91 remaining, how on earth is it going to take till Friday to play down to winner? We are going to get to the point where we might not lose a player for an entire level.
Mm-hmm.
That might even happen tomorrow, especially if they continue playing this deep.
Borman asks, what is the average big blind? So if you take the total number of big blinds in play and divide it by the number of players, that's the average. Thank you for your question. What are you doing, Ola? What's going on in there, buddy? Nope.
Okay, Seidel with top pair. Fink with second pair.
He's 2 again. Here we go. Round 2 of the game's best.
Oh,
wow. He gets him on the turn again.
Fink improves to 2 pair.
I mean, I guess Fink was ahead the whole way, right, on the pocket for his hand. So it's not like he got him on the turn last time. But we'll just say drills the turn again.
A bet of 5,000 called by Seidel. 10 on the river doesn't change anything.
I think he checked.
Okay, bet 4,000.
Okay, Seidel definitely thought in his head SC right there.
Yeah.
You could just tell. The way he clenched his jaw.
A rival for the ages. You know, 10 years from now when we're doing another EPT London and they're asking for hands, right? Like, oh, what's your that Seidel Fink hand?
Well, can you write it down? Because I'm not going to remember.
I'll write it down, but I won't remember where I put it.
Well, can you then make a separate note, like in your phone, where
Yes,
you put the note?
that makes sense. Yeah, I'll do that.
And Maria, you remind him.
I'm going to write down something to tell you, to remind you to remind me, Maria.
I kind of feel that, you know, I need you to get involved here now, Maria. I need you to play an active role in this, and you are now going to be responsible for keeping track of States' memories.
Sounds easy enough.
That's going to be a tough job for Maria since she's trying to forget most of her memories that involve me.
Well, I'm trying to at least not make new memories, which is why I didn't come to your birthday party.
Thank you. Not a very good job for you.
The raise with 8-7, flattered by 10s, flattered by ace-6. 3-1 to the flop. And we've got a 10-8 deuce flop. Top set for Muradov, just like that.
The Muradog.
Getting real tricky. Oh,
Oh, wow.
Seidel always gets got.
So Seidel now with top pair. Kampu's with third pair. Muradov has a lock on this with his set of 10s.
No more turns for Eric Seidel.
Five of diamonds on the river.
At least it wasn't a 6.
Do not move all in, Eric.
Eric is one of my favorite players, although when he does something like that and gets doubled through or whatever, he's someone who absolutely can take it. He's seen it all. He's done it all. And this would be a hell of a fold.
Yeah.
Yeah, I always get concerned when players just auto bet. You know, there was not even a thought when the flush came on the river before Muradov decided to bet. And that always concerns me, especially if I don't have a lot of information on this player.
Like I have to tell you,
I just give them a lot of credit. Yeah, I just give them a lot of credit there, and looks like Seidel did too.
The value of the bottom
And
line,
Seidel gave him a lot of credit.
Yeah, thank you. I was wondering what happened to your stack, and then I realized.
Seidel does get away from it. Gets away from top pair. And makes it look effortless. I know after we saw Seidel get his bluff snapped moments ago, but it's just plays like that Eric makes all the time that make it look so effortless, and how he's going to have a stack to withstand a double up like that because he's just so good the rest of the time. Cheese and Onion says Seidel might just make it in this game after all. There's the all that we know and love.
Ah, he's gone sleeveless. Control yourself, Maria.
The hottest Franco brother.
26,000.
Seidel re-raising from the button, a 3-bet to 26K. Halfway through the final level of day 2. 45 minutes left on the clock. 45 minutes of play. 90 remaining right now. How many will survive and get to bag and tag and come back for day 3?
I'll take a guess.
Go on then, Joe.
78.
I think that's a good line. I was going to say it's going to be around 80 players. The 78 is pretty solid.
Maria?
I'm never good at these, but I'm going to go with 81.
I think 81's a good guess. I think going above me and James is smarter than going below.
C3, re-raise, 30,000. C4, fold. C5, fold. C6, fold. C8, fold. C1, fold.
Schemion takes that one down uncontested.
I'm really going to need the Bustouts to come faster to get to 78, so.
Thank you. Thank you.
We definitely should have factored in that these players all look a little sleepy.
I do think that after the intense nature of playing through the money bubble, everyone's kind of like just kicking back and trying to get to the end of the day, and then you press the reset button and come back fresh for day 3. Just don't do anything stupid during the last 40 or so minutes.
I mean, we want you to do something stupid.
I know. Where's Jermaine when we need him?
Oh, I miss Jermaine.
We've got Jerome at the table.
All right.
Are we playing 16 levels or 15?
This is the last level, I believe.
Last level?
Yeah. No dinner break.
Imagine not knowing that. Oh, now there's a club.
So, 8 for that. Oh, Seidel gets done again. Rivered by Karakouzis.
You know, Seidel can win pots pre-flop, but if you see a run out, don't expect to win.
Seidel actually having some sort of reaction? That's a lot for him.
So a couple of things. Obviously, this is only the first day of our live coverage of EPT London. There are 4 more days to follow. We're here Monday through Friday. But want to highlight that we will be streaming the final 3 days of the High Bind WPT Main Event. That's going to be after the first weekend of November, so that's the 7th, 8th, and 9th. And of course, there is one more EPT to come before the end of the year. We are going back to Prague, and here is my question. There was a lot of talk in Prague from the tournament team that they may have found a solution to the chair problem. Has that solution been implemented, or are we going to be driven out of our minds by the squeak?
Don't tease me, bro.
I know that we're meant
Don't
to
tease me.
hashtag embrace the squeak, but I don't think any of us are going to complain if they hashtag obliterate the squeak.
I will not miss the squeak.
I mean, one thing I will say is that we do hashtag obliterate the squeak. Stephen O'Dwyer might finally return to EPT Prague. He boycotts the event because of the chairs, remember?
I love him so much. I absolutely love him for that. A man of principle.
Muradov with the straight.
Out in the streets, they call it Muradov.
Yeah, Muradov seems to be a fan of trapping, but so far hasn't really gotten his opponents to fall for it.
Grafton's good.
Nine players remaining. And the average stack is just getting deeper and deeper.
Okay, I just want Seidel to take this pot pre-flop because I fear for him post.
Well, as long as he can avoid getting to a turn and or river, he'll be fine.
Lodge calls with 6-5. Muradov in as well. Queen Jack. Schemion in the big blind has folded. So three-way to a flop, which is King 10-3.
Wow. Everyone with a straight draw.
Straight draws for everyone.
How is that? I mean, you don't see that very often. Unless everyone has the same hand.
Bet of 12,000 gets the fold from Seidel. Is Lodge going to stick around with his low straight draw?
Plenty of chips.
And he does call.
Ooh.
And gets there on the river.
We have seen Muradov willing to bet the river as a bluff, but here it looks like he's giving up.
59,000 in the middle. Harry has to go for value here, but I doubt it's going to get paid off, or he'll get any monetary response of any kind from Muradov.
Maybe a bet teeny tiny and get shoved on.
Well, there's always that. Lopinzo asking, where are the blinds right now? What are the blinds at? We're at 2-4 right now. With 88 players remaining, the average stack is 255,000. So even if we ended play for the day now and came back tomorrow at the 2-5 blind level, we'd still be playing more than 50 big blind average. And we are going to lose more players before the end of the day. So they are going to be pretty deep for the first session tomorrow.
Such a great structure, such great value. I haven't seen value this good since Ian Drake's car lot on the Isle of Man. What road is on? The only one in town. You know, the used car lot. The only.
New player at the table, by the way, taking the seat recently vacated by Mr. Drake. This is Vadim Kojakaru. Vadim is playing for Romania.
Did you say Vadim Kajagugu?
Kojakaru.
You're Romania.
This should be a fun game because I feel like we've seen Karakoussis maybe raise a little bit wide from certain positions. So to be able to guess this second card is going to be a little bit tougher.
Playing with one eye like that Targaryen boy. 10-eye flop, 2 hearts. Nobody really connecting very strong here. Karakoussis is reaching for chips. Maybe pocket queens, maybe queen 10. And you're having a real war with carbs today, aren't you, James?
What's going on over there?
Oh, we had a slightly caustic potato over on YouTube, and now there's a dyslexic potato on Twitch. It's just misunderstanding how the big blind ante works. It does not affect how many big blinds you have in reality. It's wrong to look at it that with the big blind ante, effectively it halves the average, that actually you only have a 25 big blind average rather than a 50 big blind average. The min bet is still 1 big blind. The min raise is still 2 big blinds. Good question. Is the lettuce still alive? Last time I saw the lettuce, it was celebrating with a bottle of champagne and a party hat. There were 25,000 people watching a live stream of a lettuce in a party hat with a bottle of champagne. Charlie Brooker couldn't write it. Particular high point was when an image of the lettuce was projected onto the House of Commons.
Was the lettuce Remain? I'm going to call on the big blind. What do you think? Oh, I think I flop trips.
What if Camp Hughes has ace-8? Ace-8 of diamonds.
Then this is going to be one for the books, Jerry.
What if the turn is a 5?
Oh.
Soxo says Fink is so lucky. OMFG. Let's see how this hand plays out first, huh?
Fink electing to slow play, which is interesting because there's obviously flush draws and straight draws possible. So sometimes you might want to fast play your trips here. Wow, if Camp Hughes does come along, could he possibly have Ace-8 of diamonds? Wow, he's raising. Oh, well, this could get bloody between Fink and Camp Hughes. I think Lodge is going to bow out of this one.
There's only one counselor at Camp Hughes, and it's Lars.
41. Raise.
Oh, he just didn't even think about it again. I love it.
I mean, raise this much. Grab a tower of
How
blue,
much raise?
push it forward. I guess now we find out if it's the Ace-8 of diamonds. Nah.
Nah.
I'm going to read this message from YouTube verbatim. Hello. Please say hello to Shahabuddin Muradov. Ruslan and Eska from Kazakhstan are rooting for him. Fart and good luck.
Who am I to judge the good luck customs of other cultures? Hold on, let me... There you go.
Schemion still the table chip leader. Fink closing in on the 100 big blind mark right now with 30 minutes left to play on the day.
From shout out to shard out.
Do we see this comment in Twitch chat by Matthew James Martin, who wants to start a GoFundMe for you, James, so that you can go to the Maldives? Amazing.
Random, but if everyone wants to waste their money paying for my holidays, I'll take it.
Isn't the Maldives like one of the most expensive places you can go to?
I'll definitely take it.
Well, I have some money coming in from the Moss Boss merchandise, James, so I'll donate.
The End Moss.
The End Moss, yes. All of it. I'll put it towards the cause.
Ole Schemion with a legit hand.
Karakusis with Jack-9, Schemion with King-Queen. King-High still good.
Well, that's an interesting turn card.
Well, it is top pair for Schemion, giving him 86% equity, yet Karakusis is open-ended. Facing a bet from Schemion of 24,000.
Fold.
And Karakusis folds the straight draw.
What a net.
Can you help out Cavido, Maria, who asks, the woman that is talking, who is that? She seems confused.
Oh.
Well, that would be Maria Ho. I don't feel confused, but, you know, if I am, someone help me out. I know what year it is. I know what event we're covering.
How many fingers am I holding up? James will say if you're right.
Well, Stabes, that doesn't seem fair, but I'm going to guess 3.
He was holding up 3 fingers. This is the connection that you two have.
See, look at that. You can fold Queen Jack to a single raise. Eric Seidel did it. I was holding up 3 fingers. That's weird.
Follow-up from Cavido on YouTube. She guys thee too, but I know them.
Thank you for your comment.
I'm not sure Maria's the one who's confused.
Fart and good luck.
Schemion with ace-king. Has one customer. Has opened to 10k. Has been called by Karakusis on the button with a dominated hand, king 10.
I think this is a parody comment, but Andro says, has anyone really been far even and decided to use even go want to do look?
Check.
More like.
Check.
Oh, Karakusis trying to get away with one for a teeny tiny bet. Ole Schemion stations the old timer.
Schemion remains in control of this table and remains one of the tournament chip leaders with more than $500,000 right now.
What does that mean? Down to 87, so there goes the guesses. Is that, I mean, their name is Dyslexic Potato, so I said 78.
I said 80.
Yeah, so maybe the dyslexia is kicking in. Way to be on brand, I guess.
Down to 86 now with 23 minutes left on the clock. Ari Lodge defending his big blind with 8 deuce of diamonds. Schemion with Jack 10 and flops top pair. Continuation bet of 12,000 from Schemion, who I have to say is looking very focused today.
Mm-hmm. And it's paying off. He's got 135 big blinds.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's nice when it gets to the end of the day when you start being able to gauge which players at your table are just ready to bag and sit back and not get involved. And I think Ole is one of those people that are going to start you know, playing a little more hands towards the end of the night, especially if it feels like everyone else is happily taking a back seat.
Well, this is action from the outer tables. It's Ben Heath, who we referenced earlier on, had more than 1 million chips, in action against Henrik Hekelen. To the left of your screen, Henrik won the super high roller, the 50K here in London. They are on the river, and looks like a bet from Hekelen of 45,000. The board is ace, king, 10, 10, 7.
Whoever loses his pot has to get a different hairstyle.
Ben Heath calls the 45K. Hekelen tables ace, king.
And it's good.
Aces, kings, and tens. 3 pair, good.
Not in this game.
Back to the feature table, where Schemion has opened under the gun with 9s, and Muradov has called out the big blind with Jack-9. Schemion continued flop for 10K. And fires a second barrel on the turn. Of course, both players with the open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, definitely a bet designed to get, you know, the 8x, 7x type hands, 6x to call. Certainly going to get value. Plus, you also had that straight draw and additional equity.
Schemion just quietly bossing his table.
Same as yesterday, the one-way street. Same as yesterday, the one-way street. It's you. Nice.
No, he's saying all the chips are going to you.
All the chips are going to you. Rightly so, yeah. It's been a while.
Eric Seidel, UTG. Although I'm going to change that eventually. It's going to be my lasting legacy in poker. All it takes is a chip and a chair and changing UTG to FTA.
First to act.
First act.
I just don't know how you can even one-up the chip in a chair, though. Just feels like that's enough of a legacy to leave behind.
It's kind of like how Spielberg has Jurassic Park, right? Like that's his moneymaker. And then he's got Schindler's List as like the important one. The one that like means something. So my moneymaker is chip in a chair. And my lasting legacy is just the kinder public service announcement to take the violence out of under the gun and replace it with FTA, first to act. I'm Spielberg in this analogy, just, you know, if I wasn't clear.
Well, you have a beard.
Pair of tens for each of these poker players.
Yeah, and this is where Muradov calling from the small blind with a hand like 10-6 suited is going to get him in a bit of trouble. A hand that I think most players would fold.
Howling Mad Muradov.
Ooh, I like that. International treasures, pray. International treasures.
King on the river. Is going to get checked to showdown.
It does feel like Campus has a 2-street hand, so I think when you decide to check the turn, Sometimes you might want to go for value on the river or bet the turn and check the river. It looks like he is reaching.
Yeah. Bets 28 into 54, and let's see if Muradov pays this off with second pair rubbish kicker. He did call. Yeah, your hand's no good. Just throw it away. Deal the next hand. Time is money. Got places to go. People to see. Emails to send.
Wow, he was confident enough to put the one chip in there too. He didn't even cut out the chips when he called. He was like, show me. I'll put the money in if I'm beat.
Oh, Joe, the flat earthers are coming out of the woodwork with this story about Strauss and the World Series of Poker single chip thing.
If anyone can produce video of Jack Strauss saying all it takes is a chip and a chair, I would gladly go along with it. But there's plenty of video of me saying it and none of him. And in a world that is full of cell phones and cameras and constantly being recorded, you would think someone would have gotten this Strauss guy on camera saying it.
I mean, to be fair, cell phones were not that prolific, but many people had video cameras around that time.
They had movies back then. They had television.
Super 8, maybe someone caught it on Super 8. Blind v blind here. Schemion with deuces in the small. Completes. Seidel checks his option with Queen 8. Deuce is still good. Bet. And Seidel was folding there, but actually just pushed his cards to the side. Calls. Guess backdoor possibilities, and there is the backdoor flush draw for Eric Seidel with the club on the turn.
Yeah, definitely the type of hand that can turn quite a bit of equity. And Schemion, bit of a defensive bet here.
And there is the flush. Finally, something going Eric Seidel's way.
I don't know how Schemion doesn't go broke. Oh, never mind.
Seidel wins the pot, adds 13k to his stack, hovering around the 50 big blind mark. And we are now down to 85 players. Within the next 5 minutes, they will pause the clock and will draw for the number of hands to be played at each table to see out day 2.
Well, it looks like we're all wrong, but I'm going to be closest.
It ain't over till it's over. That was Yogi Berra.
Kojukaru, ace king of diamonds. Starts the hand with fewer than 20 big blinds. Opens here to 11,000. Round to the big blind of Jerome Fink. Fink calls and connects. Second pair, gut shot straight draw for Kojukaru. Continuation bet of 17,000.
Yeah, I mean, Fink's in a spot where, you know, you're not going to love your hand when you're up against someone opening from early position off of a sub-20 big blind stack. Their range is going to be pretty strong in this spot. Looks like they will just give it up.
Wow.
That's a bit surprising. Like, I would expect them to call one and then decide on the turn, but just did not feel comfortable proceeding.
Clock has been paused, and they're just selecting one of the outer tables right now how many more hands we're going to play today. 5. I heard the number 5. So that's 5 hands at each table. Okay, who's going to keep track? Joe?
I'll keep track. I'm good at counting. I'm not that good at counting.
Okay, so 5 more, including this one.
If we lost one player per hand, Stapes, you would win.
Well, remember there is more than one table.
Correct. And now the ticker's probably pretty accurate.
Yeah, at this point, I think they can keep tabs. 84 remaining. Here's the number. As Schemion opens here from the cutoff with King-Queen suited.
Ten.
Karakusis calling out of the big blind with 9-8. But this is all Schemion.
That's one. One down. Don't talk to me about anything else, though. I'm counting, and that's important, and I just need to keep focus on that. 1. That was 1, right?
That was 1.
Okay,
so
1.
4 more hands to play today. Play resumes tomorrow afternoon. We will be live again at 12:30 local time. That is 1:30 p.m. Central European time. And I'm guessing, Maria, that once again you'll join us for the last couple of levels of the day.
I will.
Schemion with 4s, raises from the hijack. Karakusis calls out the small blind with 3s. Kojukaru with the spraggy, ace-7 off.
This is really testing me because this is hand number 2, but there's 3s and 4s out there, and this could throw the whole thing off, guys. I'm not going to lie right now.
I'm going to release you from this spell because I didn't realize that the graphics team were going to actually tell us on the screen.
That's not even right. We're on hand 2.
4 hands remaining, including this one.
That's just crazy. Who counts that way?
Have you ever listened to the network chart show? They don't start with this week's number 1.
I think it's pretty clear by my lack of understanding of songs by Drake that I haven't.
pretty good board for both these pairs, right?
Yeah, Karakus is not not shying away from calling Schemion's flop bet. We'll see about this turn bet, though.
Tell you what, Maria, your prediction of 81 is looking pretty good right now, especially as Joe and I are both under that number.
Check.
Schemion rivering a full house here.
Really good board for pocket fours.
That is fair. CBHC says, Joe said he could count, but not which way.
Thank you. When you hear count, it's up.
That's why Joe never got the job at NASA.
They were like, all right, well, everything seems to be in order. Let's just do a practice countdown. And I was like, 1. And they're like, nope.
Schemion going huge. Huge.
This would be a bad spot for a hero call, Georgios.
Definitely feels like Karakusis and Schemion has a little more history than just what we saw in the last hour or so, because he feels very intent on perhaps heroing against him in a spot where he would be wrong.
I think Karakusis also has like a little bit of like, I don't want to be pushed around by the youngins energy.
Yeah. And Schemion definitely has the energy of, I think I could push everyone around, so.
I mean, against a player like Ole Schemion, I feel like your threes could be good here. I can understand the temptation.
Dangerously close. I mean, obviously the size polarizes Schemion's hand, so it feels like trips or a boat versus nothing, you know, perhaps a busted flush draw, because obviously if Schemion had a hand like kings and sixes here, he wouldn't be going 1.4x pot or whatever this is exactly.
I'm going but fold.
Karakusis makes the correct laydown. Schemion wins the pot. And we have 3 more hands to play at the feature table. And I think there'll be some tables where the pace might be quicker and they might be done already.
Huh?
What do you think?
Looks like bluff.
Oh, we're at 81.
Always looks like bluff.
Ooh.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a sweat here. The predictions were Maria 81, James 80, Joe 78. So Maria, if we hold at 81, you win. 1 more bust out before the end of the day, I win. Any more than a single bust out, Joe wins. Unless, of course, there's a flurry of eliminations and we end up with fewer than 78 players, in which case everyone is a loser.
This is the biggest sweat of my life.
I like your side the best, James.
What did we say the
I'm
prize
not
was
feeling
again?
great.
Something about a holiday in the Maldives?
How many hands more?
2 more.
Okay, here we go. This is the penultimate hand of the day. Muradov under the gun with the Grafton, 10-9 suited. He's raised to 10,000, thinks in with deuces.
The raise is 10,000, yeah.
And Harry Lodge calls with Jack 5 of hearts. 3-way to the flop. And that flop is Queen 9 Jack. Muradov with a pair and a straight draw. Lodge with second pair. An elimination. Maria, you're out. We're down to 80.
Gosh, no! It was so close. Why didn't they just draw 4 hands or 3 hands? I mean,
It's such a burden to be this good at everything.
Joe, there's still hands to
right.
play. I don't think this is going to hold. I think there'll be at least one other elimination before the close of play, in which case you win.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay, one last hand to play at the feature table.
You know there's a redraw tomorrow? Tomorrow is a redraw?
Yeah.
Mini D, I'll have you know that the time you watched me play PUBG, I had one game where I had 35 damage.
So I'm always closing
So-
the day next to him. So.
Maybe just check yourself before you wreck yourself.
sounds like Ole wanted to keep the same table draw.
Our last
I can
session, by the way,
see
Joe,
why.
which obviously you couldn't make
Yeah.
because you're away from home right now.
You guys crushed it, right?
2 seconds, 2 wins.
Last chance.
Yeah, I think you're
Last
right,
chance.
Maria, but I think that that's an insult.
I know, I know.
$9,000 raise from Schemion, the 9,000 call from Fink. And we are going heads up to the final flop of the day. Day 2 coming to a close. Day 3 tomorrow.
Ooh. Domination rotation. What do you think?
7,000.
I think should just fold this so we can all get out of here.
Nope.
Sticky thinkers.
Yes.
Schemion now with the nut flush draw to go with his pair of sixes. 87% equity. $28K, and with the Broadway draw, Fink folds the turn, and play comes to a close at the feature table. Day 2 is in the books.
What do you have? 18 suits. So, as I said, I'd rather come back tomorrow and do that one.
Bring in the bags. Time for these guys to count their chips. Seal them for the night. Good session for Ole Schemion. Good day for Ole Schemion. Started day 2 as chip leader. Ends day 2 among the big stacks. 635K. Fink, Lodge, above average right now. Karakusis, Cam Hughes hovering around the 50 big blind mark. Seidel okay on 36 bigs. Vadim Kojikaru still short with 17 bigs. Tomorrow the blinds will go to 2,000, 5,000 with a 5K big blind ante. A reminder, the bubble burst earlier on. We are into the money now. Playing out a min plus cash of £9,750 with the big money still to be paid as we follow this tournament through the next few days. Concluding on Friday with the final table where we'll crown an EPT champion, present the trophy and the first prize of nearly £664,500. So that concludes our day 2 coverage. If you want to know more about EPT London, if you want to round up of some of the side events happening at the festival, head over to the PokerStars blog. And of course, there are the live updates on Poker News if you want to follow the action from the outer tables as well. Of course, we're going to be streaming tomorrow. We will be back 12:30 local time, that is 1:30 Central European time, for day 3 of the EPT London 2022 main event. Hope you can join us then. Thanks for your company today. For now, from Maria Ho, Griffin Bencher, Nick Walsh, Joe Stapleton, and me, James Hartigan, it's good night from London.
I'm blowing up, can't keep me down. No, I don't stop, won't turn around. You know you better pay attention. If you blink, then you can miss it. 'Cause once I start, I never stop. I always go the distance.